Hello and welcome, Calling All Heroes family.
It's the end of the road.
Now, a rotation. Unlucky, going in the back, attempting to give some mobility to the Orisa, who needs that speed to come in close. The Terra Surge pulling them into the center, getting a two-piece with a Javelin into the wall. And that's going to be Exo being able to eliminate the remaining few.
What happens there? Valentine goes super aggressive, finds Velvet. Oh my god, that might be a huge pickoff for Mari, but Mari will get traded out in a little bit too far away from support, sadly. So it was a great opening pick, but the overextension and like kind of, they were a little bit caught out in that situation, right, with Mari going that deep.
And still can't dislodge Timeless Ethereal from this high ground. They're gonna need the barrage to do it.
And they're not even gonna use the cage fight as well. It's just pure raw damage and aim from Zoe exploding up in Timeless Ethereal's face.
Yeah, trying to make sure that Timeless Ethereal don't show up at their spawn door, but knock knock, they're already here. They got the angle on the high ground though. Will this be enough for Wisp to find a body?
Yeah, there you go! Well, okay, I'm
two.
sorry! Wisp saw a pixel! Oh, Mari needs some serious help from AJMR and Rika, but it's AJMR instead, and needs that assistance! What a shot! Wisp! What has gotten into you? We've seen a lot of these rosters kind of shift and grow along the way.
Every single game is going to be a dogfight.
You know, the whole circuits led up to this.
And we will see you at the championships.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 3 of the Calling All Heroes Championships. Moxie, we're finally here after a long year of tournaments, majors, minors, last chance qualifiers, the whole 9 yards. Moxie, we're finally here, and it's day number 3. We have some exciting matches today and a huge shakeup like we've seen in the meta so far.
Yeah, you left out one of the other things that we've been through this year. Hotfixes. Hotfix that went out this week, remember. So Hazard took a little bit of a nerf, but is still proving incredibly strong, which I'm incredibly happy about because we finally have Scottish representation alongside all of our wonderful representation for everybody in the Calling All Heroes circuits. And like you said, it's been a very long year. A lot of these teams have taken a long time to be able to get up to this moment, but we've seen some very strange things already in this tournament. Meta has very much been determined around Hazard just being that S++ tiered tank. Still got a little bit of discrepancy in terms of that backline lineup, whether it is going to be things like the Juno Brig, the Juno Lucio, the Kiriko Lucio. We've seen a whole bunch of other things. Some teams like running the Wrecking Ball composition, which I'm sure we'll get to see a couple bits more of today. And I mean, we're also more than likely going to be getting a 5-map series between Valentine's and Nightmare Eclipse. At least you and I know everyone on production's end are strapping in. We're buckled in for that 5-map. And I'm going to be disappointed if it doesn't go the distance.
Why do you gotta say it like that, Mox? Why you gotta hype us up when you're just caster cursed it? Unbelievable. It'll be like a 3-0 probably. No, I'm just kidding. It probably won't be. Now I'm gonna caster curse it back, so we do get that 5-map. But like you said though, Mox, I mean, there's so many different changes. I think specifically that hotfix potentially could impact some things, like you said. However, I mean, you said it. I mean, Hazard's that SSS plus tier hero at the current moment. I mean, Maga still seems good, right? And you know, like you mentioned, some teams are still running it, so it still has some viability, right?
Yeah, EXO has been trying to run a little bit of the Mauga into the Hazard. It can struggle, though, because just like when we saw Mauga initially release and Orisa was the go-to counter for it, Orisa being able to just say no to headshot damage meant that the Mauga didn't get that healing resource, and Hazard could do the exact same thing, where he just goes for that guard, he manages to make sure that he can't take headshot damage, and he also starts damaging the Mauga back as well. So unfortunately, while Mauga has a lot of really good just sustainability, Hazard does outclass him in a couple of other areas. One of them being mobility, because while the guard got hotfixed and went from 75% damage reduction to 65%, the leap and the jump resets, you just keep on climbing that wall, that's still going strong. So if we see things like the forest come through, I would very much expect it has to be jumping up those walls and trying to get on top of her.
Yeah, that's scary. I mean, as a Pharah player, you always have to be aware of that hazard, like you said. And, you know, moving forward, I think we have some exciting matches today, like you said, Mox. So, you know, yesterday, I think that we had, at least towards the latter half, like you said, those top two teams right now currently solidifying themselves. Obviously, you know, in that quarterfinals, I think Kenobi talked about it yesterday. I mean, every single game was at least one map going down for at least even the team that won. So it was like a 3-1, 3-1, 3-2, 3-2. So with that in mind, I mean, the Pharah was a huge part in yesterday, how a lot of teams played well, right, with Fable.
Yes, Fable getting to run that Pharah from Mickman was just so dominant on Control Center, on that Lijiang map, and it really did just absolutely hold court on Night Market as we got to see some of the other areas of the map. Samoa got to see Exo Azafoth here, Jeremy coming through with Pharah. Kuna on that Sojourn, as meta for the DPS has very much been pretty static in terms of that Genji Sojourn. We've seen a little bit of the Tracer, a little bit of the Pharah come through, but for the most part, the Sojourn and the Genji gets to remain strong on that lineup. And it's really easy to see why, right? Hazard is very much self-contained as a tank, and Sojourn and Genji can play off of whether or not he does want to be that dive instigator or if he wants to go for a little bit more of a brawl heavy style composition.
Yeah, I think there's so many different ways you can kind of play it, and I think you talked about it, I believe, with me off broadcast a little bit. So, Mox, like, specifically, I think... Oh my gosh, what a shot. We've had so many insane Widow shots throughout the tournament, and, you know, a lot of the hit scans kind of have reached another level. And, you know, like you said, Mox, I think that, like, specifically Hazard just can do it all, right? It's just a character that can do consistently everything in the game to such a high level. And, you know, I don't think it's going to be gone anytime soon unless, like you said, some changes were to come through.
Yeah, the only thing he can't really do is survive poke pressure. So that is why things like the Sojourn and the Pharah, especially if you're playing into retake, can tend to just use them as a little bit of a pincushion until he has that downpour available. Because that downpour, being able to just go through walls, does mean that if you play into retake, you're not just stuck there without anything that you really can do. You don't have to try and send some of your players off onto flanks to draw attention. You can just use that 2.5 second CC that the downpour is able to find to collapse onto a lot of those players if they do try to hold a little bit close up and personal. I mean, looking at the map selections that we have, if we do go to someone like Lijiang, more than likely we are going to see the hazards on those retake to utilize that downpour to be able to just kickstart a retake position. But then again, we've seen a lot of different maps. We've seen Lijiang, we've got to see Samoa, not so much of Nepal. A lot of these teams really veering away from that one. And in terms of hybrid, surprisingly, I can't believe I'm saying this, Numbani is the one that everyone's actually sort of gravitated towards. And I mean, you say that to someone who was in the Overwatch scene like a year ago, and they would look at you as if you just said that the Earth was flat, because never before had anyone voluntarily wanted to go to Numbani before it went through the map rework.
Yeah, it's kind of been a fun little change that's happened with Numbani. And, you know, for all these players, another fun little thing is the prize pool we have going on, right? I mean, consistently throughout the tournament, we've had, you know, increases and, you know, overall changes to the prize pool with the championship series. It's a $21,500 prize pool plus additional prizes, which you'll see in a second. But, you know, Moxie, for first place, right? If you can win, that's $10,000 in the bank. We're not playing for points anymore, right? We're here in championship, so it's all or nothing at the current point, right, Moxie? If you were to win this, I mean, that's a double up, right? If you would, instead of getting second place, go right up to first place for $10,000 and on top of the additional pricing from Blacklight and the gaming chairs. So it's honestly an awesome initiative so far from the Calling All Heroes tournament. And I think, you know, there's so much to play for this time around on top of receiving some awesome trophies from Blacklight.
I mean, yeah, 10,000 is all well and good, but those trophies look dope. Having those in the cabinet, plus all of, like you said, the additional prizes that are provided by our wonderful Blacklight. And we can actually see here all of the winning teams, all of the players are going to be able to receive a Kraken Pro gaming chair, as well as if you at home want to be able to get your hands on one of these, you can also be in with the chance of grabbing yourself one up now if you go to that website. But also, if you feel like RNG is going to be on your side, we're going to be giving 2 away to a Calling All Hero verified Discord member, and we're going to be giving 3 away via x.com. So if you want to be in with a chance of that and you're not a part of the Discord, then go to the Radiant GG follow page over on X and repost and reply to be able to be in with a chance of walking, or rather sitting away with one of those.
Yeah, or you can get one of the chairs and, you know, potentially stand at the same time. Meanwhile, guys, make sure you're tuning into the broadcast from today on to tomorrow, right? We obviously started on the 9th, but we've got one more day of viewer incentives. So if you watch the stream, you have a chance at all of these sprays and all of these tags, everything that you see on your screen, you have a chance at getting. And what a lovely purple, by the way. I mean, just awesome for the viewers to have a chance for that. But Moxie, going into today, I think that we've got a lot of exciting matches. Yesterday, I think we've also had some exciting matches, right? Like you said, those top 2 teams right now, obviously solidifying themselves. But besides that, right, we had some amazing matches from the teams, you know, playing earlier on in the tournament as well.
Yeah, and like you said, a lot of the matches so far haven't been just 3-0 steamrolls. There have been some really close matchups. We can actually see here Valentine and Shikigami went the distance to a full 5-map series, with Valentine being able to walk away from that quarterfinal with the win 3-2-0. We'll be seeing that team in a little bit when they go up to at the winners finals to verse against Nightmare Eclipse. And we're going to be having a look as well to see the lower bracket. There's one team in particular who was very familiar with being able to run the gauntlet of the lower bracket, and that's actually Queen's Gambit. The last time we got to see this team in the Major 3 back in December, they went through that lower bracket. They won 3 lower bracket games all in a row to be able to climb their way back into their grand finals to match up against Nightmare Eclipse. They weren't able to win. They did manage to take away a 2-map score, though, so it did go down to a 4-2. It wasn't a complete shutdown, and we're going to be able to see just how Queen's Gambit were able to pull it off. And we were talking about how dominant Mickman had been on the Pharah previously. We're potentially going to be able to see Miss Sun pick that Pharah up again for the side of Queen's Gambit if they take us to somewhere like Lijiang.
Yeah, that's going to be terrifying on the other side, right? Queen's Gambit, definitely storied roster like you mentioned, and you know, that's what's the interesting part with going into at least the championship series, right? Anything can change within a few months. The metas, like you talked about, Mox, anything can kind of change. A team that was, you know, second place in the previous major, now going into the championships, has, you know, sort of trying to look for changes, right? Obviously, losing to that Wrecking Ball was a big deal, like you said, Mox, but, you know, we potentially could see a comeback here in the lower brackets, right? And that's really what, like, we see a lot of teams, you know, a lot of professional teams come back, is that lower bracket run when, you know, your team is angry, your team is hyped up, ready to go and make that comeback, right? So Queen's Gambit obviously trying to do that today.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes pressure crumbles a team to dust, and other times it forms a diamond. And we can see in the past that Queen's Gambit have been able to form those diamonds to just manage to put themselves back into those grand finals. Moss Genesis, though, this is a team that I'm really looking forward to get to see how they're going to be able to stand up against Queen's Gambit. Hog Runestone has been really, really impressive so far, picking things up like the Sojourn, picking things up like the Widowmaker, and we did actually get to see a little bit of a Widow Duel off go down yesterday, so potentially we're going to be able to get to see that come through as well. But Nostalgia, too, very, very flexible on this tank role, has been able to play both the Hazard but also the Wrecking Ball. If we go to somewhere like Dorado, one of the compositions that this team likes to be able to veer towards when they're attacking is have Nostalgia on the Wrecking Ball for the first couple of pushes, just so they can shove the defense off. And that flexibility goes lengths, because some of these other teams have to actually sub manually in another player to be able to pick up those different tank roles. So Nostalgia being able to do absolutely everything really is a boon in this team's back pocket.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned that, Mox. I think that, you know, tank flexibility is a huge part of the game, and, you know, I'm sure, like, you can only mention, like, maybe, like, there's, like, 3 tanks you switch to, like you mentioned with the Wrecking Ball. You know, you can go over to the Maga, you can play over to the Hazard now. But, you know, specifically, like you said, on Dorado, we've seen teams even one-trick Hazard, right? It just seems like the character is that strong to a certain point. First map we're going to is Samoa. I don't think that either of us would be surprised to see a ton of Hazard, but is there some viability for Wrecking Ball? Is there some viability to changing it up and maybe swapping over to something else?
I mean, not really on Samoa.
I figured.
We've seen a little bit of Maga on Samoa, and I mean, when Maga was first released, he really did dominate a lot of Samoa, especially in places like Downtown where there's a lot of cover, so that the Maga doesn't find where he's just trying to take those engagements and very, very quickly burning his health bar down. EXO, like we talked about, they did tinker around with the Mega for a bit. Didn't necessarily work out all that well for them though, so I expect it's just going to be a static Hazard to Hazard fight. What I'm going to be more interested in is the DPS lineup, because as we've talked about, Mison in the past has been known to play onto that Pharah, and Pharah on Sumo can be absolutely disgusting. It struggles into the retake like every single map that Pharah comes through, especially because like in these metas you're not playing the Pocket Mercy, you're not really playing with that just constant 24/7 babysitting protection. It's going to be something like the Kiriko Lucio on that backline, but Pharah being able to just take to the plate AoE damage and put so much pressure on every single time that you make a move, every single time you try and find a rotation, especially if you're just hammering those angles onto a Hazard who has no answer.
Yeah, it's always going to be hard to deal with that character, with all the, you know, support, like you mentioned, that the character can receive, especially just playing within your own team, right? Not going without, not going past your bounds, basically. Like you said, I mean, Mox would potentially, not potentially, we're going to see the Hazard yet again, right? And obviously not a ton of Mercy these days, definitely could be a thing. And Sojourn has been a mainstay as well. I mean,
well, Lost Genesis actually ran the Mercy. They ran the Pharah and the Mercy with the Zen Pocket over on Colosseo.
Right.
But it looks like it's not going to be a Hazard mirror. It's going to be Nostalgia coming on through on that Wrecking Ball. Shuffler going to be opting for that Soldier. So every single time the Wrecking Ball goes in for the pile drive, Helix is going to be that a follow through.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see if it pans out for Moss Genesis, who have sort of surrounded 3210 right now. Needs some support. Does get the Suzu early from Scuff. Now that the cooldown's out, that could result in something. However, on the other side, Mison able to get an elimination on the Shafter. Meanwhile, 3210 playing it back with the rest of the team, supporting them. Ease both the Lucio and Kiriko on the outside, and then immediately right into the face. Oh no, Key gonna go down to Santana. Queen's Gambit sort of surgically removed Moss Genesis around the outside of the point and kind of took control first.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is why Hazard is so strong. Hazard could do everything. You can dive to follow up with something like your Genji, but you can also be that static anchor on the point. So every single time Moss Genesis loses Shackler, they lose the burst damage to actually chunk this Hazard down and provide enough threat to force Santana to back away and potentially allow either Q or Nostalgia to flip the point into Moss Genesis' favor and then look to stall.
Ooh. We've seen this previously. Lucio's being a focal point of the teams at the current moment. Moss Genesis able to get the elimination off of Nostalgia, kind of creating some space. And Jazzy as well into 3210 is another one. Queen's Gambit, you know, it was looking so good for them, but they got picked off. Santana obviously on the point does trade one Moxie, but you know, that was such a tough spot to be in, to have such a lead there on the right side of the point and just have your Lucio get picked off and be ran back.
Yeah, Santana's just going to try and stall that point as long as possible. 3210 is actually going to be swapping over onto the Cassidy so that you have that immediate CC onto the Wrecking Ball with the flashbang when Nostalgia tries to look for that dive, as it is now going to be that dive coming on through, and Scuffed isn't able to find the Suzy to prevent the follow-up damage onto Mison on that Genji.
Yeah, and Mison usually, oh my god, what a pulse bomb, by the way, from Ki, who has gotten 2 in this fight now off of that pulse. But like you said, I mean, Mison usually plays these fights so well. Obviously, finding the first pick earlier on, she opens things up for Queen's Gambit. But now, the Wrecking Ball kind of changing the pace, it seems like, Moxie. I don't know if Queen's Gambit can adjust to that. Obviously, they've got ults going to this next fight, but, you know, this has definitely changed the way Queen's Gambit have to play. Immediately power driver in, forcing the Suzu out. Nostalgia, I mean, there's so much HP on this character. Can just roll around the point. Meanwhile, Rush comes through from Scuff. Queen's Gambit trying to change the pace right now towards the point. Nostalgia's going to go with the Wrecking Ball ultimate. The mines towards the objective. Santana opening pick yet again on the Key. So with this, they're able to find up the final blows. All Genesis sort of surrounding the point. Obviously just want to stagger out at this point, but Queen's Gambit walked in and were able to deal with the Wrecking Ball this fight.
Yeah, but it did take 2 ultimates, both the Kitsune Rush and the Downpour coming on through from the Hazard to finally eject Moss Genesis off of that point before any potential stall could come through. That, though, is what Queen's Gambit needs to be able to do, because the second that Moss Genesis have this point in their possession, they can just stall it out. They don't have to have the burst damage to find the kills. They just need to be able to have the mobility to survive. Mobility that maybe the Soldier's gonna have. Shuffler is running for their life, and off of the sprint survives. The Genji denied the kill, has to go for the Shuriken rather than the reset. And now Moss Genesis are just falling piece by piece, and that was a staggered kill coming through too.
I don't know exactly what happened. I think Juno just got picked off early, and with that, Jazzy, wasn't really sure what to do with the beat. It seemed like it feels like for their team, they're just so aggressive. Everybody sort of split away from the sound barrier potential. But here comes Mount Genesis on the right side of the coast, sending the soldier towards the far right tactical visor. Displacement, forcing the sound barrier. Counter barrier comes out from Jazzy, but no, Juno's gonna go down. Didn't get the effects of the sound barrier. Now Queen's Gambit. I mean, that's terrifying. Santana in your face, slam dunk on the Schaffler. And I mean, at this point, just Queen's Gambit cleaning things up. You just have a Lucio staggered out now on Jazzy's side. Queen's Gambit gonna take round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, there was a dive attempt coming through from Moth's Genesis. Nostalgia tried to go in and get the pile drive connection to CC the Lucio to prevent the sound barrier from countering the tac visor on their side. But unfortunately, sound barrier goes through, everyone survives it. There's no burst damage after the tac visor to be able to chunk through that additional health on the Lucio's end. And then dive is always really, really good, impactful. When you initially engage, it tends to have a significant portion of fall off in terms of the damage when the fight sustains into that second half, which is exactly what Queen's Gambit are more than okay living through, right? They've still got that same damage peak all the way through, both at the start of these fights and in the midst of them, with both the Hazard and the Cassidy being able to do so much in the close and personal.
Mount Genesis, interesting, pulling out all the stops to deal with Hazard. Now they're pulling out the Maga, Orbio and Reaper. And it's worked out. Juno, nice opening pick. He's done a great job so far for the team. Finding that elimination onto 32-10 early is big for Mount Genesis right now. Obviously, they're trying to regroup around the objective. Velvet, nice dagger pick off on a Schaffler. But
Santana's gonna get out though. The Jagged Wall was actually able to block the follow through from Moth Genesis, and Nostalgia goes a little bit too far forward.
I mean, they do it again, Moxie. They did this previously, and unfortunately, it's happening once more. Juno does trade back Velvet at the very least, but and missing. Oh, no way. Juno, what? Are you kidding me? That's 3 in that fight on a stagger. Sure, they have to reset, but that was a little nasty. Queen's Gambit, however, now control the point.
Control the point, control the airways too. So missing on this Echo is going to be able to utilize those stickies and just see where Schaffler's turret is going to pop up and burst it down almost immediately, which is going to put far less pressure into that cloak phase. As it is going to be Queen's Gambit with this Kitsune rush. Potentially, they let the flip go through!
Yeah, flip goes through. That Maga was just too strong of a presence, maybe, to scare them off the objective. Ultimate comes through from Santana. Allows them to get key. Now they walk on in. The wall again, like you said, Mox. It's just so hard to deal with it. Nostalgia gonna get down Schaffler as well. Sure, they gave it the point temporarily, but it's Queen's Gambit fully in control once more.
Yeah, I mean, every single 12 seconds, you're able to set up one of those Jagged Walls, and you can choose wherever you want to put it. You can either utilize it to isolate Moth Genesis' frontline from the backline, which forces Juno into being far more aggressive with how she uses those Kitsune steps, or you can just use it to block up a single sightline and stop Moth Genesis from having the approach onto the point that they're looking for, as Jazzy is having that sound barrier. Potentially wants to utilize it aggressively, but can't, because the Jagged Wall LOS blocks the Lucio from the Mauga, and you down your tank. There's no way of wanting to actually utilize the support ultimate when you've already lost the fight that early.
Oh, man. I mean, that's brutal. That's brutal. I don't know how I feel about the Mox so far, Mox. It feels like, yeah, like it's just getting stuffed out right now by Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, I mean, Nostalgia is going to have Cage, should be able to get onto point and drop it to maybe buy Moth Genesis the flip, and then they have the sound barrier to be able to sustain through. They're going to invest the sound barrier and the Molten Core, just looking to isolate Queen's Gambit off of this point so they can find the flip and stall potentially into the second part of the fight with that Magarot.
Yeah, might have spoken too soon. Schaffler, nice shots, missing though, trading back some. Same thing with 32-10. Oh no, where is Nostalgia and Jazzy? The rest of the crew on the far right angle, I mean, they looked like they were in full control of the point, but going for those eliminations has cost them the point yet again.
Yeah, Moth Genesis, like every single time they take a fight, they're taking trades towards the tail end of it. It's not clean, it's clean up coming through from Queen's Gambit, and now they're down the players to actually follow up on the Magarot.
And the Reaper ultimate in the Mogul. Wait, now let's see. Oh my gosh, Key! What a death blossom there off the cage. I mean, it was so sad for Nostalgia to sacrifice their lives like that, but it was worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah, but look at the amount of ultimates that they had to spend to do so. And now there is 0 support ultimates to put a shutdown to the overclock coming through from 3210. So Queen's Gambit, off of the threat of either the downpour or the overclock, or even the duplicate from the Echo, can immediately buy all of the space back without a single kill.
Yeah, Schaffler again. I mean, like you said, Mox, we've seen this time and time again from Moss, but 3210 is going to go down in the overclock. Juno able to find that. However, Jazzy eventually going to burn out towards the coast. Nostalgia trying to delay underneath. Copy comes through for missing as well. And it looks like it's just clean up right now on a Moss Genesis because of, like you said, Moxie, no ultimates in this fight. Meant one pickoff was the end of it for them. The neutral did not go well. Queen's Gambit going to win on the map.
It wasn't just the neutral, it was the fact that Queen's Gambit, they understood the deficit of ultimate economy between themselves and the other side. So the second that they saw that they weren't going to get challenged by a fast push coming through from Mauga Overrun, the second they tried to cross the corner into a choke, it was full investment onto the point. One ultimate first, and then you save your second one so that if things get a little bit hairy, you can have your Echo go for that duplicate to be able to mirror the Reaper and take the 1 versus 1 to stop that potential flip that Moss Genesis were trying to set up the second that they realized that suddenly all of those fights, all of those individual one-on-ones, they were taking place around the point rather than on it. So the Reaper steps up to the plate, tries to find a little bit of a cheeky flip, will not be able to grab it. And unfortunately, as we talked about, in terms of that tank lineup, you really can see that Hazard just outclasses every single tank currently.
Yeah, it does feel really like Moss Genesis have to play it perfectly, right, Mox? They've constantly not been able to it, though, sadly. Like, it just feels like one player getting picked off after another. I don't know if it's necessarily because of the hero. It just feels like, you know, they're just not on the same page currently compared to Queen's Gambit, who look to be, you know, like you said, they are running the Hazard. They are playing, you know, potentially a better tank. But it does feel like they're a little more practiced than Moss Genesis at the current moment, at least on that map.
Yeah, and I mean, they had so much more burst damage too. Both Sojourn and Echo can melt these players, and then Santana with that 4-second cooldown of the lunge can immediately collapse onto a low half player, and then when you're playing that Hazard, you have the choice of in that jump actually going for the shift again, or you can lead into a melee to be able to push into a primary, and off of the back of that, all of those low health targets just have no opportunity of being able to fall back to either their Kiriko or their Lucio, because a lot of the time the target was the Kiriko, because you would then be able to force out that Suzu immediately, force out the swift steps of the Kirikos out of position entirely of another player, and by the time you forced all of that utility, your Hazard is ready, set to go to just find another player to jump on top of and bully to absolute oblivion. And now Moss Genesis have a really tough decision ahead of themselves. Are they going to continue trying to swerve around this Hazard, or are we going to see the Hazard mirror come through from them?
Ooh, Eichenwald. I mean, to be honest with this pick, I think the answer is no, Mox. I don't know. Like, it does feel like they like playing the Wrecking Ball and Maga, specifically maybe Wrecking Ball and Eichenwalde, right? It does seem like this is a better map for that hero, right? You just can maybe control the flanks, you know, go for the dives early and stuff. But I mean, you talked about it. It's just like Hazard does it all, right? Like we talked about, at least off the broadcast with me, where Hazard can be that brawl, can be that dive. I mean, on Eichenwalde, it doesn't seem like Hazard's going to slow down, right?
I mean, you are going to have the high ground on B, but even then, Hazard is still able to climb it.
Yeah.
If you just start utilizing your wall climb, and then when you jump with your lunge, it resets the climb cooldown. So even on B, when we talk about how oppressive the defense holding that high ground can be to an attacking team if they ever have to play into a retake, you're still going to have the means of essentially just Rapunzel, let down your hat, immediately getting from the floor to that tower all in one go and collapsing onto whoever is unlucky enough to be on the other side. What is puzzling me, though, is the fact of when we last saw Moss Genesis in play, when they were playing against Timeless Aurora yesterday, they were really static in terms of, for the first part of the match, what compositions they wanted to play. And it was the Genji, the Sojourn, the Hazard, the Lucio, and the Kiriko. So we know that they can play the Hazard. They're just not really opting in for that mirror. And it can be really tough. It's a go big or go home strategy when you run the Wrecking Ball, when you try and run the Genji alongside it, because Wrecking Ball and Genji aren't going to be able to do the vast majority of their damage until they're on top of you. right? So when you're trying to rotate into a fight, the rest of your team, they're not going to have a tank to be able to absorb that pressure, so they have to be even more specific in terms of the positioning, so they don't just die from poke coming through from something like, say, a Sojourn on the other side. You have to hope that Queen's Gambit don't recognize how long that setup is going to take and decide to opt in for a tempo change. So they immediately start off the fight before you're ready to be able to take it, and then every single time you lose the fight, you have to walk back through that same gauntlet again and again and again. If you can get on top of someone and you have the Wrecking Ball, and you can go for the pile drive and set up the Genji dash to be able to follow through off of a couple of bits of damage coming in from your hit scan, it can work out great. Players can disintegrate on one go. Unfortunately, first you have to bait out things like the Kiriko Suzu, because they're gonna see the Wrecking Ball come through and they're gonna Suzu immediately, and that unfortunately was happening to Moss Genesis, as we're gonna be seeing a little bit of a change up in terms of composition. This is why they decided to take us on over to Eichenwald. This is a composition we've got to see from some teams on Circuit, where they were running things like the Reinhardt with the Symmetra, but Moss Genesis are going all in on defense. It's going to be a damage boosted Bastion, made to isolate some of these angles that Queen's Gambit are looking to approach from. And Eichenwald is still subdued to a couple of angles that the attacking team have available to them. So if Moss Genesis play their cards right, this could very well be a full hull comp.
Definitely could be. I mean, they're hiding around the corner of the bush. They're running the lore accurate comp. Samoa, they had to run the Maga. This map, they're running Reinhardt on Eichenwald, but they're caught out. No way. How did Queen's Gambit read this? Chapler and Jazzy both gonna fall. Oh no, the cheese doesn't work out. And then that's just gonna be a full wipe. Nostalgia found Velvet, but they just went back to spawn as fast as they came out.
Yeah, and it was the cheese way of doing it too, so it wasn't even like you were utilizing Key's Maywell to just stop Queen's Gambit from approaching underneath bridge. You were looking for her Rhine charge to pin one of Queen's Gambit's members outside of that position and pick up the kill. They're still going to be running this composition. The Bastion is getting that damage boost, but unfortunately, nobody came. We're playing pacifist role of Overwatch right now, as Queen's Gambit are just waiting for the portcullis to open instead.
I mean, 5 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock is a daunting task for the defense. However, you can do it on this first point. Reinhardt misses the charge. Meanwhile, Chapler actually getting some damage in with a grenade on a Scuff. Immediately traded out by 3210. Jazzy trying to take out 3210, who just went aggressive. Nobody can shut down this Sojourn right now. Queen's Gambit clean the floor right now. Moss Genesis, I mean, they're running Mei, but it seems like Hazard's a better version of that character at the current moment. Queen's Gambit, full wipe for them.
Everything the Mei can do, the Hazard can do better, because the Hazard has the verticality of clearing every single obstacle Key is trying to set up on this Mei, and Santana already positioned to full dive commit onto Moss Genesis, and they don't clear the angle!
Oh my gosh, that's so much damage coming in. Then Santana just gets it done. Support there, obviously, from the backside. You have some support, the Suzu, to keep Santana up. But this is what happens when you give such a strong hero to such a strong player in Santana. Queen's Gambit, again, without a wipe.
Yeah, no one on the defense checked the weather forecast. It was very much clear skies with a chance of downpour immediately afterwards. Jazzy toyed with going for the Brigitte to play counter dive. Now he goes for the Ana instead with that Sleep Dart cooldown, looking to try and set up onto this tank's larger hitbox. But missing with the copy on that Echo for the Reinhardt. Gonna make sure that their defense just keep backing up.
I mean, the copy and the Reinhardt shatter into full wipe again. Jazzy, like you said, onto the Ana, but I mean, this is brutal, Mox. This has been an absolute steamroll from Queen's Gambit. 5 minutes and 30 seconds now in the third phase of the map.
Yeah, you can see Moss Genesis, they're just throwing anything at the wall to see if anything is going to stick. Jazzy is onto the Illari to try and bring the poke damage of a DPS. Juno is going to be opting for that Zenyatta for the Discord, and also punishing the fact that Santana on that Hazard is not going to have the means of shielding a majority of the players, taking a lot of damage coming through from the volleys, just looking to slow down this attacking team for any bit of utility they can find.
Shatter able from Nostalgia, able to get it done. No, never mind. Walled off and deleted. Again, the Jagged Wall taking down Nostalgia with the support on the backside of the overclock. Queen's Gambit, I mean, nobody can stop them, it feels like, at this point.
This might be the fastest push of Eichenwald we've ever seen. Velvet's going to be able to find the kill onto the soldier before Schaeffler can put themselves through that spawn wall. The soldier's going to be able to come back in on the wrecking ball to stall it a little bit longer, but Queen's Gambit have the soundbar to be able to sustain through every single bit of stall that Moss Genesis tries to set up. Jazzy's even going to go onto the Life Weaver. What is going on?
I mean, nothing's going on at this point. I mean, Queen's Gambit gonna cap out the entire map, not 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but 4 minutes and 19 seconds. I think you're right, Moxie. That's got to be up there for one of the world records for sure.
Oh my goodness. It just night and day. Absolute night and day between these two teams. Queen's Gambit just really looking like they want to get this match over and done with and continue steamrolling their way through on that lower bracket, on that replay of Major 3. And they're looking absolutely unstoppable. There were some really cool little bits of micro that came on through, like Nostalgia with the Rhine pin, tried to make sure that Santana wasn't set up in a position where she would be able to get that jagged wall to interrupt the Rhine shatter, but unfortunately the pin CC was off by the time that the hammer comes down, so even though the Rhine was looking for the ultimate, Santana was still able to set up the wall to prevent any of the follow through. No fire strike, no pin, nothing that Moss Genesis can be able to do to sweep up any of the stunned out players, even with things like the Zenyatta trying to charge up those volleys. And you really could see it was so one-sided. Everything that Genesis tried to do to prevent any form of momentum Queen's Gambit had going for them was just erased time and time again by Queen's Gambit continue to get aggressive and even more aggressive.
Yeah, and there's no, I think, no diss either to Moss Genesis. This is a big game to win for Queen's Gambit, considering how things went yesterday with Team Aw Yes. But, you know, like you said, with this team, with specifically Moss Genesis, right? They made it through the last chance qualifiers to go against Queen's Gambit right now. Actually took down Shikigami. So, you know, this team is nothing to mess around with, right? Queen's Gambit, like you said, they're trying to get it done. And versus a lot of kind of cheese right now for Moss Genesis, I think Queen's Gambit are handling it quite well.
Yeah, Nostalgia's going to be going for the Roadhog again, punching the fact that Santana on that Hazard is not going to have the means of being able to stop the hook, especially with the hack coming on through from Cube. But the Hazard backed off, saw that they were going to be a target, so that when the hook does come through, the wall's already there in play, and the Hazard is still alive.
It's still alive on the backside. You can see Moss Genesis trying to bait Queen's Gambit on the inside, but Key able to find the elimination on Mison on the coast. So that's going to give him the opening. Maybe if they can exploit Queen's Gambit, maybe getting those pickoffs right with this Sombra, that could enable a little bit of a momentum shift. Velvet does trade back one at the very least, but Schaeffler and the rest of the crew is able to track down Santana. With that tank gone, I mean, Queen's Gambit, I mean, Scuffed able to find one, missing with another one. Wait, they're making this scrappy right. Only 3 members left for Moss Genesis, and Key's low. But Queen's Gambit on the backside of the point are able to kind of make it dicey. Key's going to fall as well.
Oh, no.
And oh, no. Just like that, it's over. Scuff, nice shots on the Kiriko. Everybody's gone now for Moss Genesis' side. It was just Nostalgia on the objective. They've given a tick. However, they have to reset now.
I'm just going to let it sit in the air for a moment for everyone to appreciate. In the first fight, Scuffed already has Kitsune Rush built up on their end. That's how much damage this Kiriko has been able to do, utilizing those Suzes the second the hack came through onto Key to make sure that Santana was going to be able to survive that additional damage coming on out from the Sombra with the hack targets, then also making sure that the Roadhog wasn't able to find the pick that they were looking for, things like that pick pen. And now Mison is the one who infiltrates the backline, and that's the go sign! Queen's Gambit, there's the Suzu, there goes the Hazard, and that's going to be a very dead Roadhog.
Yeah, I mean, all the way into the spawn of Moss Genesis right now. Maybe, why not throw a pulse bomb in? Could find something, even though there's the invisible, or the invincibility frames you get in the spawn, obviously. But Moss Genesis walking out now, 2 minutes left, and I mean, that's definitely a bit of a momentum killer, if anything, Mox.
Well, that's going to kill the momentum even more. Scuffed is able to find another early pick on their end onto a DPS. Schaeffler goes down, and Santana in the back with the mobility afforded to Hazard is managing to make this entire team turn around and deal with them.
What is this hero? I mean, Santana's trying to act like this map on Eichenwald is their own personal parkour map. Queen's Gambit playing it back. Right, not able to find the elimination this time on their engage, but now they pop the overclock. Here comes a very early MP. Susu'd off immediately, so 32-10 still able to get as much damage as they could possibly want. Jazzy's going to fall, missing with another one of the Schaeffler. She's able to take one down. And with that, Queen's Gambit, they just surround Mosh Genesis. 60 seconds left to go, Moxie, and this is looking kind of mean.
And no trades either. They saw that 3210 on that Sojin was going to be the target of choice coming through from that EMP from Key. Like you said, Susie comes out from Scuffed. Velvet gets to hold on to his Sound Barrier, then invest it when the Nano Boost goes onto the Roadhog. So no one from Queen's Gambit, no one on the defense has to make that long, arduous trek from the defensive spawn onto the point, which means that Mosh Genesis have to fight through the chokes 5 versus 5 directly into a Kitsune Rush with overtime about to start up.
Elite ultimate from Scuff. Santana again on the key. Shaffla's going to fall immediately afterwards. 20 seconds to go. Jazzy's going to go down with the Juno ultimate coming up. And, I mean, this is just a mismatch in teams right now. Like you said, with Queen's Gambit, they're delaying the Roadhog now. 10 seconds left to go. Queen's Gambit are not looking like a team you want to mess with right now. You know, despite how things maybe have gone in previous days. Now coming in today, Juno going to pop the ultimate. But it doesn't really matter. Queen's Gambit now going to go up 2, put themselves on map point.
Yeah, I mean, we had the Roadhog in play, and it was looking a bit like pigs needing to fly for them to be able to break through the full hold that Queen's Gambit had set up. Checkmate and match. It really does feel like, as we can see that missing, oh my goodness, just managing to catch the respawning Shaffler with the pulse bomb, sees the orbital ray goes through, understands that even with that additional damage, that ultimate is going to bring to the table, like you said, it doesn't matter, it's inconsequential. No one is going to be able to break out of main road onto the point in time, and Queen's Gambit just doing a very good job of not overinvesting ultimates, understanding that there's going to be staggered points in the fight, where Mosh Genesis pull their punches, try and bait out some of those precious utilities, so things like the Sombra going in first to bait out the Kiriko Suzu. So they need to have an ace up their sleeve in the form of something like a Sound Barrier to ensure that every single one of those fights is super one-sided. And Queen's Gambit, they never lose players, they never trade down numbers, so they never have to pull back from their super aggressive positioning.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit, you can see how this team was able to compete to such a high level previously going into this tournament. You know, obviously had some shakeups in the upper brackets, but now coming down here against Mosh Genesis, they look like a completely new team, right? I think they just, across the board, have such a talented roster right now, and it just feels like it's a potential super team in the making if they can just make this climb out of the lower bracket. Obviously, there's still one more map they would need to win here, Mox, for a potential reverse sweep to happen for Mosh Genesis. What map would you pick? I don't know. Like, it does feel like 2-0. 3-0, hard question, I know, but for Mosh Genesis, for the last chance qualifier team, one of the teams that made it out of it, I mean, it's such a large mountain to climb, right?
Yeah, it really is, because like everything that Mosh Genesis have tried to do in the past on the maps that they've looked incredibly dominant on, Queen's Gambit can kind of do better. Like, Mosh Genesis have played the Pharah, Queen's Gambit have Missin, who's been one of the strongest Pharahs that we've seen in the Calling All Heroes circuit. They've tried to go for like this tank swap up coming on through, but Santana has been one of the staple tanks in the Calling All Heroes circuit. Like you said, this is an absolute super team. Just going to be Dorado that we had to, so fully expect Nostalgia to be trying to play into the Wrecking Ball shenanigans on their attack, just knocking players off of the high ground. We know that Queen's Gambit, they are going to be held in some pretty aggressive positions if the Iconvault defense is going to be anything to go for, but personally, I'm just hoping that we get the Widow off between the two DPS duels.
We might. I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised. It does feel like, you know, if the tough part is about playing Widowmaker, right, Mox? It does seem like the duels can be a little bit unfair, right? If the supports on the side of the Widow that's taking you in the duel keep their Widow alive, right? So if there's only one tank diving you, for example, it's going to be kind of brutal for the other one, right? If you just have so much pressure on you, like you said with Missin, constantly diving in, it's going to be so hard to deal with these players that are so good at diving, right? So I don't know, is there really even, do you even really want to run that against this team, right, against Queen's Gambit, who look to be so clean on those dives with such aggressive support players as well?
Yeah, well, we know that Mosh Genesis, we got to see a little bit of the Widow picks come through from them the last time that they played things like a Coliseo. When they played Dorado last time, they actually opted for the Tracer with the Sojourn, the Wrecking Ball, the Lucio, and the Kiriko. But Widowmaker for the attacking team, just like for the first 5 seconds to see if you can find an opening pick on her, over eager defensive player who's maybe posted up a little bit too in the LOS of the attacking spawn can be such a huge boon. It's really going to be a matter of whether or not the Tracer can win the Tracer duel for control of that payload, because the Wrecking Ball is going to be trying to destroy as much attention as possible, while your Tracer tries to just push that cart further and further and further into that first opening courtyard of A. But that's all going to be shut down if you either lose the Tracer versus or you lose it to a Kiriko. And that's one of the things that Queen's Gambit, like we've talked about their DPS, we've talked about their tank. We haven't really covered how absolutely oppressive their supports have been, because this Kiriko is just murdering everybody. Like Scuffed with the kunai that they're hitting is taking duels against respawning Annas, is taking duels against respawning DPS, and is winning them. It's not even a matter of like sacrificing one of your supports to make sure that the backline or one of the numbers of the other side stays staggered and split for as long as possible. You're doing that and more. You're separating them for another 30 seconds because you're sending them back to spawn.
Yeah, I don't know how you're gonna deal with Scuffed, right? The only way maybe is to, you know, have a player that could pick off like a incredibly aggressive Rico like Scuffed has been. You know, especially on a map like Dorado 2, where there's so many off angles as well for the defense to potentially take. It's gonna be a challenge for sure, Moxie. And you know, like you said, they're gonna potentially run that Wrecking Ball composition, but we saw on map number 1. I mean, was that the closest that Queen's Gambit did come to losing? I don't know. Like, what do you think? Is that actually going to be a difference maker on Dorado, considering how things have gone for Queen's Gambit?
I mean, they don't run it full with the Wrecking Ball. It's a little bit of just distraction to push the defensive team off of the high ground, and then it's the swap over to the Hazard. At least that's what occurred the last time that they played this map when they matched up against Timeless Aurora, and it was looking really, really good for them when they played up against Timeless Aurora. Unfortunately, as we've seen, Queen's Gambit is in another league currently. There is a reason that this team in the last major made it all of the way to the grand finals, and a major chunk of that journey was through the lowest bracket. Like we said, some teams really come into their own when under pressure, and we can see that Queen's Gambit is one of them.
Yeah, they really are. It's such a tough challenge for Moss Genesis, right? I mean, considering how things have gone for them, to even take down Shikikami is a huge deal. But it is, like you said, I mean, it's such a tough test. Immediately going from the 7th seed right into that 3rd seed, who, you know, happened to have a close game with Yas and got sent down to the lower brackets, and, you know, is obviously looking to make the comeback. You're right. You mentioned how Queen's Gambit's not really playing with their food right now. They want to get the job done and continue on in this tournament, considering how things have gone.
Yeah. And you can see that they're expecting the Wrecking Ball to come out from Nostalgia, because Velvet is on the Brigitte. One of the reasons that Velvet is on the Brigitte is because you have CC to be able to stop the Wrecking Ball from finding the connections. Another reason, though, is because you're going to have those armor packs to donate to Miss Sun. If it goes down to the Tracer 1v1 and Moss Genesis running the Lucio, running the Kiriko, it's not going to be a fair Tracer 1v1. It's going to be a Tracer 1v1 aided by Velvet.
Nostalgia already set up back here. Juno with the nice opening pick on the 32-10 as well. Comes back through with the slam onto Velvet. Nice work with the Wrecking Ball on Moss Genesis' side. They're able to take advantage so far, but we've seen Queen's Gambit find pickoffs in this situation. Scuffed again on the Jazzy, able to find one also towards this car. Santana with another one. They found 3 somehow in this fight, and this keeps happening somehow. Moss Genesis will get the fight win, but those pickoffs are brutal.
Yeah, big fan of how Nostalgia went about pathing for that fight instead of her just immediately looking for the roll-off onto the defense, which Queen's Gambit were anticipating. The Wrecking Ball doesn't commit until you're able to shove Santana on that position of the Hazard on that rooftop away. So when the fight actually kicks off in full, the tank was not there to absorb the pressure coming through from Moss Genesis' aggression, and Queen's Gambit finally get caught out by the tempo. Now, though, Santana is back on that position on that front line, but Juno is still unleashed. Now she's the one hitting the kunai instead.
Nice shot. 30-10 trades it back on the Schaffler. Unfortunately, this has happened so far very consistently for Velvet on the Brigitte. Not had a good time, but 32-10 is having a good time. Meanwhile, the Cassidy, as more staggers now come through, Moss Genesis pushed all the way back. Nice stagger on the Juno as well.
Yeah, and 32-10, like you said, coming back in on that Cassidy is really going to be a menace in the plans of the dive that Moss Genesis wanted to be able to set up. The Genji and the Wrecking Ball both going to have to be very worried about how close they get to that Cassidy with the Magnate. Santana also going to be sitting on that downpour, and Nostalgia running out of opportunity to just absolutely wrangle this defense apart with the way that Queen's Gambit are positioning inside the claustrophobic spaces.
A nice ultimate from Santana to get those stuns, and then the elimination on the Moth Genesis, who are now coming back from the spawn with 2 minutes left to go. They do have the rush ready to go, but I mean, you're going to need to find a pick off yet again versus a defense who is holding so strongly.
No Tracer on the side of Moth Genesis either, so if one of them wants to actually keep pushing that cart when the rest of the team goes for that approach inwards, it's going to have to be your Wrecking Ball, which means that they're not there to set up the power drive follow through for either Scheffler or Key.
A defensive rush from the high ground as well. Comes back for the peel, mines the segment off that high ground. Nostalgia able to take down Velvet at the very least. Trades back for Missing, who has found one, but 32-10 comes back on Nostalgia. And with the Wrecking Ball gone, that's so much pressure removed. Santana is low, but he has to play it slow. Wait for those heals to come back through. Nice shots coming in from Juno over the top left, but now there's that blade. Chases down the counterpart. Oh no, maybe he doesn't get the reset, however. It doesn't really matter. Jazzy got traded on the meanwhile. Missing's pressure was worthwhile as Queen's Gambit still take the lead, and Santana finds the pickoff.
100% worth. This is something that Queen's Gambit have done in the past when they've got wind that Lucio on the other side was a little bit close to that sound barrier. And Moss Genesis, they don't have the they have the Lucio. Velvet's still on this Brigida, so all the Queen's Gambit are going to do for this defense is keep ripping players from Moss Genesis apart, so that when we have the Blade, when we have the Tag Visor, Queen's Gambit have the numbers to weather the storm.
Santana just doesn't care. I mean, just flying in there.
Oh yeah, they're having the
Austin's
time
face.
of their life right now. This Hazard is on vacation.
It really is. And, you know, Moss Genesis, 18 seconds left to go. Last fight territory now on their attack. And they'll still have a chance if this were to go to defense right now, however. They've got ultimates and they need to use them. Here's that blade. Countered by the... It goes down in the air. No way. Key. Unfortunate blade in that situation. Everybody else using ultimates for Queen Gambit's side. Now Moss Genesis just committed everything to no avail. And Queen's Gambit, what a hold from them. Moss Genesis only made it 58 meters before being stuffed. Queen's Gambit now going to switch sides.
I mean, it may be Dorado, but for a second, it was looking a lot like Samoa all over again, because Santana does the exact same play, understands that Jazzy and that Lucio is going to have the sound barrier, that the Genji is going to be getting the sound barrier to better embolden Key's Blade when she wants to go for that dive in. So what does Santana do? They drop the Jagged Wall, and the Lucio gets zoned away. The LOS on the sound barrier doesn't manage to catch on to the Genji before Key goes down.
Oh, man. You know, Moss Genesis defense, I mean, for them, this would have to be a miracle, right? 58 meters, that's like one fight that they could potentially... Well, I guess it was two if they take a super early fight like Queen's Gambit did. But, you know, Mox, like, Chamfler's not had a great time on most of these heroes so far, simply because, you know, of how Queen's Gambit are playing. The rest of the crew, too, right? It just feels like Queen's Gambit's just always in their face somewhere. And usually it's just Santana creating that space, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there was no Tracer either, so there wasn't any real split focal point for the defense to have to worry about. And Queen's Gambit, they went into this thinking that they would have to worry about it. We had the Brigida come through from their end to try and put a stop to the mobility coming on out from Dragon Ball, but also to give a weighted advantage to that Tracer if it did go down to that fight over the payload. Now we're going to have to wait and see whether or not Moss Genesis can pull off this full hold. They're going to be going for that Rhine. It did not work out for them when we looked at Eichenwald. This time, though, they're not going to be looking for a cheese charge. Ooh, one of them looks a little bit too closely, though, to 3210 on that Widow and almost got a head cut.
Oh, now, oh my gosh, there it is. Juno will fall. Kept repeating the same angle. And that just meant you're going to have to go against 3210 on the Widowmaker. Clean up now onto Key as well. Nostalgia is able to trade one, but everybody's kind of running around. Everybody's scrambling right now to live. Nostalgia's begging for their lives. No, please. No, Santana. No, not the wall. Anything but the wall. Oh my God, wait. He's woofing. I didn't even know Reinhardt can make that noise. What the hell? Nice heals come back through. Santana pushed everybody back from Moss Genesis. The fear of Santana is striking into the hearts of Moss Genesis. Key's able to take down one. But at this point, it's too late. Queen's Gambit going to win on Dorado. Win 3-0 over Moss Genesis.
Yeah, there it is. Check and make Queen's Gambit free, and Zero looking absolutely unstoppable. It's going to be 32-10 on the Cassidy picking up the play of the game. But I mean, the thing that opened up that attack was the Widow. We talked about it. We spoke it into existence. When that defense is just a little bit too overeager in the angles that they try and peer in to see what composition the attacking team is going to be rolling out with, so they can get the information and start to figure out how exactly they're going to have to set all of their pieces. Unfortunately, it just revealed far too much to the Widowmaker's crosshairs, and like you said, like, peeking it once is punishable, but it doesn't always secure the kill. Peeking it a second time, though, there's no excuse for that.
No. I mean, the only real thing you could say is like the series was kind of lost at that point. You know, maybe they're just like, okay, let's just go out there and play, not really think, right? Because that's a good way to cope with what Queen's Gambit were doing in that series, right? They played it so well, and for Moss Genesis, right, I feel like they played incredibly strong. Considering how, you know, they were a last chance qualifier team, right? They took down another team that, you know, that got in to the championship series via points. So I don't think you should feel too bad as Moss Genesis. For Queen's Gambit, though, they are moving on to the tournament. They still want to win the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I mean, Santana just looks so strong. Every single time we see Santana picking up different heroes, they always look strong, but you really can tell that there is just a sense of comfort on the Hazard. Like, the understanding of the tempo of when to utilize the downfall, we got to see it a little bit there on the replays of Dorado when the Wrecking Ball would look for that pile drive, and they started trying to pocket the Wrecking Ball, having things like the Susie to be able to follow up to make sure that the Wrecking Ball didn't get stunned out and was able to freely reposition. That was when Santana would be able to invest their downfall just to make sure that the Wrecking Ball might be able to get out, but nothing else from the Moff's team was going to be able to get in at the same time. So Queen's Gambit looking scarily strong. I am sure this is not going to be the last we see of this team in the championship.
It's not going to be, and it's not going to be the last you're going to see of us either. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll potentially have an interview and more matches for the rest of the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Championship Series. We just finished off a match between Queen's Gambit and Moss Genesis. And, you know, Queen's Gambit looked incredibly good, Moxie. 3-0 win. Moss Genesis didn't really stand a chance in the series overall. We started on the first map with absolute dominance out of Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, just looking, like you said, incredibly dominant, having a really good read of the current meta and also of what Moss Genesis were going to be trying to utilize as they went through so many different compositions. And it really is a testament to a very strong team when you're able to keep yourself as dominant as you are with a team when you're versing against them that just continually goes through all of these different changes, because you have to change alongside them. You can't just continue doing the same thing over and over. So there were these very small little micro plays the Queen's Gambit made in terms of those adjustments, whether it was going even more aggressive or starting to slow things a little bit down, turning their attention onto some of those really priority targets with things like the Lucio, who was super close to Sound Barrier. So you better believe that when we get to talk to one of their players, one of the things that we're definitely going to be asking is going to be towards not just IGLing, but also ult tracking too, because that tends to be the backline's job. Yeah,
and we already have the interview ready to go. We're going to have Velvet from the side of Queen's Gambit. How are you doing after that series? You guys played it so well. I mean, Moss Genesis didn't stand a chance, it felt like. How are you feeling after that series?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty confident and excited for our next match.
Yeah, there's definitely plenty to be excited about. Your team is looking insanely strong. We've got to see what exactly the Hazard is capable of doing, but obviously as a support player, having a tank who doesn't always have a shield up to be able to cover you puts a lot of pressure on your survivability. Do you feel like that sort of influenced a lot of how the team plays? Like, is the outwards aggression that the team shows basically to make sure that you don't get the other teams like duelists, their DPS, to give the opportunity of diving on you?
Honestly, we've talked about it a lot, and I think we kind of just live because we're like low-key just fine with trading backline a lot of the time. It's not like most of the time like we just try and trade backline. So like us dying isn't really or us, I guess, living isn't like, I don't know how to word it. I mean, we just live. We're just goats like that, I guess.
You know, on that, oh my god, QCat, by the way, in the back. Velvet, like, you guys played that. What's her name or his name?
Her name is Ari.
Oh, Ari. And I mean, obviously you played that so well in that series. Specifically, I want to talk about when you guys potentially go against IES later on, if you do. You know, it was, that series was so close and so back and forth. They played a lot of Wrecking Ball with it. I mean, how do you guys feel going against that now? You played against Moss Genesis, who just played against it. Is there any difference in how that goes? I mean, obviously you got Santana, who's an absolute beast on the Hazard, but is there any differences maybe you guys have made in that series specifically against Moss Genesis that's going to help you moving forward?
I don't. We didn't make any actual changes. I mean, my Flex CPS made like a move to have better internet. That's about all that.
Like actual move, like IRL move? Or?
Yes. Like, I mean, we were struggling a lot because of like internet stuff, but you know, we made it through that. We pushed through. And you know, if we meet IES later down the line, you know, I'm pretty confident that we're gonna, you know, win that a lot more
so then,
convincing this time.
moving away from looking at the future, looking at the past, because the last time we got to see your team on broadcast was all the way back in December for Major 3. We know that you were able to duelite Nightmare Eclipse in the Swiss round and beat them 2-0, but then unfortunately the grand finals fell a little bit short. With the downtime of the Christmas holidays and now where we are in January, what has the team done to sort of prepare themselves to be able to go head-to-head against potentially Nightmare Eclipse again?
Well, we've been putting in a lot of like work the past few weeks to get ready for this tournament. Like, we've been scrimming a lot, we've been VODing, we've been making sure that we're in our best, I guess, our best condition for this match.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me, and I think you specifically as well. You had some swaps, I believe, over to Brigitte on that third map to deal, you know, potentially with that Wrecking Ball. Is that a change? I mean, you don't have to talk about it too much, but does that help at least versus that Wrecking Ball, or can you play the Lucio or the Brig? It doesn't really seem to matter.
I think well, for me, it's definitely a comfort pick to go the Brig in, there, but I think we could still get the job done with Lucio.
Right.
And can you very quickly talk us through as well? Because like we were looking at the composition that Mobs ran on the Eichenwald defense. They try to go for a little bit of the cheese with the Reinhardt composition, but you guys were able to very quickly read it on out. What were the comms like in that moment? Who was the one that first spotted that something wasn't quite what it seemed?
All right, well, I think it was actually me, and I saw the Reinhardt pin across my screen and said, "Wow, there's a Reinhardt on my screen." So I mean, that's literally what was said. And then we saw a Bastion in like hiding in some corner, and we just entered the Bastion.
So they tried to use it as a bit of a distraction. Didn't really work out. No, Velvet, is there anything else, by the way, that you want to say? I think we're gonna move on, but is there anything you want to say? Maybe shout outs to your team and get ready for the next series, because obviously want to have you have some time, but to prepare. But anything that you want to say? Any shout outs to the rest of your team or for yourself?
Yeah, shout out to my team and my coach, and then shout out my girlfriend. I think she's asleep right now, but you know, shout out her. She's awesome.
Awesome. That's very sweet from you, Velvet. Thank you so much for the interview. It was great talking to you.
Thank you.
All right, that was Velvet from the team of Queen's Gambit, and you know that looked like a very clean series from them and the rest of the crew. I mean, Mox, is there anything else to say about it besides Moth Genesis kind of got mopped on? It was not very close. 3-0 dominance.
I mean, I think for Queen's Gambit, it really just speaks to the fact that they're not here to play around. They are just wanting to absolutely steamroll through this lower bracket and get their way back into their grand finals. But there's going to be a couple of really strong teams that they're going to have to get past if they want to be able to do that. Because Dustin, we had a very fast series. Just now, I'm really hoping on the other side of this break, we're going to be having the other extremity. Like Valentine versus Nightmare Eclipse. Surely this one has to go the distance. It absolutely has to be. Because like both of these two teams, they have a really good understanding of the meta. We've seen the hazard plays come through from all of them. They've got really good flexibility as well when it comes to those DPS lineups. So hopefully we're going to be seeing a little bit of a boxing match instead of just a straight knockout.
You were laying death flags all over the course for this Caster Curse to come into effect. So if you want to avoid the Caster Curse as a viewer, as a fan, make sure to check out the new Radiant merch that just came out. We obviously have had it for a few months now, but it's awesome. Make sure to scan that QR code to check out all of that merch and avoid the death flags that Moxie is planning. I can't believe you would do this.
Like,
maybe
Cat Mercy can just find their revive, okay?
It's not a 6-man anymore. You can't just res everybody like you could at the beginning of the game. It's not. It's one person. They can maybe it's gonna be one map that you brought back. If you buy it for each Cat Mercy you bring back, it's one map that you bring back into a potential closed series. But obviously check that out with the QR code, and make sure to keep tuning in to the rest of this stream as well for even more news and stuff. But we're gonna go to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you for that next match, and hopefully it's exciting like Moxie's led on. So we'll be right back after this break. Hello, everybody. Calling All Heroes is back. Champs is here, and we're on day number 3, match number 2, match number 1. Queen's Gambit won pretty handily in the lower brackets, but now we're moving on to the upper brackets. We have an absolute barn burner of a series to go. Hopefully, we didn't plant those death flags earlier. Nightmare Eclipse versus Valentine is coming up, Moxie.
Yes, hopefully, like Dustin said, we haven't been been cursing a free 0 roundup, as it is going to be Nightmare Eclipse, our previous major free champions, heading to head with Valentine, one of the major teams who has long been a part of the Calling All Heroes circuit. These two teams are incredibly storied in meeting up with each other. A lot of the time, this is our grand final matchup too, Nightmare versus Valentine. So maybe this is just an appetizer. Maybe we're going to have a little bit of an upset in that lower bracket a little bit later on. But right now, we know for definite Nightmare Eclipse are going to be showing up on the screen. And it's going to be Bun, Wisps, Hitori, Nenwai, and Z who are going to be the starting roster. So no Peace nor Sniper going to be coming on through for Control Point.
No, yeah, it is interesting, at least on the first map, that you don't want those characters in. But like you said, I mean, this team is one of the best, if not the best team in Calling All Heroes, and they've consistently proven why, right? It just seems like every single championship, at least so far, at least in the Major 3, they're able to come through and get the win. We'll see if they can get it done in the biggest stage of it all. Let's take a look at Valentine's roster. I mean, another roster, like you said, Moxie, that is really good as well. I mean, this team has been competing to such a high level, at least in the championship series, to put them in that easily like number 2 seed so far.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see Valentine. They had a little bit of a struggle when they matched up against Shikikami earlier, being able to win out 3-2. So we can have a look at their lineup. We've got Zoe, Ivory, Mari, Bernice, and AJMR. Ivory has really impressed me. We got to see Ivory going for the Widowmaker headshot kill onto Nea on Dorado on that replay, when we got to see the repeats of yesterday's matches coming through at the very beginning of this match. But Zoe has also been one of those really standout DPSs for the entire year of the Calling All Heroes circuit. Very, very good Genji. Very, very good Pharah. So a lot of flexibility on Valentine's lineup, and that was actually something that Ivory is very good at too. We've had Ivory be able to go for things like the Ashe. We've seen Ivory as well on the Cassidy, a little bit of the Sojourn getting to come on out too. So very much expecting Valentine to be flexible around what they're going to run into, as Nightmare Eclipse has been a little bit more static in terms of the composition that they want to play. A lot of that Hazard, Sojourn, and Genji coming through from their end, with both of these teams really prioritizing the Kiriko and Lucio. Not a lot of Juno play coming on through from either.
No, yeah, it does seem like that character sort of phased out, at least in this composition with Hazard, and with how much, you know, survivability Kiriko has with the Suzu. There is a lot of capability for sure out of that kit, and pick-off potential too, like we saw earlier. So, you know, it's a very scary character to go against at the current moment. Samoa first map that we're going to, and, you know, like you said, Mox, I think both these teams do favor the Hazard to a degree, right? I mean, both like to play that composition really no matter what.
Yes, a lot of the Hazard is going to be coming on through from both of these teams. We might see Valentine go for something a little bit more staple of a traditional dive. Mari has been known to pick up the Doomfist a lot of the time, as well as getting to opt on to things like the Winston. She used to be a lot more Doomfist centric, but since branched out into some of the other tanks.
Right, yeah, I mean, you talked about earlier how, you know, tank flexibility is a big deal, right? Making sure that you could play all of the different heroes, no matter how strong Hazard may be right now, in case, you know, things start to change in the future, right? Because a lot of it is timing based, right, Moxie? I mean, we've seen teams, potentially not that good of teams, win it all based on, you know, metas and all the sort of thing. If they get the right, you know, heroes at the right time, it matters.
Yes, it really does. And I mean, a lot of the time as well, we do have patches changing, because Calling All Heroes plays on the live circuit, but it is going to be Volcano up first on the submap for Samoa, and that is likely going to herald the mirror matchup between all of these hazards, and that's obviously going to weight into advantage of the team's hazard that wins it and doesn't have to play into the retake, because as we've said, Hazard a very mobile tank, but playing into that retake when you don't have access to the verticality to mix up your engagement can leave you open to a lot of poke pressure coming on through from the Zodron.
Right, yeah, we'll have to watch that sort of evolve. And both teams running similar compositions, exact same compositions, in fact. And Nightmare playing it slow. Hattori working on the left side, forced out by Valentine. Comes back to the rest of the team. Dives back out. Oh my gosh, Ivory deleted Zoe. Meanwhile, trades back one. AGM already found on the other side, so it's 2 for 2 so far. And that was terrifying. Hattori just jumped out to get that elimination, and Bug Soup's low. Everybody else is low for Valentine's side, considering how they lost their supports earlier. Zoe's going to trade back pieces at the very least, so it's at least trading back and forth. Bernie's trying to delay the objective, but Nightmare in control first.
Yeah, when Hazard doesn't play, Overwatch moves away from being a team-based shooter and becomes quite literally a jump scare horror game. Every single time one of these DPSs, one of these squishies are going to get low enough, Hattori or Bug Soup are just going to be all over, just jumping in with that shift, managing to get so much follow-through damage that either a little bit of chip damage from the Sojourn or the Genji Shuriken is going to be able to clean them up. And you can see on the approach, Bug Soup already going lower and lower. This is what we talked about, playing into that retake. That Hazard is very squishy.
I love how Nightmare's playing this and how Hattori are as well. Finding the staggers as well is massive. Nice support, keeping the team alive as well, using cover incredibly to a high level. Nightmare still in control, 40% has been built.
Yeah, and Spike Guard too, just getting that little bit of additional pressure with the projectiles coming on from that defensive before Hattori can back up and get fully healed back in. And Valentine, they are going to have Kitsune Rush to be able to go through. AGMR is going to be dropping that in immediately, but Hattori with the Jagged Wall is going to block it off.
Damage coming through, beats on both sides. Or sorry, beat on the side of Nightmare Eclipse. Able to get the elimination on Birdies as well. Everybody else is to follow through. Unfortunately, that was a nice read specifically from Nightmare, right? To know they've got beat advantage, go aggressive with it versus that rush. Bug Soup now getting staggered out. Those are nice eliminations. Didn't even get the flip. Look how close it was for Valentine.
Yeah, they're not going to have Nenoi's sound barrier for this next fight though. So both Zoe's Blade and Ivory's Overclock can have that opportunity of finding much more value than either Wisps or Peace, who is going to have to fight for Bernice's additional armor that you can provide for your team. But if Nightmare Eclipse play that cards right, it's final fight territory. I don't think Valentine can even organize to be able to use these DPS ults.
If Bernice gets it off, but HMR goes so low, didn't even get the beat. 2 people were missed out on it because they were so far from getting it, and unfortunately, the beat is just going to be negated. That was such a well-timed engage from Nightmare Eclipse. Nobody can even touch at this point. This Blade, unfortunately, not going to get any value. Nightmare, what a play and what a map.
Yeah, Zoe has to utilize the activation of Dragon Blade on Genji. The fact that you get a dash reset automatically without having to get a kill when you use your ultimate to try to have the speed and distance to close on to that point and access it and take it into overtime. But it is not to be. Like you said, Nightmare Eclipse doing a very good job of reading the ultimate situations. When they had that sound barrier first, they could go aggressive in the fight before, and then they know that Valentines are going to be scattered off into the ether, having to try and find any way of tapping onto point, of hurling themselves onto point. So when the DPS ultimates come through and Eclipse don't have the sustained sound barrier to be able to live through it, they don't have to worry about Zoe or Ivory in an organized setting. As now we're going to be headed over towards Beach. Is Valentine going to be able to win the first fight and establish themselves as having the weighted advantage in terms of determining tempo?
Valentine, full plate, slow, and Bernice finds the pick on the Wisp, so nice job from them. Zoe as well. Whole team playing quite well. Valentine with those 2 eliminations early on. This resulted in an absolute collapse of Nightmare Eclipse. First take for Valentine.
Yeah, Valentine much more measured in how they took that fight. They understand that they can just sit and poke and wait for them to feel the confidence of having that damage to back it on up. They get that first kill, and then instantly there's the swarm, there's the collapse. Blood in the water, sharks all over the point. Nightmare Eclipse now going to be having to take a very lengthy rotation all the way around the left side of that point so that they don't potentially lose one, with Ivory getting to hit that Pierce with the ult fire.
Early engage from Hattori, but not able to find the elimination just yet. Suzu also uses the perfect time and then disappears out of line of sight. However, Peace still able to find a little bit of damage to that backside. Wisp pressure from Bug Soup needs to live, but it's so hard to escape Hazard in the current meta. NY trades it back, however, so Nightmare still fighting tooth and nail to maintain themselves in this fight. They come back through with the pick on the Birdies as well, so they're able to get Hattori back towards the point. Valentine has to kind of give it up. They have to play it a bit scattered right now, but Bug Soup will go down, and without the tank player on their side, Nightmare Eclipse take control of the point once more.
Yeah, but Bugsoup was able to keep the point in play for a little bit longer for the side of Valentine. We'll have the downpour as well, far sooner than Hattori has hers. So Nightmare Eclipse, yet again, they have to understand they can't allow Valentine to just brute force barge their way past because the ultimate economy favors Valentine's establishing themselves back on point. They have to try and chip away at them before they can rotate into position to use this Hazard ultimate to get the fight in their favor.
You're playing it slow. Hattori on the left side. Looking for Bernice again, but Bernice doing a good job trying to live. Peace, in the meantime, able to take down Zoe, their counterpart. Valentine has to walk in despite losing their Genji player with that rush. Counter rush comes through from Z. Nightmare goes low. Wisp gonna go down, but Peace again finds the elimination. Bug Soup, oh no! Was that a missed ultimate? Oh my gosh, that's brutal.
Yeah.
As Nightmare Eclipse take the advantage again.
Yeah, that was indeed a missed ultimate, and even worse, Salt in the wounds. Hattori still holds on to hers, but also was able to utilize that jagged wall. AJMR got the Kitsune rush off, but immediately afterwards, the Hazard just utilizes that wall, springs it up, and cuts off the disengagement angle that Valentine's could have used to even break onto that point potentially and claw it into their favor so they could stall out the percentage that Eclipse are able to take. And that is denied. Now we're heading to final fight territory. Ivory comes on through, gets the sound barrier, but everyone's looking at Peace, just stalling Valentine from walking forward. As the Genji gets to play off of that 2.5 second stagger provided by the downpour, and Valentine is sent packing.
That's brutal. Hattori, nail in the coffin, maybe quite literally. 92% of the board they have to touch. Overclocks popped on both sides. Ernie skimming on the touch. She's on the objective. Maybe can get the flip even. Peace, however, taking down AJMR. So even if the flip comes through, Nightmare have just found 2 KOs, and they lose Zoe here as well. Didn't even give up the cap either. Nightmare just comes back, having to deal with Doomfist and a Lucio. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard for this team who have looked so good on Samoa. Valentine don't even get any more staggers, and Tracer's going to be coming back. Sorry for the recall. I mean, maybe they could find something here, but Nightmare is too clean right now. Pop in the rush as well. Nightmare will get the job done on Samoa to win map number 1 in this first of 3.
Yeah, Valentine, they stall. It's an admirable stall. They get the Doomfist on, they get the Kiriko on. Kiriko is able to burn through all of that utility with things like the Suzu. Keep themselves on that point for as long as possible. Potentially Royal Genji for Zoe to come back into the mix with that blade. But unfortunately, when the blade comes out, like you said, Kitsune Rush has been able to shut those players down. This is the play of the game. This absolutely gorgeous downpour. This is one of the reasons why the Hazard, the Sojin, and the Genji work so well together. Because when that downpour hits, Sojin has the distance to be able to instantly melt whoever gets staggered out by that Hazard ultimate, but Genji with that dash has the opportunity of closing up the distance on those targets so that even if they survive the 2.5 seconds, when they get broken out, a lot of the time their health is still so significantly low that Genji with his mobility and just that shurikens melting down into their health, just getting that kill and converting it into a dash reset again to go through against anyone else. And you can see here the value of Jagged Wall. Every single one of these replay moments, you can see that the Jagged Wall is having such a huge impact in terms of how the fight goes down.
I mean, I'm just in awe right now by these Hazard players. They're playing so well. It's almost like the kit is just Genji but better, you know, maybe with the Genji plus Mei plus Sojourn plus he's a tank. I mean, there's just
plus a little bit of Winston with the jump mobility and then the jump damage that you can do. He really is, and this is something that like you and I were talking about, where he's the 42nd hero in Overwatch's roster. And one of the things that happens in game development, like when you get so many heroes in the mix is that when something new releases, you have to have so many different things that they do so they have that immediate impact into the game. That's why things like the Kiriko is insanely strong. That's why things like the Sojin, the Juno, when she initially released, and she got a little bit of a buff after people took a while to realize how insanely good she was when you paired her with things like either the Ana or the Brigitte. But like every single hero who's released in Overwatch 2's lifetime has so much to their kit in comparison to heroes that released in Overwatch 1, and that's the thing that Hazard does the best, because he's meant to be a hybrid of these two different playstyles. Dive was actually a hybrid composition even before the hero could play Brawl at the same time, because it wasn't just one way of playing Dive. You could play Dive so many different ways. So now that you have a tank attributed to being able to play a hybrid form of Dive and a hybrid form of Brawl, he gets to do whatever he wants to. You get to choose your tempo, and you get, in terms of the Genji and the Sojin, DPS who can play incredibly quickly, or they can play for that slow burn, and it really is up to the team to decide in every single scenario, every single situation, whether or not they want to all-in aggress or whether or not they want to slow things down.
And now at least, Moxie, now you said on the previous map on Samoa, you know, it was a bit of a horror game almost that Overwatch gets turned into once you play against Hazard. At least, you know, we'll be in daytime Blizzard World, right? Where, you know, you can see where he's coming from. Maybe get a little less scared, but...
And he doesn't have a Halloween skin yet, so he's not quite jumping on you with, like, the axe murder gleam in his eye.
Don't give him any ideas. I mean, that's going to be terrifying. Now, you know, Moxie, we have seen teams, you know, trying to play the Wrecking Ball. I don't know if either of these teams are necessarily in that same boat, but it does have some viability, right? You can play it if you really want to on a map that's as open as Blizzard World. I mean, it can't be that bad of an idea, right?
Yeah, especially for like the attacking side, being able to knock the defense off of that high ground perched directly behind the point can be really strong, because otherwise you're just going to be taking a lot of entry damage on your engagement, which is one of the things that Hazard does struggle against. Although, the thing about Blizzard World for the attacking team is like being able to send your Tracer into that flank all the way on the left side of the point to creep up the stairs and then pinch in on that split off angle when the rest of your team want to 3-2-1 walk is immensely strong, even if you don't have something like a Wrecking Ball to be able to find the follow through. And that could be more than enough of an attention draw to give either of these attacking sides the confidence of still locking the Hazard in.
We'll see if both teams want to continue on with those heroes, and so far, you know, Nightmare Eclipse still looking like a pretty dominant team, still looking good overall. It does seem like their roster is built for the current meta and is built to win the championship. We'll see if Valentine obviously can come back. That's only map number 1. First was Samoa. Nightmare looked very strong on round number 1, 100'd it. Round number 2 did go 100 to, I believe it was like 50 or 60, so it was a bit closer. Blizzard World, the map choice for Valentine, obviously. They may know something about Nightmare Eclipse, at least in scrims, that it could potentially counter them here.
Yeah, don't expect the Widowmaker to stay around, by the way, nor the Lifeweaver. Z is going to just drop that platform and use the grab to manage to come and pull Peace the second that they go for that grapple out of spawn, figuring out whether or not they can get an easy pick onto one of Valentine's players who's playing on the high ground perch of Griffin, right? Surprising that they don't actually choose to have Nemway on the Mercy for the damage boost, especially since when Hazard is in play, there's no shield to block some of the squishy, so this Widowmaker does have a lot of pick potential.
Yeah, going for the flower, but didn't actually use it. Peace just went for that grapple shot, gets some damage, doesn't get an elimination. Swaps back over to the Genji for their tank. No
Tracer. But Valentine very quickly going to be backing off of that original high ground. Not all the way up to point at the moment. It is going to be a brawl, a little bit of footsie around the statue before we get to actually break onto point. And that sets up the delay for the Sojourn to build into the kill.
Yeah, Wisp, nice shot on the Ivory. Been consistent so far as well in Sojourn. I mean, obviously, Wisp has been a mainstay in calling out heroes throughout the year. Maybe even, I believe even years. So, I mean, that opening shot results in such a strong first fight win that Valentine don't even get a touch. Maybe they do, but, you know, at this point, it'd be too risky. 5 minutes and 30 now, Streets phase. Nightmare, great start as there's a skybox battle happening between both Hazards.
Yeah, I told you, these Hazards, they just play on the rooftops with the mobility that you get.
What is this?
It really is not uncommon to see Hazard taking duels against Faras and being that aerial deflection squad coming on through. Disruptor shot is going to deter the attacking team from getting to hold their position on the payload as we round corner, and that's going to delay them for Ivory to build up 100 alt fire. Spends it, doesn't find the pick that you're looking for though.
Nothing yet. Dash through from Zoe's side. They need to find some semblance of momentum here. They're close to that ultimate from AJMR's side. But oh my gosh, I mean, what do you do against Wisp right now? They trade it back. Zoe onto one, also forcing the teleport out of Zeba Peace. Able to take down AJMR with a nice deflect as well. And I mean, the pressure that Nightmare is putting on right now is on another level. Valentine are back to the spawn once again.
Yeah, and I mean, Hazard on B of Blizzard World is so oppressive because you can just immediately scrounge your way up to the high ground without having to win a single fight. Like, Valentine needed to make that delay, needed to make Nightmare Eclipse having to wait around that corner count, and unfortunately they're just not able to find the kills that Ivory is looking for. She is going to have access to the overclock, but Nenway is going to have the sound barrier to be able to prevent it from having any form of damage.
The rushes come on both sides. Overclock on the back right from Ivory. Beat drop counters it. Also Hazard over the skybox. Throwing in the ult, but Bernice didn't build the beat drop just yet. And because of it, Valentine are back to the spawn once more. That's a full wipe for Nightmare as they move on to the third phase of the point.
Really good read comes on through from Hattori as well. Like you said, the downpour collapses onto the Sojourn. Ivory's position meant that the only way that she would be able to avoid that 30-meter distance grab was if she tried to use the power slide, but the power slide would have taken her off of the map. So Nightmare Eclipse able to shut the Sojourn down. Even though you have Sound Barrier to be able to shut down Overclock, you still have to get aggressive to be able to use it. Otherwise, the Sojourn can blitz through that over armor very, very quickly. So really good read, really good follow-up, and really good kill onto Zoe as Wisps comes in with a huge overclock of their own. Sound Barrier from Valentine, but this is the difference. There's no follow-up afterwards, and they're still seeing those health bars go lower and lower.
Dash through on the left side. I mean, they need to find some semblance of kills here. I need to get some stabilization, but they're not able to. I mean, this is terrible from Valentine at the current moment. It felt like they just commit 2 ults there in a lost fight, and now there's still 4 minutes to cap out.
So he's gonna have Kitsune Rush, and we're about to go into the last fight. Valentine, Zoe's Blade has to come in absolutely huge. But you can see that Nightmare Eclipse, they're so ready for it. The distance between them and the Genji is so deliberate.
Yeah, Valentine getting a little bit desperate here now. Here comes that Blade. Zoe needs to go huge from the side of Hattori, though. Able to connect on a one. Came back for the peel. Able to take down Peace. But now has to back out. Their tank player's so low. HMR close to the rush. But with 1:29 seconds left, they just have to use it last second. Bernie's going to go down. Zoe looking for the damage. Full disengage from Nightmare. Come back through with the Hazard ultimate. But no eliminations found just yet. Valentine actually kind of stabilizing right now, but if they lose another, it could be over. Hattori acts around to the right side. No ultimates for Nightmare either. They're close to the beat, but Ivory's got that sound barrier ready to go. They beat engage. Here comes the overclock, and it's down immediately. Hattori shuts it down. Nightmare come to the cart as well. Nobody else here for Valentine except just Bug Soup, and that was absolutely blazing speed through the streets phase of the map. Nightmare close out with 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yeah, Peace even swaps onto the Tracer to be able to get back into that fight for when Nightmare Eclipse want to go for the reverb, want to be able to go for that re-engage with the Sound Barrier and just jump so aggressively onto that Sojourn every single time Ivory had that overclock. Unfortunately, we just got to see that Raven cry nevermore, as it never got any of the more value that Ivory was hoping it would be able to pick up. Man, you might have Snatch Rammus, but I don't know if Valentine can resurrect their chances of winning this map off of the back of how fast Nightmare Eclipse were able to get that full push. 3 minutes and 14 seconds.
Yo,
such a fast push.
I mean, they were just looking kind of desperate there towards that last point. I mean, they've been outpaced. Nightmare, their support's playing so well. As a team, they're playing so well. They're not giving a chance to AJMR and Bernice to pop these ultimates. It's been so hard. Also, quick shout out to our observing team. I don't think I've ever seen those crows before. I don't know how they come up with these shots, but our observing team is so talented at giving us the most beautiful angles on such a depressing map. Mox, it's kind of looking like, you know, with the rain, it's looking very British. You know, it's looking a little bit like Kings Row right now.
I was literally about to say. It's not a true Overwatch broadcast if you don't at some point mention King's Row. Ticket off the checklist. King's Row
Bingo card.
has been mentioned. Ivory on the Widowmaker is actually going to commit the grapple. Are we going to see the Widowmaker hold this pick?
Maybe. I mean, like I said, Valentine's, I think, a little bit desperate right now, Moxie. They need to find
Yeah.
something, right?
You need that just kill that ignores ultimate economy and lets you find that early momentum to force the defense away and give you that space to walk onto point. And Valentine think that they're going to be able to find it temporarily with this Widowmaker. Ivory, now looking back at her POV, is going to be going back onto the spawn, back onto that Sojourn. But still, Nightmare Eclipse holding court on this high ground, not going to make it easy at all for Valentine to find the approach.
Oh, Wisp getting caught out. Maybe too aggressive. I mean, maybe Ivory thought on Widowmaker with the Sylvana skin, they get the map buff, but now Zoe and the rest of the crew able to collapse onto Ivory in the first pick. Hittori does trade it back. That was a really aggressive find, too, so Nightmare might have a chance to retouch, but Valentine finally a fight win for them.
Yeah, and because Nightmare Eclipse held that position on the high ground as long as they did, they weren't able to rotate back to the safety of behind point, behind that second high ground, which means that Valentine don't get punished when they're trying to take that engagement close quarters. They don't have to worry about the Hazard taking too much entry damage. Now it's going to be a scrap, though, for the point itself. Nenway still being able to find AJMR. That means that one massive burst heal of your sustained backline is going to be lacking, and this Hazard could potentially just get absolutely bullied out.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Absolutely bullied out indeed. Hittori, the rest of the crew able to take down Bug Soup. Nenway did a good job just living as well on the backside. Zoe's still back here, by the way, towards the point. But I mean, Nightmare's just hunting her down. Denway able to get the elimination as well. 2 minutes now off the clock. Nightmare get the retouch and the recontest.
Yeah, Wisp's gonna be going back onto that first high ground. Slips off of it, goes to the side of Statue, has the Disruptor shot as well to make sure that Ivory doesn't get free positioning. You can see, though, that Nightmare Eclipse, they're already readying themselves to back towards the point. They're not going to make the same mistake of going too aggressively forward to Valentine's waiting arms.
It's gonna be scary against Nightmare right now. Play it safe this time. Usually they're the aggressors, but understanding Ultimate's coming up, how do they want to play this? Rush versus rush. Ivory goes low. HMR trying to trade back to Kariko, using Suzo aggressively. Zoe able to take down Wistful. That's a nice opening pick. As the Blade ready to go, as Peace goes for the dive. Beat drops on both sides have been popped. Blades ready to go for the side of Valentine. Just an overclock use. Deflag from Peace able to take down Bernie's towards the point. With this overclock is Ivory, playing incredibly aggressive with it. Not able to find the elimination and gets traded out. Now here's the Blade from Zoe. Zoned out. Dead to Peace. No way. Nightmare hold on. Suzu forced. The Blade able to get the final blow on HMR as well. Bug Soup left alone. And somehow Nightmare hold on.
Hittori comes on through with the downpour and rains down so much CC that just keeps Valentine split. Even though Bernice had soundbar, she's not able to get her team into a position to play off of the back of it. Zoe and Ivory blitz their ultimate economy. AJMR had to expend the Kitsune Rush, and Nightmare Eclipse holding on to this defense, holding on to the distance with the overclock. They're gonna try and shut it down with the downpour, but Wisps just sidesteps and comes back on through with the Disruptor Orb to just shut the angle down.
They shut it down, but you know, Valentine able to come back through. Nice deflex from Zoe. And that downpour radius is just so big. It did look like Ivory, or not Ivory, sorry, Wisp sidestepped it, but the radius is just so big that they still got caught somehow, and same thing with the front line. So Valentine, it was looking like their mentals were a bit shattered. That from Bug Soup was huge. If they can keep that momentum moving forward, Nightmare might be on the back foot finally.
Yeah, the lack of requirement of LOS for that downpour to be able to find the connection is so strong from the Hazard, but they're going to be lacking a large time bank that Nightmare Eclipse have so much of in comparison. There has to be a fast push for B. They cannot afford to get slowed down, and these picks are not in Valentine's favor. AJMR utilizes the Swift Step, repositions onto the point. Mari's gonna go aggressive onto that high ground, trying to hold her spacing, but Hittori just drops the jagged wall to quit the Hazard from being able to reposition to the backline. And immediately the tank is going to fall, and that is going to slow and potentially fully stunt any movement that Valentine wants to find. They're going to have to pay so much of the absence of distance that they have, the absence of space that they're granted, with just the ultimates in that pocket if they want to pay the toll and get that payload moving once more.
Unfortunately, AJMR had the classic support situation where he swift stepped to your teammate who's just away from you. And, you know, I'm sure Zoe's not very happy about that. But if you saw AJMR's POV, you'd understand why. Here's that overclock. Both rushes inside each other. Beat drops from Nenwhite. No counter beat from Valentine. Not built just yet for Bernice. And the rest of the crew is going to go down because of it. Nightmare just close out here on Valentine right now. Force them back to the spawn with a minute left.
Mari is going to have Downpour. Bernice is also going to have her Sign Barrier, and Zoe is going to have Blade. So there is a wombo combo. The recipe for a fight win is in Valentine's favor. What's not going to be in their favor, though, is if they have to burn those ultimates, because we're going to have another fight. And Nightmare Eclipse, they can literally just hold this close, force Valentine's hand into burning an ultimate, and then win when we go into overtime in the fight afterwards. Peace is going to just hold them in spawn even longer with this Blade. Wisp's actually invested the overclock too, so Nightmare Eclipse really going big in terms of the ultimate economy, and Valentine, crucially, only invested two. Only the Downpour, only the Sign Barrier to shut everything down.
Yeah, this is what you need for Valentine for sure, Moxie. I mean, they need to get this momentum back somehow, and this could be how they get it done, right, with this Blade in the next fight.
Yeah, Zoe is going to have that Blade, but is she going to be able to utilize that? Wisps, if you ask them, is going to say no. Where's the Genji? Deflect already gone. Jagged Wall of Baits. Is the Widowmaker going to find the kill?
Looks like not yet. Valentine did find the pick on an NY. They have to come back out of spawn. No ultimate still available. Rush coming up for Z. Nen's actually going to swap to the Ana to give themselves that support potential sleep as well to the Genji. Vittori touching the cart. Needs that hard pocket. Suzu already forced. Here comes the Blade. Deflected the sleep. Now onto the Widowmaker. That's one. Potentially two. Here it is from Zoe. In overtime, maybe Nightmare have gotten a little bit too cocky because Valentine have not lost just yet. They're onto the third phase of the map with a minute and 26 seconds.
Clutch play, budget play comes on through from Zoe as well. She secures the fight win. And in the meantime, Valentine still have snowball momentum in their favor. They're going to have Kitsune Rush, they're going to have Downpour and OC all coming into play in the next fight. Because Nightmare Eclipse burned so much of their ultimate economy trying to spawn hold Valentine, they're going to have to take this next one on the chin. Like, they know coming into this, they're at a disadvantage. They just have to bait as many ults as possible.
Rush versus Rush. Overclock's available for Ivory. Valentine want to use it. Looks like they haven't had an opportunity to. Peace able to take one. AJMR going to go down. Peace also nice job of wall climbing away from a lot of that damage of Zoe. And Valentine sent back, unfortunately. Their rush wasn't as strong as Z's. Nightmare also holding so close.
Yeah. Here comes the close hold. Nightmare Eclipse, they're not going to go for the full spawn hold, but they are going to hold around this corner to really force Valentine to having to expend a lot of resources to be able to walk into them. Ivory takes a lot of poke pressure too on the Sojin. Sign Barrier comes on through the ship signal, the go sign for that OC, and Hattori is the first to get blitzed down.
Yeah, I like how Valentine are playing this right now. Oh my, nice shot from Ivory. Bit of a name trainer situation. 10 seconds left to go. They played that counter dive so well in that fight, Mox.
But Eclipse, they held their ultimates. They knew that Valentine would have to invest a lot to be able to win that next fight. And there's still a fight afterwards and a stagger stall out on that payload waiting in the wings of Eclipse. We're at an advantage for, but Sojin ignores ultimate economy and says Valentine still have a chance.
Overclock comes out from Wisp. They need to equalize it. Also, Hattori pops the Downpour, able to take down Bug Soup. Beat drop as well. And even though they found the opening kill, it's not enough for Valentine. It was closer than the previous maps, at least in the second phase of it. Nightmare win this map to put themselves on map point up 2-0 over Valentine.
Yeah, Eclipse just reading the situation very, very well, understanding that when that payload moves into see how many fights there is actually still left on the table, and that they just need to get aggressive to force Valentine into needing to overcommit. Because for the attacking team, they don't get the opportunity when they round that corner to have done any form of pre-fire damage, any form of poke, unless the defensive team is the one playing into that position that allows it. They have to burn their ultimates. They have to use Sign Barrier around the corner to guarantee that it sticks onto the Sojourn so that you have that confidence to move forward with your overclock. And because of that, they don't have the burst damage nor the sustain to live through the fight that comes through next.
And right now, Nightmare up 2, looking strong in this first to 3, putting themselves on map point. Valentine looked a little bit better there, Moxie. You know, maybe this map 3 could be a difference maker, but it feels like at the moment the way back into it, Valentine, is maybe Nightmare getting a little bit overzealous, right? At points, and maybe went a little bit too aggressive. But like you said, their ult management was so good. So how do you put a stop to the absolute reign that Nightmare is on right now?
I mean, some of it comes from just being able to pick heroes and get those kills that ignores the ultimate economy, right? We got to see a little bit of it come through from the Sojourn. Sojourn has always been strong for that reason. You don't have to have an ultimate bolt up to just absolutely murder the other team. It does help definitely with OC, but still, Sojourn being able to find that damage, be that continuous pressure, and it's something that I really want Valentine to be able to do, like put a little bit more pressure, try and bait Nightmare Eclipse into overplaying their hand. If you've seen how overzealous they're going to get in certain fights, really just tantalize them, dangle that opportunity directly in front of their face to see whether or not they're actually going to fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Because if you've noticed that the team is making mistakes and over-aggressing a little bit too much, then you can 100% bait them into being able to punish that a lot more. But it feels like it's actually the other way around. Like Nightmare Eclipse are able to bait Valentine because of how desperate Valentine are getting. If you look at like that B attack, when we have the two hazards looking for the standoff and Mari is the one who dives in, trying to be that distraction focal point, trying to absorb so much of the pressure coming through from the DPS of the defensive team, knowing that the payload can't afford to be sold because of how long it took in comparison to pick up A, it's Mari actually who over-aggresses and gets cordoned off from her team with the Jagged Wall coming on through from Hattori.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard to come back now for Valentine, but if any team can do it, it is them, right? As a team, they've been consistent, right, throughout the whole tournament. They had a little bit of a close game with Shikigami earlier on in that upper bracket quarterfinals, but they're here in the upper bracket, right? There is a little bit of a cushion at the very least, right, Mox? Even if you were to lose this, that means it's going to send you down into the lower brackets. You'll still have a chance to fight for that grand final spot. However, right here and now, Nightmare, like you said, are looking so good on the hazard comp, right? They're playing the aggression better. They're playing the counter dive better. For Valentine's side, I don't really know what you do better, Moxie. It does seem like, I mean, maybe it's just, it comes down to map pick. You could go to something a little bit different to throw, you know, Nightmare off their game potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say it's like really that much of a cushion either for Valentine, because Valentine got beaten in the Swiss stage by Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit in the Swiss stage beat everybody. They went 6-0 in Major 3. So they beat Nightmare Eclipse. They beat Valentine. They've beaten Valentine in the lower bracket run previously as well in Major 3. So for Valentine, like, they have to be able to figure out this aggression that Nightmare Eclipse is throwing at them, because Queen's Gambit are just going to do the exact same thing. We've seen how aggressive that team gets. If you give them an inch, they're going to take more than a mile. They'll take every single map and take the series 3-0.
Yeah, Hattori's looking so good. I mean, she's been playing so well, and I think that overall for this team, it's going to be hard to stop a team that's playing this well, right? Constantly in your face, constantly playing the support ultimates well, those pickoffs, like you said. I mean, there was some instances of Ivory hitting nice shots on the Sojourn, like you said, just negating ultimates. But if you also have a Sojourn on the other team that's doing the exact same thing, I mean, what do you do when Wisp is hitting shots like that? I don't know. I mean, difference of composition, none of that's going to really change at this point. There's no bans, so it's not like you can really remove the composition that they're playing right now. It's going to be such a hard next map to win, but, you know, for Valentine, they want to still do it. Push. We're going to head to Colosseo next.
Okay, this has to be the DPS stepping up. This absolutely has to be the DPS stepping up. Colosseo, the map went through a couple of changes. Mid is still incredibly hard fought after. Being able to control those high ground angles as well. Sojourn still immensely strong on being able to, with that disruptor shot, just cordon off lanes entirely without you needing to actually win physically the 1v1. So really, for this, I am looking at Ivory, I'm looking at Zoe, and like the expectation is that if Valentine wants to be able to turn this fight around, those two DPS, we've seen those moments. We got to see Zoe with the Dragon Blade come through and just clean up house and be the reason that she gets a team through B. We got to see Ivory almost flip things to the side of Valentine to let them walk through with that last fight on C. It's going to be up to them to just put that team on their back and carry them over the finish line if we want to continue in this series.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they have a chance here. It is going to be, like you said, on the DPS players of their team as well. And it's a mental refocus, right? I mean, you just it's cliche, you know, one map at a time. You could say that is like a meme from any coach of all time ever. But it really is true, right? On Colosseo, if any map you can kind of just have those pop-off moments on DPS, it is this one. But, you know, like you said, if you have to deal with a Hazard player that's playing this well, that's absolutely just constantly pressuring you out, constantly putting damage down range on you, it's going to be hard in you know, no shade to Bugs, but Tori's just kind of been on the level so far on Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, part of it is, again, just that the follow-up is always there. Whenever Nightmare Eclipse invest a downpour, there's always a really big reason behind it. It's either to shut things down like an overclock, or it's to make sure that you can position the other team into a really awkward angle so that your DPS can immediately follow through. And that just goes to show, like, the tempo that Nightmare is playing from, because they're playing so high-key, high-paced. Whenever downpour comes out, because it is only a 2.5 second stun, which is not a lot in comparison to some of the other forms of CDC that are available in the world of Overwatch. So you don't have a lot of time to be able to capitalize on it. And also, if your DPS, like if you're Sojourn, if you're Genji, do want to be able to capitalize on it, yes, they have the means of mobility, but for Sojourn, it's on a really punishing cooldown. Like, that power slide is on an 8-second cooldown. If you goof up sliding in aggressively, you're not gonna be sliding out of the fight. You're gonna be sent packing in an ambulance all the way back to your spawn.
Yeah, that's gonna be... That's actually a scary mental image that you just put in my head. I just imagine like an SFM animation of like you have a Sojourn sliding into the back of an ambulance, just knocked unconscious because she slid too fast or something. But Nightmare running the same comp, same thing for Valentine Moxie. No difference on either side. The only difference you'd hope if you're a Valentine fan is the mental diff.
Zoe's going for a much wider flank this time around, really trying to divert resources into having to stare that Genji down. It is actually going to be supported by Bernice on that Lucio. He's instantly having to swing focus. A lot of this fight now going down on main, but again, it's Mari getting cordoned off by Hitori's better wall.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a good wall. Poor Mari caught out. I mean, Hitori played that so, but the team to follow up, I mean, that was so good out of them, and now they're going for even more, going so aggressive, even right after the card unlocks, just not giving any space to Valentine, making sure they're constantly on the back foot.
You can tell that Valentine, they're trying to bait Nightmare Eclipse's aggression, and Eclipse, they're baiting back. They're making it seem like they're falling for it. They're making it seem like they're actually committing those resources into trying to stay down the Genji and the Lucio. And then they immediately pull them back and everyone flips their rotation and Dozy does into that tank fight. And Mari just doesn't have the ability, like any opportunity to be able to breathe when that attention gets diverted her way. This time around though, Valentine are gonna make a play fully on main and Eclipse back off.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of Bug, aka Mari, on the backside. Nightmare do it. I mean, they just able to take down Mari, right? Just constantly putting the pressure in. Everybody else kind of wiped off the floor. Nightmare back in control again.
Yeah, it's that understanding of you don't have to take every single fight. You only have to take the fights that you feel confident that you're going to be able to win. They let Valentine take a little bit of distance in terms of that point, because look at the amount of distance they're picking up since they've won the fight.
Yeah, they're already up to 45, and they just lost to Tori, who was, the best way to phrase it is limit testing, maybe? Going that far for a Sojourn towards their own spawn is definitely a little bit overzealous, but they've got ultimates in this next fight. Moxie coming up.
And it's gonna be directly for main of Colosseo. Kitsune rush for both of these teams. Going to be invested, but Hitori comes through with the downpour. And you don't need to be a weatherman to see the writing on that wall. Oh my goodness, full team wipe just goes right against Valentine.
I feel so bad for AGMR. I mean, AGMR's not even played like bad, but Hitori with that walled off the Suzu, which would have saved Mari, and I don't know. I mean, this pace is so insane from Nightmare right now. They're really putting it on Valentine right now. Bug Soup, aka Mari, popping the ultimate defensively, and it works out. Beat drop not successful from Nen, and that's what you want to see out of Valentine, right? Trade 1 for 1 and get the fight win still, or 1 for 2 rather, because the overclock was popped. So Valentine, maybe they bought themselves some space, some purchase here as they find the staggers.
Valentine gonna have both DPS ultimates too, and in the meantime, they were getting the kills, but Zoe actually, who wasn't needed in that fight, was pushing the payload. So Valentine gonna be inching forward in terms of that distance accrued too. And Eclipse are gonna have the high ground to position themselves out of the way of the initial engagement from either the Blade or that Overclock, but sooner rather than later, they are going to have a challenge.
Aggressive beat jump from Bernice. Looking for eliminations on Nightmare, but Nightmare disengaged it pretty well. Hattori a little bit low, but so is Ivory. He's the drop back down towards the main side. High ground now, Nightmare advantage. Ooh, are they going to eventually find on Valentine's side? They disengage it, still have control of that robot as well. Finally staved off. Here comes Hattori. Going aggressive. Blade still available. No beat drop to counter it. Boop already utilized, so that Lucio! Nice wall riding away, but Hattori on the other side will take down AJMR. To the Blade. Maybe it doesn't matter too much how much value you found as your team was able to find the eliminations on the other side. Controlling the robot again is Nightmare.
Yeah, you were still able to zone the Lucio away, which means, yeah, you know there's not going to be a soundbar. What you were worried about was the speed boost. Allowing everyone on the side of Valentine's to kite out of the range of Pieces Blade. That doesn't happen. And now, Eclipse are still just going to be able to hold Valentine on this high ground all the while they pick up even more distance. Zoe is not going to have the space to play into using her blade as engagement. And over the rooftop, Hattori's in the back line, forcing Kitsune Rush.
Oh my gosh. Peace there with the follow-up as well. That was disgusting from Hattori. Now everybody's kind of grouping around the objective. Mari's going to get traded out as well. And Z's rush was a little bit stronger on top of that pickoff towards the spawn. Nightmare playing so aggressive.
They're just going to be able to keep up the tempo too. Silent Barrier, Downpour, Overclock, Valentine. They've got the Blade. They're going to be approaching the Overclock. Mind you, this is Ivory's second Overclock. All the while, Zoe has not had an opportunity to use this Blade.
This has been so hard. Wisp popping. Hattori is well in the HMR, even with the aggression that they're playing with right now. Weren't able to find a single elimination. Everybody's going to get wiped up. That's the portal difference in this case. Valentine still on the back foot. Nightmare 105 meters and climbing compared to Valentine's 44 with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Valentines are running out of distance for them to avoid this Downpour and Blade follow through if they want to keep contesting this objective. Nightmare Eclipse can just put them in a hostage situation.
Really can. Valentine now. I mean, they have to look for some off angles, look for some cheesy engage. Mari goes low. Here comes the downpour. Overclock gets caught in it. Can Hattori live in it as well? Yes, with the Suzu from Z. And with that, they might be able to close the map out, right? I mean, Blade now comes out. Delays onto HMR, trying to continue onto this robot. They've got ultimates coming back, potentially with Bernice. Ivory, though, in the spawn on Widowmaker. No, that pickoff is huge. Beat drop's not even up yet from Bernice, who is low in the spawn. Does get it. Needs to use it, but Mari doesn't get in the beat drop. Goes so low. Eventually, he's going to go down as well. And with the rush on the payload, Nightmare have so much damage. So much ults being built. So able to take down one. That could be something from them. But Peace over the high ground looking for this. Could he go on the back line? Able to find them. Z as well to Zoe. And Valentine, they're making it scrappy. They have people back here. And they're not going to close out just yet. Nightmare is, in this case, Hattori able to take down Ivory at the very least, but will fall. And Valentine, I mean, they're desperately trying to hold on. Z able to get Bernice as well. I don't think they're able to do anything else without a tank, however.
Ivory's gonna go onto the Cassidy before swapping back onto that Sojourn. Zoe is going to have another Blade for this next fight. Nightmare Eclipse making sure that they can still try and disengage safely. The Suzu is not going to be able to save Nenway in time. Lucio is going to fall, and their late death is going to mean that Nightmare Eclipse have to stall how they take this next fight. They can't afford to take it. And that Lucio, with that soundbar, with the ability to use the speed boost and kite everyone away from Zoe's Blade, has been removed. And that gives Valentine an opportunity to be the ones to kickstart the fight first.
Yeah, Blade pop forces the beat. Downpour also used for Mari. Catches out Hattori, but Hattori on the other side with their Downpour is able to find one and another onto Bernice. And it's a wipe onto Valentine from Nightmare. Nice counter engage.
Yeah, that Downpour just used defensively puts an absolute stutter to Valentine's proposed plans, and now all of that momentum, it's right back in Nightmare Eclipse's favor. And this time, Valentine's, they've got to just try and stall out long enough for Benicio Sound Barrier to be the saving grace. They managed to shut down the overclock before Wisp could come through with the team wipe. There's a glimmer of hope.
Wow. I mean, Nightmare's getting so cocky right now. These ultimates being used so freeform. It's like a jazz concert from Nightmare Eclipse right now. Hattori able to get one at the very least, but those two ultimates wasted. Hattori again onto Ivory, somehow getting eliminations in the spawn doors of Valentine, able to take down Hattori eventually, but Nightmare, I mean, they just keep running at him. What is going on? They're giving up so much card space too.
Yeah, but Valentine's, they have so much distance to be able to make up for.
Yeah.
With Nightmare Eclipse as well, able to keep those players alive as long as they did, guarantees that the fight that comes out next is going to be once again in main lane, which means that AGMR has Kitsune Rush, but Nightmare Eclipse have space to avoid it.
Yeah, Rush used, B-drop as well, overlaid on top. Nightmare do not have their own sound barrier to set an end wide 70%, so they just need to disengage and live. And so far, they're doing it. Downpour is also coming up for Hattori. Ivory is close to the overclock, is going to build it. Disengage, Peace going to go down as well. Overclock now pops out. Does Hattori want to use this ultimate? Doesn't look like it. Going to trade out Zoe at the very least. But Nightmare, I mean, they're making it scrappy. Wisp on the outside angle, able to take an HMR. Ivory does go low, but the peels are there. 30 seconds left. And Valentine will win another fight.
Yeah, but Hattori still holding on to Downpour, and Nenwai is still holding on to their sound barrier too. Two ultimates which can both absolutely wreck Zoe's blade. Any follow through potentially denied. Valentines have to make sure that they can mitigate and absorb the impact of Hattori's ultimate because it's been so costly so far.
They're looking for the dive at the current moment, speeding away, kind of just playing towards the card, in fact, trying to keep Peace alive. Downpour from Hattori. Doesn't really find the elimination until now. Wisp and Z combined for 2. However, counter downpour comes through from Mari. Blade also here from Zoe. 8 HP. Gonna go down to Z. Oh my gosh. Nightmare towards the cart. Looking for the tank player. Mari trying to live. Cannot, sadly. And Bernie's just staggering it out. Nightmare Eclipse. Looks like they have done it. They're gonna stave off Valentine for now. Win the series 3-0 and put themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's a really tough position for you to be in if you're Zoe with that Dragon Blade, because you know the second that you pull out the blade, if you go for it early in the fight, everyone is going to be able to turn their attention to you. You're not going to be able to get the Lucio midway through the sound barrier cast. You're not going to be able to take the hazard down. You don't have enough damage to be able to punch through that health bar. So Valentine's, they make a really risky play of trying to sustain the ultimates that come through from Nightmare Eclipse's side, and then keep that Genji, keep Zoe alive long enough for Sound Barrier to have been to have worn off, so that the Genji gets the free pass coming through with that ultimate and clean up everybody. It doesn't work out that way, unfortunately. In the absence of having to wait for Blade to come into play, Valentine just lose player after player after player. And I mean, we said that the DPS needed to come in clutch, but for me, there's one standout player in this entire lobby, and it has to be Hattori. Oh my goodness, the jagged walls coming on through from Hattori on that hazard? Man, environmentally dangerous.
Oh yeah.
Hattori is absolutely lethal on this tank.
Yeah, that was some clean gameplay out of Hattori and the rest of Nightmare as well to follow up on such stellar hazard gameplay. You know, they must have heard us talking to Breakbox. We're like, this is going to be a bar burner. This is going to be an absolute dogfight. It was kind of one-sided. You know, for Valentine, they still have a chance in the lower bracket to kind of come back and regroup. But, you know, Nightmare took that personal, right? This series in the upper bracket, they wanted to make it a convincing win, and they did, Moxie. It seems like they've gotten only better over the course of the weekend playing this hazard meta to such a high level.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised getting to see those two last matches if the grand final is actually just a deja vu moment of Major 3. And it's actually Nightmare Eclipse versus Queen's Gambit, because in my opinion right now, those two teams are the strongest that we've seen so far. Definitely when it comes to being able to play around that hazard.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, they're looking so good. But we'll have to go to a short break before we have an interview. So don't go anywhere. We'll have an interview with one of the members from Nightmare Eclipse. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Calling All Heroes Championship. My name is Dogman, joined by Moxie. We just finished up the series between Nightmare and Valentine. Nightmare Eclipse looks so good right now, as you can see from these replays. Moxie 3-0, and it started all on Samoa.
Yeah, I mean, Hitori, every single time we got to see that Hazard POV, every single bit of utility, oh so impactful. The jagged wall placement, absolutely perfect. The downpour follow-up as well from both Wisps and Peace. Just a thing of absolute art.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Art can come in all forms, Moxie, you know, whether it be in incredibly OP characters or whether it be on a canvas. Hitori definitely made the maps their canvas today. I mean, Nightmare and crew, honestly, the rest of the team as well played so well. We saw instances of Peace, you know, maybe a little bit of a precursor to later on, but Peace played so well on the Genji too, and the rest of the team around this Hazard looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, just the tempo switch-ups as well that Nightmare Eclipse were able to do. There were a couple of moments where they maybe got a little bit too over-eager, a little bit too forward in terms of their positionings, but they were able to rein it back in, and we got to see like them being able to go for the stall on Blizzard World, where it really did feel like maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves, holding initially on A and then on B. But they were able to wrangle it together when we headed on over to C, understanding the ultimate economy and slowing things down, and them being able to sort of shift up that tempo pacing kept Valentine on their feet, and unfortunately Valentine weren't able to hold their balance.
Yeah, they were not. And by the way, we have our interview ready to go with Peace. Are you there, Peace, from Nightmare Eclipse, the Genji player who just played phenomenal? How you doing? Congrats on the win. How you feel after, I mean, which was a pretty clean 3-0 out of you guys?
I feel really good, especially knowing that we're confirmed for Grands now. You know, it's really just got to focus on tomorrow. Now I'm feeling great.
So, first of all, I know a lot of us on productions end were like really expecting that this particular match would go much longer than it actually ended up going. From a player perspective, why do you think you as a team looked so dominant over Valentine when we were potentially expecting that 5-0 barn burner?
I do think Valentine, especially in the past, has had good results, and that core of the team, like Wicca, AJMR, Molly, Zoe, has had a really good. I think in Faceless Season 1 they played really good as well, and they do have a past of being a very consistent team. But I think today, just me on the Genji, with Hitori on the roofs somehow. I don't know. We looked a lot better today.
Yeah, you guys did. And I mean, we saw the aggression too. Like, you guys were constantly putting the pace, you know, like on the other team. Like, it was just so consistent onto Valentine. You were specifically, even on the map 3, I think you were getting some confidence just going aggressive on Genji. You know, you're blading, I think, in cases where it was like, okay, maybe we didn't need to do that, but like you guys were obviously putting the aggression on, and it was just so clean. What made you guys have such confidence going into today, considering how the tournament has gone so far? Is it just because you guys just keep winning?
Well, me and Wish, we were talking about it a little bit. I mean, we're not guaranteed to win. You got to keep the karma correct. But me and Wish have a mini rivalry for MVP, at least. So my goal is to try to be as literally as cool as I can, and and kind of just solo carry. But it is still a team game, so I gotta still play my job and on the role and stuff.
Yeah. What do you do when Hitori's popping off on the Hazard too? It's so hard to get MVP. I don't even know
where she comes from half the time. I really can't stop it. Like, I literally.
So wait, does Hitori like not come? Sometimes do you just like see Hitori on a rooftop and then suddenly just drop into the back line and no one has any idea until she just killed 2 people and is off again?
She says, I'm ready for engage, and I'm looking around like, all right, she'll be there. And then sometimes she like slashes in and then she kills like one person, like, oh, I gotta dash in now. And then like we clean up by then. Half the time I don't even know where she is. So I can't stop what I can't see. So she got it, I guess.
It's like a horror. Well, how do you personally deal with like the enemy team's Hazard? Like, is it a problem for? I mean, obviously it's way easier on Genji, I think, because of the mobility. But you know, specifically, I think when we're seeing Hitori, like you said, pop off, and you as well. How do you deal with the Hazard on the other side? Or is there really nothing is there not been a Hazard player that has shown to be capable of maybe picking off people as consistently as Hitori and your team has been?
One of the big things, like. Also just Hazard ult. I don't know if anyone saw it, but Molly got double Hazard ulted because I deflected her ult into her, and then Hitori ulted her. So there's a little bit of tech with the Genji, especially. It is way easier on Genji, but just knowing your micro is the most important thing against that character. You really can't be out of position. And my team is really good at moving our feet. Like we don't just like stand around and let the team do what they want. So
Yeah, so we're seeing a lot of other teams not really static pick the hazard. There's been some experimentations for things like the Mag or the Wrecking Ball, as opposed to yours, which has been really just playing for that hazard composition. In your personal opinion, do you think this is just the strongest composition and that your best opportunity to beat it is just winning in the mirror matchup?
Well, I do think Hazard probably is the best character. I think on like certain maps, like some specific ones, you can actually play Maga a lot. My team was supposed to. We usually do it on some maps. Can't say too much. But on some maps we play a little. We play a little bit of Maga some places. Hazard's just broken. That character's just way too much. And his ult is if the ult is the worst part of your kit, your character's too good.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And that's some great points. Peace. We're gonna actually let you go. I mean, obviously you get a rest day now, right? So you guys get to set up for Championship Sunday. Is there any last thoughts out of you, or any shout-outs you want to say for your team, or anything else? I mean, you guys played it so well. It was fun to watch. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Support O3 Splash and Path to Pro in a month. That's my team. We're gonna play. I'm gonna win MVP. I know I am, cause I'm like that. And I gotta go ring for the EU scrim because Deb is working me like a dog. So.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's crazy. Already going to practice again after just winning an incredible match and calling out heroes. So thank you so much, Peace, for coming on. Good luck in your scrim and tomorrow as well.
Bye-bye.
Personality. I mean, obviously, now we're going to be biased. I mean, now we got to vote Peace for MVP every single time. I mean, Hattori, you can't win it now, obviously. That was a great series and a great interview with Peace. Moxie 3-0 on both first games of the day. We still have 2 more to go, but I mean, what incredible series there.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect it to be as dominant as it were, but you heard it from Peace. Hazard is just broken. Like, when we were getting to watch Hattori's POV and she's just holding onto those rooftops and going for that back line, you have to immediately be able to spot out that tank is absent and just have your front line take full advantage. Otherwise, you're going to lose the map. You just have to play for the backline trade. We actually even got to hear a little bit of that as well coming through from Velvet when we had our interview previously about Queen's Gambit. You do not, like, you have to be unafraid to take the backline trade because it is going to pay off for you in terms of overall match economy. And it looks like a lot of these teams are just not willing to take that trade and unfortunately lose a lot of momentum off of the back of it.
Yeah, no, it was just so consistent out of their team, out of Nightmare, and to set themselves up for tomorrow to, be able to rest, come back, and, obviously for Peace, no rest, apparently. Ain't no rest for the Wicked currently. It's going to be an interesting matchup to whoever is going to face them, because honestly, it's an absolute, I mean, I hate to say it's a crapshoot in the lower bracket right now. We don't know who's going to come back and be able to face Nightmare, right? I mean, obviously, Valentine is a good team. Like Pete said, they're a storied franchise, at least in calling out heroes. But really, any of those teams, like you said, with Queen's Gambit, I mean, there's so many dark horses potentially in this lower bracket who can make a comeback and potentially upset Nightmare, who, right now are looking dominant, but they're at points maybe a little bit overconfident. That's the only weakness you can say about them, right?
Yeah, at points, definitely. But I mean, you heard it from Peace. I'm pretty sure everyone just pretty much went, okay, we're going to win this round. I have to pop off so that I can get the opportunity to be overall MVP. Like, everyone is gunning for those additional prizes. And you really can tell that it's influencing a lot of gameplay. Like, when they understand that they're going to win things, you can play with your food a little bit.
Yeah, you can play a little bit. And by the way, we have a little bit of a thing with Blacklight, I believe, right now for the giveaway currently. Let's check it out. Obviously, Blacklight is sponsor of this tournament as well for the championship awards. You receive 5, or sorry, my bad, for the giveaway. It's going on right now, apparently. If you are a member of the Discord, if you're a verified member of the Discord, you can react to enter this giveaway. There's 2 whole gaming chairs given away and another 3 for any followers who repost and reply to our X account on Radiant GG. So it's available to any follower who reposts and reply. Also, make sure to check out Blacklight because, they're such a fantastic sponsor who is, contributed to the prize pool, also contributing to additional prizing for the Calling All Heroes tournament for the championship series to make this even more exciting, Moxie. So anybody in the crowd can also get this chair as well as the players who win the whole thing.
Yes, and I mean, the players who win the whole thing are also going to be able to have those wonderful trophies provided by Blacklight as well to have in those cabinets, so that when we do the next Calling All Heroes interviews, you can have that one standing behind you in terms of the camera, and that would be bragging rights indeed. You've got cat buff, you've got the trophy buff as well, but at the moment it really is just a hazard buff. This tank is absolutely insane. I'm sure we're going to be seeing more crazy downpour plays coming on Farouk, because he is not going anywhere anytime soon.
No, not until some incredible, nerfs come through potentially later on. We will be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll have a new set of casters for y'all, which is going to be incredibly exciting. And we have more matches to finish off, 2 more to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for some more lower bracket matches.
Hello again, Overwatch family. It's good to have you all back here. My name is CB. I'm joined, of course, by the lovely Tiny Shiny, whose hair looks very curly, very pretty today.
Oh, thank you, CB. I love the bangs. I know you just changed that up. Like, look at us. We're getting so ready and fashionable because we got to represent these players well. We've been following Calling All Heroes all season long, and we find ourselves with just 6 teams remaining now, CB.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like, I'm kind of wearing a little bit of black. I'm prepped for a funeral because we might be sending 2 of them home today, unfortunately. And one of them is definitely going to be one of the teams that we projected to be in the top 4 because we have had a crazy bracket from top to bottom. It's been an insane weekend of Overwatch, and it's only been even more crazy. I mean, the last couple of games have kind of returned to normalcy, but day 1 really shook out in, like, such a crazy way.
Yeah, especially if you look at more towards the earlier part of this bracket where we see Queen's Gambit actually falling in those quarterfinals. A team who previously made the finals in Major 3, CB, going down that early was rather a shock for a lot of people. And they're going to have to fight their way through this lower bracket to make a return. Valentine had some close calls against Yas before eventually meeting there and in the upper bracket against Nightmare Eclipse just before this. And this is where things get really important, CB. You don't have an extra life to fall back onto. It is now or never for 4 of our teams looking to make a return towards those grand finals.
Yeah, no more second chances for any of these teams. By the way, a little bit disappointed that we didn't get the opportunity to have Dogman cast Puppy Girl Posse. That feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity there. But everything else here has been, Queen's Gambit trying to reclaim that power that everyone thought that they had. It's been Fable trying to keep themselves alive, that history, that deeply storied team in the history of Calling All Heroes, trying to continue that run. They've actually eliminated Who Is Nadokado, which is really interesting considering that team had taken a map off of Nightmare Eclipse earlier on in the series, but now Nightmare Eclipse is just like, cutting a bloody swath through everybody. So the power scaling for this tournament is kind of frankly all over the place, and I feel like Nightmare Eclipse is, sitting back on top of it, and Queen's Gambit, EXO, Azathoth, these are 2 teams that have the potential to try and retake that throne, but will they be given the opportunity? They're gonna have to go through one another to find out.
It's just crazy that we can't see both of these teams move on, CB, given their past performances and the talent that's behind these names, these rosters. We're going to have to send one of them home. And it's not going to be a fun job for either of them, but at the same time, this is also likely going to be the closest game of the day. I know we said that about our last one, okay? We didn't expect Nightmare Eclipse to just come out and run away with everything and get away with it. EXO, Azathoth, and Queen's Gambit, they have so much to fight for and a lot to prove at the same time.
Yeah, so Queen's Gambit, we're going to start off with them, and they have a really interesting story. We go back to day 1 where they ended up falling to Yas 3-2. So, as we learned from Velvet's interview that their Flex DPS, Missin, she was having some internet issues. Santix actually had to come off of the bench for this team, a Flex support player, and play Flex DPS. And with this team not operating at full strength, they weren't able to capitalize on trying to counter out Yas's cheese compositions, the chaotic Wrecking Ball comps that we like to see them play, and Yas were actually able to get the better of this team. Now Queen's Gambit is allegedly back to full strength. They are just taking all their frustration out on the lower bracket, and EXO Azathoth seem to be next up on the chopping block, but EXO is also one of these really strong teams that has a lot of history, a lot of storied players, and a lot of talent that is going to be like potentially a brick wall for this team. Like, it's a real unstoppable force versus a movable object kind of situation here.
There's 2 things that I want to point out, though. Is EXO Azathoth, we've seen these players all over Calling All Heroes. I thought we were about to get 2 Kindreds. I'm like, whoa, that's a lot of Kindred! But no, we only get 1 Kindred. Unlucky Main will be there.
I can only be so lucky as to have 2 Kindreds.
It's rather unlucky that we get just 1. I'm sorry, Unlucky Main. We do love you, I promise. In all seriousness, no. Like, for this team in particular, CB, I think this is one of the few remaining squads that has been willing to venture away from, no pun intended, away from just that hazard, that we'll see Kindred pull out her Malga, a hero that she's become relatively comfortable on, to partner with Jeremy's Pharah, maybe Kuna on a different form of hitscan than just that Sojourn. So EXO Azathoth have been a bit more experimental, which it can catch teams off guard, which is almost what it kind of did Queen's Gambit in minus their sub last time we saw them in the upper bracket.
The problem with that, though, was like we saw in the Nightmare Eclipse game, you know, yesterday, Exo Azathoth versus Nightmare Eclipse is, yeah, sure, they were willing to venture out of this Hazard meta and bring the Mauga, the Pharah, even like Reaper and Sombra to the table at various points in time, but it just got completely hard countered because they were never able to execute on any of those win conditions because Nightmare Eclipse are just so much better on an individual level that you're not going to be able to catch them sleeping with some of these compositions. You either have to go head-to-head with them in the mirror and beat them, or you're just not going to beat them. And speaking of head-to-heads, we go where most head-to-heads this tournament have begun. I think actually all of them have been kicking off on Lijiang Tower.
We do love ourselves some Lijiang Tower with this tournament. We just don't get any of the other control maps, which I'm not necessarily complaining about. This is always one of my favorites to start the series, both to play and to cast. It gives us a good taste of different styles of gameplay, even if the compositions aren't necessarily changing throughout that. We'll be starting on Night Market by the looks of it here. It's going to be kind of that sign, too. From Exo Azathoth, I've seen Kindred play this Hazard, but she's often fallen back to that Mauga if she can't quite seem to get it working, whereas Santana has picked up that hero and has looked very consistent on it throughout. I want to see where Exo Azathoth can start to set that pace, or if they're just going to start out completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see this. You know, we have actually seen Exo Azathoth come out on this on Samoa as well, which, by the way, that I just remembered, we've also seen Samoa. Yeah, all right, it hasn't been all Lijiang all the time. We haven't seen Nepal, which is the other map of the pool, and every time I've seen that map scrimmed, everyone just scratches their heads. No one knows what to do with Nepal right now, so... But, like, I mean, Queen's Gambit, they know what to do here. They're also going to come out with Missin on the Pharah, which is interesting. I think both teams kind of have the same idea. What's also interesting is Queen's Gambit are playing a Brig Juno backline, which you don't typically see, even on Lijiang with the Hazard composition, but it might be that they were expecting some kind of dive composition. I don't know, but hey, it's having mixed results, at least initially.
I wouldn't even call this a dive. This is just a poke so far. Like, we saw Kuna just collapse before the fight even started. And Santana and Kindred didn't even make eye contact with each other, and there were just bodies laying all over the floor. Exo Azathoth got the better end of it.
Yeah, no eye contact, just eyes glazing over immediately, and Santana's actually going to mirror the Mauga, so interesting. I think Queen's Gambit understand that, like, okay, with this composition we have right now, we don't really have the ability to effectively poke down the enemy Pharah, and taking a duel within a Mauga is just like an exercise in futility, so alright, we're gonna try and keep up the pace here. We're going back to what was the meta a couple patches ago.
Exo Azathoth know that Queen's Gambit, you just don't necessarily have the ability to stand up towards that Mauga, so that's why we saw Santana make that swap. I keep a bit of an eye on Missin and Jeremy in disguise, though. Both very strong Pharah players in their own right. With how low Missin is, you need to be chucking in these rockets and chunking down onto these tanks. It's much harder for Kindred to get healed up in the long run than it is Santana because of the way that these support lines are structured. Very slow burn so far, but eventually Kuna will get that revenge pick onto Missin to start it out. Queen's Gambit, yet again, down one of their DPS. You don't necessarily have the ability to push up. Kuna is wreaking havoc now that she's alive.
Yeah, and that's kind of like the advantage of being the team that's in control when you have this Pharah composition, because you have access to that entire coastline where you can constantly just pump in rockets at wherever Queen's Gambit want to try and walk in. Whereas, like, Missin on the other side has to try and find an angle where, you know, she can actually get some damage out onto Exo Azathoth, but, like, they have all the cover, they have all the positioning, they have all the opportunities to create these fights wherever they want. And with Jeremy now having a barrage, I think they're going to want to try and take it close to a choke point, just let Queen's Gambit walk right into this death trap.
Or you could just not have Jeremy. You just got bonked on the nose by Velvet. Pauline kind of pulling out the last-ditch effort. This Consuming Rush hoping to deter Queen's Gambit's push. But there's just the best ultimately game in terms of your orbital raise. The K-Tie comes out, but Santana's ended up getting canceled. Kindred trying to be the hero in this situation. So many buttons have been pressed. Yet it's Exo Azathoth right now with the numbers. One lonely Velvet on the point, sending herself to her own death. And Simi, I don't think there's another touch.
Yeah, no, like, honestly, I don't think you're going to get another chance here. I mean, we're going to see Senna pop the overclock, but there's not going to be a touch. So Velvet goes for the reset there, but she had the rally. Honestly, I think with only 2 members left on the side of Exo Azathoth, you probably could have popped that rally and used that just to stall out and buy more time. Maybe even, you know, if you live long enough for Senna to get back in position, you're drawing some aggro so she can maybe hit a big rail shot, but that was a long shot from the beginning. Okay, now Queen's Gambit are just pulling out what Exo was playing in the last map on Volcano. Okay. I think both teams are overcooking things a little bit here. Like, okay, Exo definitely overcooked against Nightmare. Queen's Gambit kind of undercooked by not having their flex DPS in at the right time, but now, like, I'm not even sure what is going on here. Pauline gonna go even swap over to the Juno, so... I mean, we have different flex supports. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah.
Play
Back
Sombra?
over to Kiriko. But yeah, Senna is going to play the Sombra. It is a good counter to the Mago composition, though, because you can just completely negate the cage with EMP. But, I mean, Senna has to be careful not to get caught out of position. Sombra is really tricky to do that with these days. And she has to put out a lot of damage onto Kindred to try and farm it up.
Looks like we hopped into a freaking time machine for this match. Like, has Hazard even been released yet? I mean, Jeremy probably wishes that was the case. It's sniped out Senna from the sky, and Exo Azathoth will have a harder time making sure Journey has that same space to work with, especially now with the ability to disrupt out of the Sombra and Santana. Kind of just getting in there, not really fear of taking massive.
Yeah, and like, this is a mirror comp that I don't think Exo... Good stop there, getting rid of Kuna incidentally there. This is a mirror comp that I don't know that, like, Exo Azathoth really wanted to take, because Santana's Mauga is stellar. Like, she plays it in such a weird way where... I mean, not even a weird way, just she plays it well. Like, you can't really do a whole lot about it. One of the things that's kind of crucial about that last fight, though, is the fact that Senna gets traded out and is only 35% to that EMP. Currently, it's on pace with Kindred, but if that keeps up and you keep losing Senna trying to go for this EMP charge, you're losing the entire reason that you play it.
Ooh, but this is rough. Pauline's moved over to the Ana here to get value out of these anti-nades, but look at the amount of pressure that she's under. She really can't exist to help support the rest of the team, and make sure Santana run back. Did Jeremy just back cap?
Yeah,
right,
sure did.
That's fine. Okay, cool. Whatever you do, Jeremy.
All right, well, Queen's Gambit are going to flip the point right back over. That's a whopping 4% over to Exo Azathoth. Don't spend it all in one place. Scuffed has the orbital ray here, so this looks like it should be a one fight for Queen's Gambit. Pauline can maybe shut it down with an anti-nade, and maybe you get a pick off the back of that from Jeremy. But, like, this still looks like it should be a good fight for Queen's Gambit.
Orbital ray is just a win button. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Pauline would have to hit an insane sort of anti-nade to make this happen. The cage fights, I mean, it does make sure no one is actually in the range of the orbital ray, and it's only Kindred who's in a heap of trouble. Needs that sightline for Pauline, but no. The nano boost up just a little bit too late, and that extra shield denied any other support. Queen's Gambit, heavy investment. That ended up paying off.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been, like, they should have needed to use the rally to try and stabilize there, but there's an early pick that comes off onto Missin, who was, like, 3% away from her Death Blossom. The go button they were going for was to try and combo that with the cage, but they lose out on that second punch in the 1-2 punch there.
EMP, it hits out to two. Both supports of Exo Azathoth. It's like they didn't exist in the first place. Queen's Gambit, they just had all the tools built up. It's a snowball into half. Like, even these meager picks from Kuna and Jeremy don't seem to be amounting to much, because Kindred, you don't have the support. Any damage she takes is going to be permanent, and you have to have someone touching in and out. And given Kuna's health bar, it's gonna have to come soon. It's Unlucky Main, the beat to save the rest of the day. It is every single ult that had to be invested from Exo Azathoth to try to keep this going, and even then, they're not entirely out of the clear yet. Missing picking up another one. Jeremy has to make sure that this Reaper player is dealt with as soon as possible. Queen's Gambit are trying to keep this contested and winnable, but honestly, it might just be better off if they go for a reset, CD.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time, right? Because you lose Santana early on in that fight, so you don't have presence on the point. You have Kindred and a flex support, and unless you can actually get access to Pauline to cut off that flow of healing, you're just never going to melt a Mauga down. So Exo Azathoth properly getting a little bit of percentage buildup and some decent positioning. Kuna's off here on an angle. It's going to make it difficult for these supports to try and get through comfortably. Scout has to have, like, Velvet, like, attached at the hip.
Oh. Very risky situation, and it completely forces Velvet back, and Kindred said, all right, we're making fun of the Juno. Let me get in there and pancake him. The cage fight goes out, but it just grabs too many people, and it kind of bit off more than you can chew. Kindred didn't have a choice. It's on to Kuno now to be the hero. Good start, getting that pick on a 32-10, but we need a lot more than that, considering the dire situation Exo Azathoth is about to enter. Queen's Gambit, overtime wick now burning. Kuna should have at least one more touch before the cavalry returns. Kindred in the fight, but no real ultimates online. Jeremy perhaps close to a Death Blossom, but they're hanging on by the skin of their teeth. It's all Santana lighting a fire in the kill feed off the back of Missin's Death Blossom. Give Queen's Gambit a good old-fashioned tie map.
So, like, I like the composition that Queen's Gambit come out here with. It doesn't ever feel like it actually gets executed properly, but they still have the same kill potential and the same playmaking potential with Senna on the Sombra, and it does, in the end, kind of work out. But there's a couple points in time where it's a lot more close and a lot more of a dogfight than it really has any business being, right? Like, you have, like, 3 potential major fight winning ultimates on your side and you're using them, you're just not able to get them in combination with these other ults. You're having to invest the rally when you don't really need to. Your Reaper's like using Death Blossom just kind of raw with like no one locked down, and that's creating a bit of an opening for Exo Azathoth, not necessarily one big enough for them to be able to capitalize on, but as we move back over to Gardens, we're going to take back to the skies. Both teams going to swap back over onto the Pharah, so don't got to worry about the Sombra anymore. Maybe Senna makes the swap just to try and grief Jeremy, but no, it's going to be the Sojourn all the way here.
So back to more what we're used to, but keeping with that Brig Juno backline, I'm not 100% sure if I like this or not. It's really just Queen's Gambit bunkering down and just praying they can hold on long enough through Jeremy and Kuna's poke damage before Kindred can find her way into the team. Like, you're looking at Santana or Missing to get a pick going, try to take some space, but Jeremy does such an excellent job at gatekeeping both the Soldier and the Brig at this point. He almost gets his head ripped off, but thankfully backs off in just the nick of time there. Queen's Gambit starting to contest this point and actually lose Velvet somewhere closer to that bridge point. I think it was Kindred going in on the stomp, judging based on where her health bar is. Exo Azathoth off to a good start.
Yeah, like, I don't think I like the Juno Brig backline in this day and age personally, like, especially coupled with the Hazard, because, like, you're losing out on so much utility, and, like, you're playing up against a Pharah. Brig doesn't really do much against Pharah. Even Velvet, who has been hitting crazy whip shots on Jeremy and has done so against a litany of Pharah players throughout her career in Calling All Heroes. Even still, you're playing at a deficit the whole time, right? And, like, you don't want to be in an uphill battle in these fights.
No, I mean, look at this. Santana got so low, there was no way for Velvet or Scuff to even reach them. Based on the damage they were taking from Jeremy trying to walk across that bridge, you're not mobile. You can easily get picked out from these rockets raining down from above. Exo Azathoth now exploiting that for the second fight in a row.
Yeah, and like the Juno has to play in a position where like there's not going to be a tank anywhere like nearby. Like you can just have Santana jump on that, or sorry, you can just have like Kindred kind of jump on that with the Mauga. You can, you know, use the Pharah to kind of pressure out this Juno. You have built up to the Orbital Ray, so you do have a good opportunity to win this fight. But like if you don't win this one off the back of this Ray, like I kind of feel like this backline has been all for naught.
Yeah, like, what are you going to counter with the Ray? Like, I see a whole bunch of check marks that Exo Azathoth can work with, and just 1 or 2 of those could mean disaster, or Jeremy just getting a pick off like that. And this is the thing, Queen's Gambit have been denied a full fight, basically this whole objective.
I mean, an Orbital Ray is still strong enough where you can overcome like a 4-to-1 ult deficit, but like, you're not ever really going to get a good chance to pop that, because like you said, like 1 fight territory, there's a cage fight. This might be another win for Exo.
I mean, Santana can't leave. There's nowhere for them to run. Scuff was way too far away to get that Orbital Ray out, so you're basically fighting this without a tank. Queen's Gambit need to reset now and deny any staggering if they want a chance at Gardens.
They've only got about 10 seconds left, and it might be kind of a staggered touch. They also don't have a Lucio, so like Missin's got to be like in a weird place where she can maybe get a touch. And right now, like, there we go. There's the blink. She is gonna get a touch, trigger OT, but here we go. You have to win this fight.
The ultimate fiesta we're about to witness, and all the support from Exo Azathoth, can they overwhelm the Orbital Ray? And for now, that doesn't seem to be the case. Santana and 3210 coming up with a player apiece, and that drained everything out of Exo Azathoth's ult bank. That is the power of the Orbital Ray.
Yeah, but it drained everything out of Queen's Gambit's ult bank too, like, except for Missin, who didn't have the Pulse Bomb and will have one now for this fight. That's all you really have to try and get a good ult rotation going. Like, you're seeing 15% across the board for the rest of Queen's Gambit's ultimates. Like, you have to try and weather the storm long enough to get back up to another Orbital Ray, another rally, another downpour. Meanwhile, Kindred, halfway to that cage fight, if she gets, like, some good damage on Santana, that's a win condition. Oh, no! Santana's just dead.
Santana, I don't know if Santana was booped off or not. Either way, your tank is gone, Queen's Gambit. You don't have any other way to push back into this objective. The proactiveness from Exo Azathoth keeps catching the orange team off guard entirely. No more touches to come into this point. Exo Azathoth will be taking Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, and like, so like you said at the beginning of the show, like Exo Azathoth is one of these teams that's not afraid to venture outside of the Hazard meta. I don't really know that Queen's Gambit should have tried to mirror that for too long. I mean, it kind of worked out for them on Control Center, but like, you know, trying to mirror the Pharah didn't work out too well on Gardens. I think that is something you're going to have to worry about, because we know that Exo Azathoth love to try and play that Pharah. And like, the best way to shut that down isn't going to be just to have your own Pharah and try and mirror it. Like, unless you are the better Pharah team, which they haven't been scrimming this. Like, I've been watching a lot of Queen's Gambit scrims. They've been trying to play mostly the meta, the only like variances I've seen is like sometimes Senna will swap over off of Sojourn from to like a Tracer because she wants to try and, you know, put out more frontline pressure, be a little bit more direct, have more agency in the fight. But to not play the Genji and just to try and swap over onto the Pharah is like, that's the kind of thing you need to have practice on, so you know how to be able to set up and know how to be able to set up your tank for success. And going up against a Mauga, something that they definitely haven't scrimmed much against, is definitely like an extra wrench in the equation.
No, Queen's Gambit are quite literally just playing into Exo Azathoth's hand. This is what Exo Azathoth came in today and wanted to perform. Playing into their game, Kindred is on easily her best tank as of now. Jeremy can be comfortable on that Pharah and outshone Missing drastically just because they have more practice on it as of late. I think we overcooked too, just with the Juno Brig backline. I don't think I liked that, nor do I really want to see that again today. Over to Ray, it's a good ult, but at the end of the day, you're giving up your speed, you're giving up your survivability of your supports, and there's way too many occasions where we just had these one-off picks that really should not have been a thing. This is going to be a close game, CB, but not because of the meta mirror and mirror, but based on these hero picks that we're going to get.
Like we're gonna be going to Suravasa. The one like consolation I'll give to like the Judo Break backline is that it does have a you don't have to worry about like if there's not a Genji on the other team, you don't have to worry about that, so you don't really need Kiriko's survivability. And if there's not a Hazard, you don't really have to worry about holding Suzu for that ultimate. But barring that, like it's still far too vulnerable of a backline to kind of play with this sort of like dive composition that's not being mirrored, because you're going to be playing in all these weird suboptimal angles that can be easily exploited. If you haven't practiced it outright, then like it's just not going to work out. I've heard a couple players telling me that like there's still teams like even in Korea trying to make the Juno work, and I just I haven't seen the smoke from it. I'm not convinced that there's a fire there.
No, it's not. It's not been able to work, especially if you're going to play against that sort of Pharah. Like, if it was the meta, I'd say perhaps give it a chance, but for now, we overcooked on that one. We'll take a step back on Suravasa. I'm more curious on what Exo Azathoth is going to want to do. It's not like Kindred can't play the Hazard, but she hasn't found the same amount of success on it as the Mauga, and if it ain't broke, why even try to fix it in the first place? Exo Azathoth will likely play something that's more along the lines of that speed comp, or TP Brawl. That'd also be pretty fun. But how does Queen's Gambit respond is the big thing we need to be watching for CB.
Well, okay, so I think Queen's Gambit are expecting Exo Azathoth to come out with the Mauga composition again, so they're falling back to that same counter composition that did work on Control Center, which does have like some legs to it on Suravasa, and maybe with like less flank angles, you're going to be a little bit less worried about Jeremy getting access to like your backline, putting some pressure out there. You're going to be a lot less worried about like Kindred just getting like a free overrun stomp onto the Juno Break backline. Jeremy is still going to come out here with the Pharah. I don't really like this for Marketplace, but on the other sub points, I think it'll be it'll start to see its stocks rise a little bit.
It's not the end of the world for Jeremy because there's no one really to shoot at him. To be honest, with the Reaper and Sombra, you're playing with short T-Rex arms. You know, like Queen's Gambit, you got to find a way to close that gap, and Jeremy and Kuna, being on the Pharah and Sojourn respectively, aren't going to make that an easy task to begin with. Jeremy can kind of just hug these pillars and make everyone play Rocket Dodgeball instead of Overwatch, and so far, Senna wishes that she was playing Overwatch. Kuna found her head once again. Queen's Gambit can't even get these main cooldowns out. They can't get the hack or the setup that they want before losing play.
There's a lot of damage that comes out onto Kindred. She has to disengage, and it looks like Queen's Gambit are inching close to getting that last flip there. Kuna might be able to take down Mission, forces out the Wraith Walk. I think Mission might be done here. Yeah, she's not able to make it to that health pack there. Queen's Gambit do get the first cap, though, but being down a player now, you got Senna back in the fold, but she has to do some major work to make up for that deficit.
What they can do is even then you're kind of waiting for Senna to get back into this as well. The one thing you can look at is this orbital race. Scuff's been playing very safe, all things considered. You're kind of dunking on this backline previously. You just can't be losing your DPS. Senna has been way too aggressive on the Sombra, and Jeremy has been there to punish. The support ultimates directly counter each other. The orbital ray is the better one at the end of the day, but it kind of oversteps their bounds just slightly enough for these DPS to pop her like a balloon.
I mean, yeah, and speaking of DPS, there were none on the side of Queen's Gambit. Missing gets into the fight way too late, and Senna dies before the orbital ray comes out. Sure, you have a lot of sustained healing, but you don't actually have any damage to make good use of that ultimate. And, Missing, by the way, swaps off the Reaper over onto the Genji. We still have a very front-loaded, DPS-heavy front line that really wants to try and get in the fight. But if Santana can't get up there because there's not enough counter damage onto Kindred, then like it's just never gonna work out. Like even playing for that orbital ray, you're just gonna get overwhelmed by the damage that Exo Azathoth can put out.
This isn't looking too great. Realistically, it's about one more fight. If it goes long, you're not going to regroup fast enough to get another one, especially with our good old Wombo combo. Fireworks going off in a small room. Not a place to be. If you're Senna or Santana, Exo Azathoth are going to push up just to deny a further touch.
Yeah, if we get one more staggering kill here, and Velvet, 1 HP, Jeremy has to reload, Kuna confirms it, that's the point. There's not going to be another touch for Queen's Gambit, especially with Velvet being that close to the rally, you're losing out on any sort of sustainability. I think like maybe you have Senna, but it's in a position to get a touch, but if not, then like you just kind of get this up and play for next point. It's chalked.
That one is a GG go next point, and we've already made one swap. I am a little concerned about how Senna has been getting caught out on the Sombra. She's just now getting close to that EMP that we're seeing, and Queen's Gambit are going to need to grasp onto that hard to win this next fight.
But like she needed that EMP a fight ago when Kindred had the cage fight. Like that's kind of what you play this for, is just to completely nuke that ultimate and counteract one of the biggest fight winning ultimates and turn it on its head so you have the advantage, but you don't have that anymore.
No, I mean, you still gotta pop everything that you got here to try to win the fight. Unlucky Main does end up using the sound barrier in this whole conundrum of ultimates that we've kind of been chucked into, so pretty good trade for Queen's Gambit just popping the rally cage fight.
Yeah, so now there's like nothing that Senna really has to use this EMP for, so if I know her, I think they're gonna want to try and use this aggressively, but like that's gonna continue the desync between both the sound barrier and the cage fight, which again, those are two ultimates that you kind of want to use the EMP to just counteract, right? Like, it's still a good engage tool, and you also could couple it with the blade, but you know, I definitely, the one thing I don't want to see in this fight, I absolutely do not want to see the EMP overlap with the orbital ray. Those need to be staggered out and kept as two completely separate fight-winning ultimates.
We'll have to see. Queen's Gambit have been decent about their ultimate usage so far, and especially since Exo Azathoth are coming into this with nothing other than this Kitsune Rush, there should be a reason to use both of those, other than just a slight bit of miscommunication. Pauline stuck, playing the ultimates out, will be missing Dragon Blade later on stop instead of the EMP, and that's totally fine. Cut Kindred down to size, can't really get anything else. Exo Azathoth already out of there.
Yeah, and that's completely worth it. That's exactly what I wanted to see. You do actually hold on to that EMP, and I imagine or hope that Senna will continue to hold on to it either to secure this point completely or carry it on to the next one and wait for Kindred to have that cage. That's what I want to see, is making sure that you always have the cage fight advantage because of the threat of just deleting the other Mauga's cage. In fact, no one's actually going to touch, so yeah, we carry that on to the next point, which is huge for Queen's Gambit. Even though they lose Missing, that kind of sucks, but you know, what can you do? Sometimes your flex DPS just dies.
Well, it looks like Grand Half-Light crossed the map anyways, so Missing will be able to group with them, and it's like she was never gone in the first place. Gardens, by the look of it? Yeah, we're all going to Gardens. Woohoo. Pretty scenery will be where we're going. Jeremy does have this barrage that it almost seemed like that they wanted to lay out early there for a second. We'll have to rotate towards the objective with the rest of the team and see what they can do with this.
You do kind of have to use... Oh, Kindred gets
That's
cooked
a
there.
problem.
Yeah, that's Kindred trying to go in aggressively in a counter charge. That's also a problem, is Jeremy raining justice from above. It takes down Velvet, but I think, you know, rig for a Mauga, this trade still favors Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, as long as Santana lives, Queen's Gambit will be fine. I mean, Jeremy is kind of tearing this back line apart without any... The Queen's Gambit turning their heads like, where's the Pharah? Where's the Pharah? No, the Jeremy should be backing off now. Kindred's heads returned, and because there's no support, Santana ended up sticking around longer, so only 11% gain for Queen's Gambit out of that.
Yeah, like Jeremy, again, like takes down Velvet and then also takes down Scuffed, and Santana's like never able to deal with that Pharah. So even though Jeremy, like, you know, is kind of like the last one standing, kind of a heroic play there from the side of Exo Azathoth, gonna get themselves under control here. I'm looking now for this EMP because we've been holding on to it, and now is the opportune moment because Kindred should be looking for a good cage fight here. But I think she knows Senna has this EMP. There it is.
Yeah, you're kind of just putting that, expecting the EMP to come out. Look how the players tried to kite around the corner. The angle from Senna, though, impeccable. Made sure got everyone who was trying to make sure that they weren't caught in that range and shuts down everything Exo Azathoth had planned.
Yeah, that was also a pulse bomb thrown out from Kuna that completely goes awry, kind of a nothing ultimate, but that's the power of that EMP. If Senna can keep pace with Kindred's cage fights and always make sure that she has it for Kindred's, then you're totally fine, because now Santana has it. You can couple that with the Orbital Ray or the Blade or the Rally. Any of those combinations, and you should be able to win, even up against a Kitsune Rush from Pauline.
Yeah, especially Kuna can see the impact this EMP has. She's gonna swap over to match that too. So Queen's Gambit, see what they can come up with. 4 ultimates to their name. With a cage fight out first, but Santana is down. Orbital Ray has a bit of a combo out, and I'm lucky maybe that Yeet go out. Was that an Ajax there?
That sure was.
And
That
was
absolutely
sure
was an Ajax, because
Full
I didn't see
support
any
ult.
overhealth on any side. Yeah, full support
Oh,
ultimate's
no.
down. Yeah, Queen's Gambit just cleaned that one up, and like, sure, you lose Santana as you pop the cage, but the orbital ray damage is just too much, and you needed that overhealth to be able to weather that storm. It just doesn't work out for Exo Azathoth, and now they're gonna have to mirror this composition. Jeremy can't stay on the far anymore, and Kuna wants to try and mirror the Sombra, but like, you know, it kind of feels like the momentum is in Queen's Gambit's favor. They're gonna have, you know, they're gonna be close to that EMP. They're 1 point away from winning out Flashpoint completely and tying up this series. EXO are gonna get a better position on it. They do actually win the luck of the draw on the next Flashpoint being chosen, but I mean, looking at the ults, like, pop Blade from Missin, and if that gets a kill on a backliner, Queen's Gambit win this point, and then they just continue to stagger that out with EMP, eventually Orbital Ray, eventually Cage.
Queen's Gambit have a whole deck of cards they can work with, but that was not on the agenda. Senna once again oversteps. It's on to Missin to make up for that deficit, and so far, that will be plenty. Both supports and Lucky Man and Pauline are sent 6 feet under. Queen's Gambit should be able to recover briefly, even if they end up losing this.
The kill on Senna there, though, does mean that Kuna can make up the gap, though, so both Sombra sitting at around 85% to that EMP. But the key, though, is that Kindred is closer to the cage, which therefore means Senna's EMP is going to have to be used first. So you're going to be looking for where Kuna decides to use theirs. It's probably not going to be happening anytime soon, especially if Missin has anything to say about it. That's, by the way, I think the second time that she just completely caught Kuna out.
You really can have that happening, and even Kindred just bonked heads with Santana, and because more and more Queen's Gambit players, she'll end up getting blown up. That's the second time we've seen that happen. Queen's Gambit to figure out a way to counterplay this.
That's the power of the Genji. The Genjis in this tournament have been the star players, and Missin has been a star on the rise, and if she keeps this up, she can etch her name amongst the likes of Bun and Peace and Zoe and all the great Genjis that we have.
Let's see what these cage fights have to do. Skuna finally has an EMP up, but ideally you hold that for Santana's own cage fight. Kindred, it's not looking much better. You know Senna has this ultimate. She's gonna make sure everyone ends up getting knocked out. It will be a counter EMP on the backside. Hits 4, but it didn't get scuffed. The Orbital Ray still landed, and the health bars from Queen's Gambit are doing great in this economy. Exo Azathoth, they have to invest heavily. This will be final fight of the objective, should they not, and it's gonna cost more than they wanted to. At the end of the day, they'll get that point win and at least some percentage on Bruins.
Yeah, Missin gonna take down Pauline there. That's gonna kind of sting, because, I mean, someone's gonna have to peel back to try and give her a teleport back with the rest of the team. You're gonna have the Sound Barrier and the Death Blossom to counter out Santana's cage, but you really would have liked to have, like, you know, that EMP that we saw Senna use to great effect, because Queen's Gambit, they only use that EMP in the Orbital Ray, and they nearly win that fight, whereas Exo Azathoth, they have to invest so heavily, they have to play so passively, and they do it to perfection, but they're still behind the 8 ball. One more fight and Queen's Gambit will take Suravasa.
And it's going to be really difficult for Exo Azathoth to hold on to this. This has got to be the best sound barrier of Unlucky Main's life right now. Or Jeremy, if they can get some kills going with this, but the boot wasn't enough. The cage fight is enough, but there's everybody within it. Santana will end up exploding. There's too many players that were looking at her, and the rest of Exo Azathoth stayed alive throughout all of that chaos. Kindred can clean this up nice and slow, ensuring Exo Azathoth will take this to a 5th and final point.
Yeah, 80%. I don't know if there's going to be another touch from Queen's Gambit. Maybe Santana goes, like, super aggressive and tries to, but I don't think you want to play that game without Scuff. Yeah, you can even see Santana's silhouette says, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe we don't go for that one. Queen's Gambit gonna have to give that one up and try and play. They do know where the last flashpoint's gonna be, and they should be able to get there first because of the spawns. But you're looking at a cage from Kindred that Senna can't really answer just yet, and Santana's nowhere near theirs. They're nowhere near the Death Blossom. The Orbital Ray is still a little bit behind as well. So Exo Azathoth, I think they're sitting pretty here. If Kindred gets a good cage before it can get canceled, I think you just go right now with it.
You have to. They're 7% away. Senna, you can see how fast she's trying to charge it up, but hit nothing but shield. It actually gets exploded faster, so the EMP wasn't much of a matter, and it could pop out here and be all the difference maker in this fight. That's what Senna's going to go for. Lands onto the remaining 4 players, and they are going to fall shortly after. Great coordinated play from Senna.
Yeah, it does kind of end up right where we would have ended up if Senna had that a couple minutes earlier, but Scuff does have to pay the price, so not going to be there. Still has the opportunity to get back, get a little bit of healing, get up to that Orbital Ray. Queen's Gambit able to get control, but now you're going up against Kuna's EMP. I'm curious, with Santana nowhere near the cage, where does this EMP strike? Because it can't really counteract the Orbital Ray unless you catch it at the right moment, get an Orbital Ray Jack, so maybe you just pop it and go super aggressive here. Kitsune's going to be the first ult to come out. Maybe they get something with this.
They don't get anything other than the fear behind Queen's Gambit's eyeballs as they ran for the hill. So the point will just be granted over, and this is fine for Exo Azathoth. Scuff can go ahead and re-engage with this Orbital Ray. Not even worth committing this EMP to it at this time, but Kuna wants to go for it, hoping for the cancel, but that was going to be a major mistake. Exo Azathoth, that was all of their tools.
Yeah, so like they're able to get the point completely just off the back of that Kitsune rush. What they really needed to do was build up to Unlucky Main sound barrier, so when the counterattack came out from Queen's Gambit, they can force an overinvestment, but the Orbital Ray is like just too much to overcome without that, or without the ability to like kite yourself back out. I think the EMP, you'd like to have it now because there's so many ults that you would love to be able to have that as a tool to counter with, you know? You got a Death Blossom, a Cage both coming up.
Everything looks to be in Queen's Gambit's hands. All they need is the execution and to survive this wave of overhealth that is the sound barrier. Jeremy running away, very little health remaining, and Missin will make sure the two are caught up in her Death Blossom. The cage, nowhere for Exo Azathoth to run away, and CB, it has been done. Queen's Gambit have made Exo Azathoth face the music of their own comp, and will tie us up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, Exo Azathoth, like, I mean, Queen's Gambit played this same counter composition in Major 3, and that's what took them all the way to Grand Finals, and damn near let them overcome Nightmare Eclipse in those Grand Finals, but it just isn't the same. You know, we're in a completely different landscape, and for whatever reason, I feel like Exo Azathoth just haven't seen this counter comp coming, but in terms of going back to what worked before, it feels like Queen's Gambit haven't missed a step, right? They still understand that, like, once you build up that EMP, you can just completely shut down anything that the enemy team wants to do. And Kuna, like, all credits to Kuna, just wasn't as in sync with Santana's cages, just wasn't going in at the right moments. That last one there that they popped into the Orbital Ray and ended up losing the fight, that's kind of a throwaway, like, because you're never going to be able to get the follow-up damage through all of the healing that comes out. Sure, you do kind of, like, gut some of the utility that people want to use in that Orbital Ray to put out some of that damage, but like, again, you don't have the damage yourself. You can't capitalize on that ultimate. Like, you just kind of, it just kind of falls to the wayside. And then you go into the next fight, and then you just get caught with the classic Death Blossom Cage combo. It's such a devious combo. EMP can shut down both of those at once, but you end up shutting down neither and just fall to both.
And this is kind of, it almost went back to when Kuna swapped to the Sombra, because when she did, Santana already had a cage fight build up, so there wasn't really a way to cancel that out. Senna was, like, held onto an EMP for a solid almost 3 minutes there, CD, just to get back on tempo with Kindred, and that honestly won Queen's Gambit map. The amount of value that ultimate is going to get. This Mauga composition is decided entirely by ultimates. Senna and Kuna have the most important ones.
And this is one of the things, right, like, so before the Mauga composition that you're seeing right now, it's very macro heavy. The hazard meta that we've seen a lot throughout this tournament is very micro heavy, and I don't know that either of these teams feel too confident in the micro play going head to head with like Nightmare Eclipse or even like Aw Yas, depending on like, you know, how strong your team is feeling that day, if you're at full strength or not. But like, if you take things back to where you can try to just out macro the other team, try and outsmart them, maybe you can try and get yourself a little bit of headway against a team like an Exo Azathoth or a team like a Queen's Gambit. Right now, it's blow for blow, one map apiece. Exo's pick, they're going to take us to push, and Esperanza, to me, signals that they want to keep it the same way we've been going. Like, they still want to try and play this Mauga comp, because it's the same thing that we saw them try to play against Nightmare yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think you can play the hazard into this at all, even if it is a very strong map for that specific tank hero. You kind of just got to keep with what you're going. And this time I'd like to see Kuna start on the Sombra, so hopefully we don't end up in this type of situation where Exo Azathoth are constantly behind when it comes to that macro, that ultimate economy that we ended up seeing. But it's going to be, like a lot of push maps, the start of this map. How is this tempo is set? How far are we going to get this bot initially? And also when and where those ultimates are being used.
I do also kind of want to highlight, though, like, these are both teams that have their hearts set on making it to Grand Finals again, that winning the championship tournament. And honestly, I think, you know, it would be an upset for either of these teams to beat Nightmare Eclipse, but it wouldn't be like a complete shock because these are really, really strong teams. But we saw Exo Azathoth play this against Nightmare Eclipse and just get completely dumpstered yesterday, right? So this doesn't really work against what Nightmare Eclipse is playing because their micro play is just so much better that they can play the Hazard comp to its full potential and no one else can really match it. Sooner or later, both of these teams are gonna have to face the music, right? Like, they can't just try and get away with this Mauga composition forever. I feel like Queen's Gambit are a little bit more well-equipped to take that particular fight if we get to that point. But, like, right now, we gotta deal with what's in front of us, all right? What is in front of us is Exo Azathoth. They play this really weird style where they want to try and get Jeremy on the Pharah. They really want to keep Kindred on the Mauga as long as we possibly can. How do we shut that down? Same way we did last time. Senna Sombra.
Yeah. The Senna Sombra really was just that X factor that was lacking from before, and I'm glad that that has been found. I do wonder, CB, and I kind of want to hear your thoughts on this. This Juno Brig backline, like, it worked out decently well. We didn't see Scuffed and Velvet get picked off nearly as much as before. I think it's harder to play the Pharah on that map, so they weren't taking as much poke damage, but their positioning also got a lot better. Is that really reasonable to keep that up here on East Bronze as well?
It depends on the DPS line, and I think against Exo Azathoth, like, we're kind of getting into positions where you can keep it up, because, like, Exo's not playing, like, a dive. There's no threat of, like, a Genji. You do kind of have to worry about, like, Kuna on the Tracer, but unless Kuna gets, like, right up in Scuff's business, like, you're never going to be able to get that one clip completely. And I think Velvet is a competent enough Brigitte to be able to negate that. So just like a Tracer, I don't think you got to worry about that too much, even if it's like a Sombra Tracer or a Sombra Reaper or any of those like kind of close range flank DPS lines, you can still get away with it just fine. It's the Hazard and it's the Genji that are realistically the problem. And as long as Exo don't come out with either of those and they can kind of keep their supports in a safe place where they're not subject to just random Pharah spam, it's not the worst. But you have to try and build your orbital rays fast because you're not going to be able to put out as much damage as the Kiriko is. We've seen a lot of like really strong Kiriko play, a lot of frag potential coming out from that backline. You can't really match that, so you do have to make sure that you are getting those orbital rays so that your DPS can make up for that deficit whenever you have that ult online.
And it's not an easy thing to do with how many times that ultimate has been changed. It gets harder and harder every patch to get up to an orbital ray, and
which is good because it's kind of busted.
Yeah, again, glorified win button is what an orbital ray is. Scuffed has been keeping up with Pauline somehow, some way, most of the time with those Kitsune rushes, which is insanely hard to do, and is another sentiment to the skill that they have coming into this event. Keeping Santana alive is not easy. You're subjected to that much damage from a frontal point. Exo Azathoth, they want to stick with what they're doing so far, CB? Just do Queen's Gambit? Are they going to go back to what they know?
It feels like it. And like, Exo Azathoth, like, they do have a pretty good read on it because they understand, like, they're not going to mirror the Juno Brig backline because of the threat of the Hazard, right? Like, the fact that Santana could just jump on a Juno and just slice her clean in half is not something that Pauline wants to mess with. So they're going with the Kiriko Lucio, which is a lot more defensible against a Hazard. Queen's Gambit actually mirroring that now. They're not going to be trying to play into the Juno. Maybe they get a little bit cocky if they see what Exos brings to the table and they try and fall back on that. But right now, they are showing us not necessarily classic Hazard play, but they're definitely showing Jeremy the presence that Santana can bring to the table on this hero.
And you would expect Jeremy to be the last player than be that scared, but alright, you know what, Queen's Gambit, you gotta send a message early. The thing is, Kindred wants to go up to Santana and light her on fire. Santana doesn't like to be lit on fire, understandably. So you're staying far away from the tank. They just denied Kindred's value completely by going for this backline. That was a great flank play from Santana and Missin to collapse onto these supports.
Yeah, so one of the problems that I'm going to see, though, with Exo Azathoth's comp is actually going to be Kuna on the Sojourn, because, like, people are going to think I'm crazy when I say this, but Sojourn's slide is actually one of the most important cooldowns in this meta, because if a Sojourn uses it to get into position to try and set herself up for a play, and a Hazard identifies that, that's a free kill for a Hazard. So if you can bait out slide and make a Sojourn, like, just put her into an uncomfortable position, that's a free kill every single time. And Exo Azathoth are going to be playing in so many different places that Kuna is going to be public enemy #1 any time Santana gets eyes on them.
Oh, Ooh, wonderful outplay there. 32-10, aka Senna. Shutting Jeremy down, knew exactly where they were going for that health pack, and that's not good. Exo Azathoth run this comp primarily to put Jeremy on this bar, and if you're missing that piece, because Senna just keeps hitting shot after shot, you gotta take her out. Eventually, Kindred will take care of business, but at the cost of her entire team.
Yeah, business it takes care of business, but business is over. All right, we're now out of business. Time to go ahead and fall back, and more progress gonna come out for Queen's Gambit. Look at Kuna's ult charge, by the way. Hasn't gotten anything done. Like, I think that is just basically passively trying to farm some primary fire damage off of Santana, and that's really it. And that just kind of shows how scared they are of Santana.
No, this is so good for Queen's Gambit. There's nothing that Santana really can be afraid of other than the tank. Just having that threat of that Kitsune rush where Scuffed was out. Pauline isn't built up to 1, and that's just a free checkpoint that Exo Azathoth now will have to find a way to steal back. We talked about how important the start of this match is, and if Missing keeps doing disgusting things like that, oh, Exo Azathoth about to be in much greater world of hurt.
Yeah, Kindred, no longer has any friends to keep her alive here. She is going to be falling quite swiftly. By the way, when I said that Sojourn Slide is one of the most important cooldowns in this entire game right now, the other one is Suzu, and that was used just for Exo Azathoth to get out there. So you have Missin who can just go in, find a half HP Pauline, and just confirm the kill, and there's nothing she can do to stop it, right? And you can't really stop this pain train at all from Queen's Gambit because they have just about every ult they could possibly ask for.
But the Kitsune rush from Exo Azathoth is one of the main tools that they have. Start out this fight, forces recall out of Missin, but you're more scared about the health of your tank in the long run, not having the option of the downpour to root these players. Exo Azathoth now need to run away with this opportunity while it still stands, because it's going to be scrappy if no tanks are there.
Yeah, like, I mean, Queen's Gambit just don't invest in that fight at all, and they don't have to. They can just let Pauline use that Kitsune rush. They lose Santana, but the fact that they're able to kill Kindred at the tail end of it is going to really, really put a damper on how much bot progress Exo Azathoth can get. In fact, they're not even going to break the forward spawn. The bot is just going to turn right back around. Yeah, Jeremy's on a flank here. Queen's Gambit don't know. I don't know that they care. Jeremy might make them care, though.
Jeremy tried to, but the shots didn't quite land. With the cage fights and the sound barriers piled all into one place, and that's exactly where Santana wants them. It's so easy for Santana to hit shots if they can't move away from them. Exo Azathoth, they just get shut down on that big ultimate fight, and they never canceled forward spawns. As you said, CB, the fight just keeps coming faster.
Yeah, and that Reaper flank, by the way, would have been 10 times scarier if Jeremy had the Death Blossom. I mean, you've got it now, but it's a day late and a dollar short. You're still, like you said, you weren't able to break that forward spawn. Queen's Gambit just keep the forward momentum. They're going to have the Kitsune rush here. I mean, you're going to be able to use both DPS ults to potentially shut it down, but I mean, like, you know, it's opportunity cost, right? Like, you're going to have to try and spend just to get out of spawn, just to try and stop the bot from making more progress.
And Scuffed is having none of that, laying out the red carpet. Forwards Queen's Gambit to push forwards, and Kindred will pop like a balloon as a result. The proactiveness from Queen's Gambit. Exo Azathoth, they can't close that gap that you need to for your Reaper, for your Malka to get value. And Queen's Gambit, they're knocking right on Exo's doors.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to get the full cap here, but any progress that they get is just icing on the cake. Because again, like, Exo Azathoth are going to have to spend ults just to get out of their spawn. Queen's Gambit don't have anything to mirror it, but they're totally fine taking this fight. You can even see they're going to try and kite.
That was a good shot, though, out of Kuna. Needed Senna to be dealt with, and yeah, it will happen, but this is kind of a must-win fight for Exo Azathoth. Nonetheless, having used ultimates in the spawn, never a good sign.
But it is good that they only used one ultimate in the spawn, and it's potentially the most... Hello, Missin. What are you doing? Just having a seat? Kindred cares not, all right? Not gonna just live and let live on this occasion. Okay, you use potentially the most expendable ultimate right now in that overclock. You're going to be able to build up to a Kitsune rush. You still have the Death Blossom, so you can try and keep this snowball going. You just have to have Jeremy on the flank here, looking for an opportune moment to pop this Death Blossom. You also got to have to worry about Scuffed Suzu.
Well, Jeremy kind of gave up on that flank idea. Opted to play safer. Close to Kindred, and then Santana running. Wasn't quite expecting to see the Reaper on that corner. I think that Kitsune rush was very premature from Pauline. There's no one from Queen's Gambit. They'd already disengaged fully.
Yeah, they just dropped the smoke bomb and they're just gone. I didn't even see where Queen's Gambit went, but here we go. There's Santana.
All right, well, hello, Santana. Welcome back to the party. No foxes to get in your way, I guess, of the downpour. End up on the 3 players, but no, I believe that was a Suzu perfectly timed. That Death Blossom long awaited, but much disappointment in the eyes of Jeremy was appalling during its cast. At least get Santana out of the picture. Kuna being able to play the game here has been the main reason of Exo Azathoth's return to glory. They just got to take care of Senna, and it should be smooth sailing. But Senna should not just kill full supports by herself. Excuse me?
Yeah, take care of Senna is easier
What?
said than done, right? Like, so we're back in this kind of situation where up against a Mauga composition, she doesn't have to worry about getting just stomped on by an enemy hazard, so she could just play on these angles she's used to, where she could just go for these big pop-off plays, and we see it even in fights where it feels like Queen's Gambit are on the losing end. She just pops OC, kills 3. All right, what can you do about that? Not much, especially when you've already lost your front line, you know, to that downpour from Santana that forces out so much resource.
Kendra just charged in without the rest of the team in position. The Suzu went to the wayside after she had fallen. It's gone from bad to worse. Exo Azathoth, they kind of jumped the gun. They wanted to deny the forward spawns, and now they're going to have to fight even further to come back from that.
I think you still maybe get like one more fight here at the barrier once the bot starts to touch it, but like it's at the spawn door, so it's like once again you're gonna have to spend some of these big money ultimates just to get out. You're coming up on another OC. Maybe you can get away with Kuna just popping that and not investing the cage or the sound barrier, but looks like Kindred's going in pretty deep. Queen's Gambit actually just gonna disengage. They're just gonna give this one up for free because they know that cage fight is on the next on the chopping block there. That's the next thing coming up. They don't want any of that smoke. They're just going to go ahead and take a fight on their terms, but they have access to the high ground.
There's no point in fighting in that last stretch anyways. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to get a full completion on this map. So it's better to fight where you have this high ground positioning. There's that cage fight that Queen's Gambit have been long awaiting. Velvet jumping in to save Santana. That overhealth doing wonders. So a bunch of this chip damage at Pauline, helping Exo throw in an overdrive. Pulse bomb, a bit wide, but no tank on the board for Queen's Gambit. And suddenly Kuna is making things look up for the purple team. Still got a mountain to climb. It's better than it was.
So that was actually a pretty uncharacteristic misplay from Velvet. She pops the sound barrier, but it only catches onto herself and Scuffed. They wanted to get it onto Santana, but it got cut off by the shielding from the cage fight. So Santana falls regardless. Kuna's left unchecked because there's no hazard to try and put them in their place. They can just pop off on the Sojourn, hold onto the OC, which is going to be mirrored by Senna. But with this momentum and with the high ground control now in Exo Azathoth's favor, you're kind of looking at like Kuna to have at least a little bit of an advantage here.
Overclock. Got the shots last time, but it's a jagged roll to the face instead. Sound barrier from Unlucky Main, making sure everyone is A-okay. Suzu time, downpour, down the drain. Queen's Gambit use all of their ultimates in that just to try to make sure Exo Azathoth couldn't run away. And while they dodge the ult, they can't get away from that damage. Misten was already in the backline by the time it happened, and they moving this robot right back to this barrier.
Oh no, they can't stagger Kindred here. Kindred needs to live. Pauline's not alive to keep her alive. I think she has the cardiac overdrive and she's got the overrun. Okay, just a pixel of health. No way Misten gets that one. No, that might be it. I mean, Queen's Gambit aren't pushing the bot currently, but now they know, all right, the Mauga's dead. We can just walk right up. The one sticking point, though, is Jeremy is coming up on a Death Blossom. Needs to be the hero with this ultimate and needs to build it up yesterday.
Haven't had good luck with his Death Blossom so far with Wraith Form already for CB. It's not looking good for Exo Azathoth. Senna is back and she's ready to click some heads. Already found Kuna, this robot inching closer. Jeremy teleporting back in, looking for something, comes up with just the Sojourn, and that's gonna have to be enough. The health low for Exo Azathoth. They don't have Pauline to keep them alive. Velvet investing the sound barrier, thinking that this can be ended here and now. But that might be a long lost dream considering you don't have a tank to stall this out any further. It's only on to Misten. These spawns are so much closer, but she hits the pulse bomb, stuck it out of the barrier, catches them on the way out. Exo Azathoth, they're still in it, but they're beaten and bruised.
Yeah, this might be a difficult mountain to climb because they got to run it all the way back. Queen's Gambit are still going to get some forward spawns. They might be able to get themselves at least to this high ground here, get control of it, but no, Santana's actually going to deny them completely, so Exo Azathoth now playing from the low ground. They're going to have to expend some ultimates here. Ones that Queen's Gambit can definitely mirror. They're coming up on a downpour. They got a Kitsune Rush. Both teams going to look to pop theirs.
Queen's Gambit, they have a god spot. Senna is on the high ground, uncontested with the rest of the team, and Pauline, the Suzu, is forced. This is just a matter of time. It's a ticking time bomb for Santana to drop this downpour. The sound barrier is out, but everyone almost dodges out of the way. It's kind of trying to body block him, but Misten, she's already in there, slicing Exo Azathoth in half. Queen's Gambit have found a way around the one-trick comp that Exo Azathoth have set themselves out to be, and will move up to a match point.
That downpour from Kindred at the end was absolutely massive. I think catches 3, but Misten had already done too much damage. There was nobody alive to capitalize off of it. That's so crazy. That, I mean, Misten just goes in and finds the picks that she needs to. And it's because of that Suzu, by the way, being forced out super early. It's such an important cooldown in this composition. A Kiriko without Suzu is the same as like a Sojourn without the slide. It's just like a free jump for a Genji or for a Hazard. And the fact that in this Genji Hazard composition, Queen's Gambit have 2 different opportunities to jump on top of that vulnerable squishy and just find the assassination. And the fact that Misten's able to get another one for her money is the difference maker right now. It's the Genjis in these meta that you need to be keeping an eye on. They are the killers. They are the playmakers. They are the ones that are finding these big opportune moments to shut down the momentum. And it's something that I don't know if Exo Azathoth is prepared to mirror, because we haven't seen much of Jeremy's Genji. You know, we've seen a lot of the Pharah, we've seen a fair bit of Reaper. We saw a little bit of the Genji against Nightmare, but it looked unpracticed. Like, it was very unpolished, and I don't know if Exo feel like they can make that deficit up.
Jeremy's not known for the Genji, and I honestly believe that's the main reason that they're trying to force this Mauga comp that now seems a tad bit out of date. Queen's Gambit thought that they had to mirror it at first, but each map that we've seen them play have ventured further and further away, and that's large in part due to Misten getting the amount of value she has on the Genji, Santana disregarding Kindred's presence in general, but also just finding the cracks in the armor. Exo Azathoth have been leaving a lot of doors open, from Kindred overextending, from supports not necessarily covering for each other if there's a Tracer such Genji in the backline. Misten was tearing it up for this series so far, and Queen's Gambit are relying on her to bring it home next map.
That's it's kind of why this Hazard meta is the wave. It's just like you have so much assassination potential. If the composition on the other side gets split even a little bit, like, that's an opportunity. And it's, again, like, we haven't seen Jeremy be able to play that Genji to that same level. And like you said, probably why they're still trying to lean into the Pharah as much as they are, because they know Jeremy can play that really, really well.
Oh, yeah.
And it does also let Kindred play that Mauga that she's really well practiced on. But Santana's Mauga is also disgusting, and Senna can just shut down the Mauga, so what do you do now? You're kind of like running out of options. We don't actually have the answers for that, only they do, and they're gonna have to tell us on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will see you on the other side. We are on the precipice of potentially sending home one of our fan favorite teams, and one of the favorites to make top 4 might be falling a little bit short as Exo Azathoth goes up against Queen's Gambit. Queen's Gambit leads 2-1, and Exo Azathoth get to pick their potential final resting place, and it's gonna be Escort. And we were talking a little bit, there's a lot of different options here, and none of them are great, but some of them are interesting.
Yeah, that interesting's definitely a word to put on that.
Real quick, I'm predicting Havana.
You're predicting Havana, okay.
I'm just gonna throw it out. I'm predicting
You're
Havana.
predicting the Havana. See, we haven't seen Havana yet. I don't believe Havana's been picked on live broadcasts so far. We've seen a good amount of Dorado. That's been kind of the pick of choice with some dive maps, but for the most part, that's Hazard. And if we know one thing about Exo Azathoth, they don't exactly like playing that hero so much, but it's not like they don't have experience on that map. Kindred has pulled out the Diva in the past. Jeremy can keep playing the Pharah or the Reaper if they so choose. But Havana, CB, okay, you just walk me through your thought process on this. You're trying to explain to me through the break.
So the options right now for Escort are Route 66, Dorado, or Havana. And if you don't want to play a Hazard Mirror and you want to try and play literally anything else, I feel like you try and go for some Hail Mary on Havana, because Havana completely guts the Hazard comp, 100%. Whereas like Dorado and Route 66 both kind of facilitate it. You know, there is also options to try and play like a Pharah with a Winston dive on Route, so I would kind of assume that's also like a pretty fair idea. It depends on like, what does Exo Azathoth really want their win condition to be? Do they want nothing to do with Hazard? If so, you go to Havana. Do you want to try and go back to the well of playing into Jeremy's Pharah? Well, then maybe you don't go to Havana, but like, you still maybe could. It depends on how confident you are in that pick. And so far, it feels like they've been trying to hang their hat on that the entire series, but it keeps getting shut down and forced over onto the Reaper. So that's why I think Havana's the smart choice here. You know, I think you just go for what, you know, Queen's Gambit probably hasn't scrimmed much. Something that just doesn't allow the Hazard to play optimally, and you can try and play some sort of cheese around it. And you just gotta play, like, you just gotta go with Havana and play with confidence, I think.
I want to see some Kindred Reinhardt. You know, if we play Havana, could we get
Yeah?
that? That'd be fun.
That'd be a throwback.
A big throw. Oh, you can't spawn camp as well on that map, so I guess you're not as much. But hey, Kindred Reinhardt, I'm here for it. If you're listening, just for a little bit, please and thank you. But I think this is a very difficult choice for Exo Azathoth. It's more like pick your poison than it is necessarily what's going to work best for us. Is like, or do you feel better about a dive comp that you haven't really practiced as much? Do you want to go to Route 66 that will favor the Hazard? Do you want to go to Havana that likely no one has touched in a while, since that map usually is far away from the map pool in general? It's more like, what is the best out of the worst possible options for this team?
And by the way, chat, we're not just like keeping you on this graphic to keep you in suspense. They have been taking a good while to pick here, and they've actually chosen Dorado. Okay, so this is interesting because I think the Pharah is still playable here, but I think of the 3 options, it's potentially the worst, because there's a lot of like, I don't know. I don't really know. Like, I kind of just feel like Root or Havana would have been better, but I'm happy to be made a fool of here, especially if it does end up working out for Exo Azathoth. Clearly they know something that I don't, or they have a strat that I'm not aware of, or they're just they're willing to die on the sword, you know? They're willing to just like go down and be like, if we're going down, we're just gonna do it on good old-fashioned fair and balanced Dorado that everybody loves.
This just feels most comfortable. Again, we've seen the most Dorado played throughout the tournament, and a couple times with Exo Azathoth that have specifically had to play this map just because they were subjected to Wrecking Ball compositions. Now, I don't think that's what Queen's Gambit are going to do, but it's a familiar spot. You've had to play some competitive matches on it before. It's just a matter if Kindred decides to walk out with this Diva. Is she going to start on the Hazard? Heck, she even played Mauga and Winston at some point. There was a total of 6 tanks played on the one map I spectated from Exo Azathoth previously, so who really knows what we're going to get? But you gotta pull something out of that bag of surprises, and hopefully one that catches Queen's Gambit off guard, because this is their tournament life on the line.
Unrelated, but I just saw someone in chat type Hatsune Mikitua. Mods, can we permaban that person? I don't want to see such language in my good Christian Calling All Heroes chat. I want to see meows in the chat is what I want to see. And I also don't mind seeing Exo Azathoth opting into this Hazard Mirror, but they are keeping Jeremy on the Pharah. There's still a lot of good rooftops on Dorado where I think it is viable. You do also kind of have to worry about the ways in which the first point facilitates Senna's Widowmaker. which is definitely something that she is more than comfortable piloting. You know, we've seen her pop off on all of the hit scans before, and if you want to talk about, like, you know, DPS that need to be star players, maybe you can't do that on the Sojourn in this meta, but on the Widow, you definitely can.
If there's no Widow to combat her either, it's just kind of a free shooting gallery for Senna if you really think about it here. We'll have to keep an eye on where she's able to go, especially on Kuna. It's not fun to try to fight against a Widowmaker on a Sojourn. And it's no secret that Senna will be playing this too, as it is one of her best heroes to pull out. No one even daring to peek out ahead until they see that jump shot.
Yeah, like you said, no secret. They already know. They're not going to even show their heads. They're not going to risk getting picked off early. They are going to give up a fair bit of positioning, though. Jeremy is trying to deny it with some stray rockets. That's a rail shot from Kuna, but unless you get the headshot there... Oh, there we go. Scuffed is there to save the day.
Well, Germany poking their head around where maybe they shouldn't be. Only about half HP, though. Just go ahead and shoot back over to Pauline, who barely dodged the shot, almost by standing still. And those are the hardest shots to hit, or the ones you know are the simple. Kindred, on the other hand, not looking too worse for wear. Ended up getting shoved back because Pauline's forced out of position. No healing available for the tank on the high ground where she expected it to be. And Queen's Gambit like all the space visited.
Yeah, this is kind of like the threat of the Widowmaker shot. Pauline moves like 1 pixel to the left and is able to dodge the shot, but it just dictates so much respect from the side of Exo Azathoth. Like, they don't want to get caught out. They don't want to get picked. They have to give up so much ground that they end up just losing Kindred altogether, just like you said. And now, like, you know, you can see how far back Senna is set up. It should be an easy shot for, like, Kuna or Jeremy to try and challenge that, but do they risk it, you know? Like, even Jeremy's playing at this really safe angle.
Ooh. Ball's already forced out. Do you have another touch? No. And after Kindred kind of went down, there's not really much of a choice. And as he said, Jeremy's getting completely zoned out here. The win condition in this comp is Jeremy, and we haven't seen a wink of them all map.
And because, like, you know, Jeremy's going to be one of the last ones to die, Exo Azathoth try and make that stagger fight work. Queen's Gambit get control of this high ground, and if you get Senna set up on either of these high grounds, it's going to be 10 times harder for Jeremy to get any sort of position here. You know, if you're Queen's Gambit, maybe if you lose a fight, you kind of, you know, force Senna to swap off the Widow, but for now, keep her on it and just let her control these high ground angles.
She doesn't even need to hit the shots, though. Like, that's the crazy part. Her existing is enough of a threat to kind of scare people. All right, Kindred's like skate 360, I guess, on the high ground. Eventually puts the Dragon Wall and, well, it doesn't really have a design. Fighting the Kitsune Rush, but yeah, just kind of gets pouring down. I think this is why we haven't seen this hazard so far. There's so much disconnect between where Kindred is going and where the rest of the team is positioned for the setup, whereas Santana has all 5 players at their back ready to go.
Yeah, I think that would have been like a great play from Kindred if Jeremy had been like in a good position to follow up with some rocket damage, but so far hasn't been able to. Hello, Santana, the unseen threat. Kindred just walks right by. We gotta check our corners there, girly pop. We can't just leave a big spiky fella at our backline there. Can actually fall back with. She's nowhere with the rest of her team.
That just blocked the Kitsune Rush? Pauline's already dead. There's no way that ult is getting any value whatsoever, and Jeremy is rooted in place. The damage isn't present. Exo Azathoth simply have not gotten eliminations throughout this game. Queen's Gambit are steamrolling at the highest degree. 5 minutes CB to head into his 3rd point.
And they've steamrolled through the entire portion of the map where this Pharah is actually, you know, fairly oppressive to the point where now she's kind of useless. But you're stuck on it because Jeremy has this rocket barrage. You need to get a fight win off of it. But you're not going to get the opportunity if you can't ever get into a good position. And yeah, they're just going to give that ult up altogether. They have to try and go for a Genji here so they can keep up some kind of frontline pressure. But it's the backline that is really feeling the pressure right now.
You can't be doing that, especially in front of Senna with sights. Like, losing that player, there is no fight. There is nowhere for you to go. Exo Azathoth, we're looking at 1-fight territory.
And the Exo, like, they're pulling back completely just to try and get Pauline back. They have ults to try and stave off this pressure, but we got over 4 minutes in the time bank, and Queen's Gambit are already knocking on the door here. Maybe Santana falls, and you can kill the push here, but you need to get this kill. They get out.
Santana lives, and Pauline's dead again. Oh my goodness, Senna has just had her number this entire map. Her head has been rolling around the streets of Dorado. You see Senna almost getting the grapple shot onto Unlucky Main. Eventually, Jeremy will swap over to their Genji to deal with the problem, but we're looking at a 4-minute hold, and on heroes, Exo Azathoth have not shown us at all this series.
Jeremy going in deep and confirming the kill onto Santana is what ends up killing the push there, but that is one of just many pushes. Like, Senna's not even swapping off of this Widow. Like, she's staying on it, even though she's not going to get any good angles now and is going to have to try and play, like, from this weird kind of, like, lower ground angle. She still feels confident enough that she can find Pauline's head if she just squints hard enough. Or maybe you just wait for Missin to go in with a pulse bomb, because she's also threatening the backline with that. They know that that is also a threat.
The Kitsune responds at the high ground, but only Kuna, who's dead. Listen, peppering away at Pauline, who just has not been allowed to exist this whole game. Pulse bomb out. Goodbye, Kindred. And it's looking to be one more meter to get this payload on home. Queen's Gambit. This isn't just a steamroll run. This is their final victory lap.
So it seems that they've chosen to die on the sword, and it's very admirable. It's a hero's death they're getting, but it's not looking all that heroic from their side. Like, they try and gamble with this Pharah pick, but it just gets completely zoned out. Like, there wasn't even a moment in time where Senna hits a headshot onto Jeremy to kill the Pharah, but you still just never get an opportunity to use that barrage. You're never getting Queen's Gambit caught off guard in a position where this Pharah can actually be useful. Anytime you try and take a high ground angle, like through Streets phase, Queen's Gambit just have it completely locked down with Santana on the hazard. Something that Kindred, I mean, looks competent on mechanically, but in terms of the macro, like where the team is playing around, playing with her, it feels so discordant. Like, EXO just have no clue how to play this composition, and I think that's why they've been trying to stick with the Smaugga composition for so long. On the defense, on the attack, I don't know if I like the Smaugga comp at all, because they're gonna have Jeremy, sure, but that's the only thing they really have to try and contest the high ground, contest where Senna's gonna be posted up, and a Widow on a high ground should be able to deal with the Pharah pretty handily.
You would think. Queen's Gambit, they're on such a high peak of their performance right now, setting a over 3-minute time bank on this map. Like they're literally just towering over Exo Azathoth saying, come on, try me, kid. Like, give it your best shot. Like, what else can Exo Azathoth provide if it is Kindra on the Mauga? If you have to go with what you started off, what ended up working at the start, it's not going to be easy. Queen's Gambit are going to make Exo Azathoth work for every single meter.
All right, 2 questions. Where is Senna? And, okay, I was gonna ask how does Jeremy use the boosters here, but it's actually just to try and go on a flank angle. Yeah, knowing this is actually really smart from Jeremy, aside from the peppering Santana portion, because now you've given away your position. Would have been better to just go for a flank all the way around. Yeah, the jig is up. Like, you shouldn't have been putting in those shots onto Santana. You just got caught out there completely, buddy.
Yeah, it's only sneaky until you make sound, so that didn't go very well. Jeremy instantly over to the Tracer. You do actually end up stomping onto Santana there, so getting the tank gone, Queen's Gambit won't have any way to stop this payload for a while.
Yeah, that's a big pick, but I mean, Queen's Gambit can just kind of play back, I imagine. You can see Senna's health bar getting a little bit low there, probably from a little bit of spam. Jeremy, by the way, swapping off the Pharah completely. Gonna go over to the Tracer. And now if you're Senna, you can just focus on all the groundlings without a shield and just try and pepper at them. Right now, Kindred the only one showing face, but with this angle, Senna just has a firing range. Anyone who dares poke their head out, Luna, thanks for coming.
No, stop jumping in front of the Widow Sightlines. Oh my gosh, I'm going to lose the pasta. Oh my gosh, Exo Azathoth need to get a regroup going here. They are punishing people on the retreat. That happened to Santana before. Missin's down again, so there is some room for a fast re-engage, but it's not a lot.
I mean, like, Missin's expendable. Like, the Tracer is just there to try and be a pest into the backline, and that time she does die. She's gonna swap over to the Genji, fulfill essentially the same role as she did before. No one just checked that Santana was there, by the way. They all just went right underneath Santana's feet, and now, once again, Santana has free access to the backline. Kindred wondering where the homies are. They're dead!
See, Jeremy, this is how sneaky works. You don't make any noise, and suddenly you get the best jump scare of your life. Santana has perfected the Hazard Rat style of gameplay here, and is just in the backline before Exo Azathoth no one hit him.
All right, well, Jeremy doing a little bit of ratting is going to pay for it, but takes down Velvet, and that is, not the most impactful pick in this particular meta, but it's one that's going to be regrouped a lot slower than the pick onto Missin was, so Exo Azathoth do actually have a chance here with the ultimates, but with Senna putting up the sights, Queen's Gambit are going to know where they're approaching. They know exactly what's in the cards, and all you got to do is just find one shot to shut this push down, give enough time for Velvet to get back, and suddenly the advantage for Exo Azathoth will be completely gone. And, like, they don't even want to push up. They're waiting for the sights to expire.
Yeah, or just Kuna gets the shot off, like the spray in those sights ended. Kuna peeks around, full charge rail shot to the dome. Queen's Gambit, do they have a full way to get through this? It's actually the downpour that ended up getting committed. Not sure if Santana can live much longer past that, considering she doesn't have any supports. And Kindred is, as we heard, firing on all cylinders. Exo Azathoth can continue to push up, especially if Jeremy can manage to force Scuffed out of position. There will not be another touch onto this objective that lasts longer than a couple of seconds. At least, I mean, you do get Santana there. The cage fight out, though, massive for Queen's Gambit. Even if they don't end up winning this fight, committing heavily to it. And even then, that's another ult that had to be used. Kuna will just finish every single player off. If you guys won't do it, she'll do it herself.
That's a hero play from Kuna. The wall from Santana comes out and blocks the healing that goes out onto Kindred. That's such a great play from Santana. And Kuna has to pop that overclock and get that 3K. If those kills don't come through, that is a cart stalling out, and you only get one more fight if you're Exo Azathoth. But now you got 3 minutes to try and push through Streets phase, and you are more than happy because this was not at all promised.
Yeah, no. I thought we were going to be done after that first point, but apparently we are going to see Mauga work on Dorado, what used to be, in quotations, the most divey map of them all, but for now, it's working. With the staircase added, Kindred can easily work with Jeremy to kind of
Jeremy cares not for no stairs.
No,
Jeremy takes the windows, actually.
No stairs. Parkour only. I like the windows better. Who needs stairs? Kindred would like them, but they're the stairs going downwards to her death, so you're going to want to wait for her to come back before you try to re-engage.
Santana, though, is not going to be waiting. Santana's just going to go in for an engagement, take down Kuna. Scuffed even finds a headshot onto Jeremy. I think Jeremy was still kind of lurking in the back line, so I think you're okay with that if you're Exo, but now you've given up this high ground, and once again, a Widow on the high ground is always going to be oppressive. Fortunately, that's not where Senna's playing right now. She has to grapple to get back on there, but nearly lost her life for playing a little bit too greedy, but gonna go ahead and back up, and now, like, Exo Azathoth, every time they peek their heads around this corner, they should be just, once again, lining up in her sights.
I think it's just better to try to force this payload here, which Kingdom Gambit, they did to a point, but guess whose head it is? Pauline. That Senna has found, and yeah, no Kitsune Rush response out of Exo Azathoth. Thankfully, that will be their only casualty of this, so you'll get back in fast.
So, like, there's two potential win conditions for Exo Azathoth right now, but the problem is they're both really hard to execute. You either have to go and use the Kitsune Rush to claim the high ground, or you have to force the entirety of Queen's Gambit to the low ground and then pop the Kitsune, but, you know, you can counteract the second one by just not ever taking the fight on the low ground, stay on the high ground, and peek around corners, and just let Senna keep popping heads. That's another support, you know, another notch in her belt, and I'm sure there's more to come.
She's just built different. Like, I don't know what else to say about Senna's Widowmaker. She has the power to show up and take over lobbies, and it's not like Queen's Gambit even needed that right now with how far ahead they were. Senna just wants to make sure, she wants to add her name to that contention of MVP candidates we've heard from so far today. Now it's time for the win conditions. Exo Azathoth have opened their mouths, have something to say, and it's missing. You're not allowed to play the game. Kitsune Rush at least buys the space on the low ground.
Yeah, there's another shot from Senna. Nissan was the only one who took that fight onto the low ground. Senna, by the way, with the sights again, sees where Jeremy is playing. There's a cage fight that comes out from Kindred. Needs to catch Santana here.
What are we doing? Queen's Gambit are going to go ahead and just get Santana in that. I think Velvet jumped in with the rally, too, to make sure that the tank could live, but even that wasn't enough to get rid of how tanky Hazard is with that armor overhealth. Unlucky Main hoping that this overshield will help, but even then, Santana found Pauline's head yet again. No healing, 14 seconds on the clock. CB, this one is looking as good as it's done. Late kills left, right, and center. Queen's Gambit have made sure that their run shall not fall short, that their hopes are staying alive. Unlucky Main, one last test, but it's not going to do much matter. Exo Azathoth, it's just going to be stagger after stagger, chucking bodies, hoping for a miracle. Yet there's none to say. The Queens have no mercy to give. They're moving on in our lower bracket.
I admire Exo Azathoth's map pick to choose to die on the sword, but I mean, Queen's Gambit, they say, we are no mere sword, we are a claymore, alright? Senna on this Widowmaker. Always finding headshots on the backliners, like the highest value pick you can get in any meta is always going to be the flex support. You can take down Pauline, even getting some spare ones there onto Unlucky Main. And like, there's no real way that Exo Azathoth were ever going to dislodge any members of Queen's Gambit from that high ground. If this Queen's Gambit, with this level of confidence, goes up against Yas again, I think we see a completely different story. If this Queen's Gambit, with this confidence, goes up against Nightmare Eclipse in the Grand Finals, I think we may have a series on our hands there. But this, I mean, everything after the first map was all Queen's Gambit, and it was never close.
As soon as Queen's Gambit realized, hey, why are we playing Exo Azathoth's games? Why are we giving them what they want? We can add our own spin onto this, and that's exactly what happened. It started with that Sombra pick, swapping over, forcing that Mauga change, and then saying, why don't we just try running the Hazard? And it worked in wonders for this team. Dorado, just a cherry on top. Put Senna on her signature Widowmaker and expect bodies to drop.
Yeah, And drop they did. There's another shot there for Unlucky Man and one for Kuna as well, taking down the Contemporary. And, you know, it's not always dictated entirely by the Widowmakers, but it's a little bit telling that, like, the one team fight that Exo Azathoth cleanly won was because Kuna gets a good rail shot there onto Senna, and they don't have to worry about that pressure. And suddenly, Exo's like, oh, sigh of relief. We can actually play on the cart now and not have to worry about getting a long-range lobotomy.
No, that was just a rough shot after shot from Senna. She just was never knocked out of position, and the one instance you did get Kuna up there, then you better know, CB, that Queen's Gambit, this isn't a team that we expected to bow out early. Sure, they faced some unfortunate circumstances in their upper bracket run, but the fact that they're rallying and recovering well here in this lower finals against a much tougher team than you would typically like to see, it's a sign that there's still life going on behind Queen's Gambit, and we can keep following their journey and see how far they can actually take this.
And if my predictions are correct, I do predict they will be taking us to the grand finals, but they do have a couple more obstacles to get there. Unfortunately, though, for Exo Azathoth, they are going to be bowing out, and it's going to be outside of the top 4. Like, they finish a little bit lower than I think a lot of people, you know, judging by their performance in the previous tournament, and even judging by the star power they bring to the table, the likes of Kindred and Kuna, Unlucky Mane, Paulette, like, there's a lot of talent there. Jeremy, you know, the venture extraordinaire never really got to drill on that thing today. It was unfortunately just constantly shot out of the skies on the Pharah, and it was like the Hail Mary play from Exo Azathoth. It just doesn't work out. It's really sad that they don't actually get to fulfill that, but they still put up a hell of a fight, and we got to give them props for that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Not enough, but I don't think this will be the end for Exo Azathoth. All of these players have made massive steps amongst their journey throughout the entire circuit, and hopefully we can continue to see them competing within Overwatch Esports, CB. And speaking of that, we have a lot more action still to come yet today. Like, I'm so excited for the rest, not only the last game that we have, but we still have a whole nother day tomorrow to look forward to.
But you know what we have to look forward to right now is an interview with one of our winning players from Queen's Gambit. We're going to go ahead and cut to a quick break, get them all loaded up on in here, and we will hear from them just how they feel about their journey through the lower bracket and what is next for them. Don't go anywhere, chat. We will see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone. Unfortunately, we must say goodbye to Exo Azathoth as they have been dispatched by the Queens and their Gambit, as Queen's Gambit win 3-2-1 and move on in the lower bracket. And that series was, I mean, it felt pretty close at first. Like, you saw Lijiang go the way of Exo Azathoth, but it never really stayed in their favor.
Now, once that initial surprise of that Mauga composition against the Pharah really wore off, we saw Queen's Gambit kind of sit up in their gamer chairs and be like, hey, we gotta pull ourselves together. We know that we are a strong team. Even if it doesn't have to be within this Mauga comp, we can make Exo Azathoth sweat. And it started with Senna pulling out that Sombra initially, completely on tempo, canceling all the key ultimates needed to win out that macro gameplay as we saw on Surabasa. And from there, CB, the confidence just kept growing. Queen's Gambit, we're just gonna play our own game. If we can beat them on the Mauga comp, we can very well do it with the Hazard.
Yeah, that Sombra composition that they came out with, I mean, it's something that worked to great effect for this team in Major 3 and in the past, and they just slipped right back into it like an old sweater. Like, it's just totally comfy. You know, never really felt like they had missed a step. And then again, when they just get to play their own game, when they get to put Senna on some of these star-making performances on the Widowmaker, it's like you can't really just beat this. Like, you're just kind of just getting pummeled and pushed into a locker by one of the best in the game over and over again. It's the mark of a truly well-coached team. And speaking of coaches, we have got Boomed, the coach of Queen's Gambit, here for an interview. Welcome, my teammate. How are you?
I'm fantastic, my teammate. I promised the team I'd do something, so I got to do this. 5 big booms for the Queen's Gambit. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what?
Good.
That game deserves at least like 4 out of 5 booms. But if you think it's 5, I'll trust you on this one. How many booms, by the way, would you give a double chocolate chunk cookie? By the way, is that like?
I think that's 5 big booms. I think definitely a double
chocolate
chunk cookie. That's 5 big booms.
Okay. All right. Okay, it's gotta be. All right. That works for me. Yeah, Molly, that's my first interview question. You can take it from here.
How many booms is a double chocolate chip? Great interview question, CB.
I really get to the heart of what the people want to know, all right?
You know what the people want, all right?
I am a real journalism, all right?
You are. See, you got that. And I get to ask the slightly less cookie-related questions about this game because we know that Exo Azathoth in particular, they were going to play that Mauga comp. That wasn't really too much of a secret heading into today. And map 1, you started off on the Hazard and tried to mirror that Mauga. Didn't exactly go the way that it was planned. What was really kind of going through the communications between you and the players? What did you notice that kind of had to be switched up to make those adjustments moving forwards?
So going into map 1, we were just nervous. We knew they were going to play Mauga, and we had like a warm up before it. So, like we had a little mix where we just made them play Mauga comp. It's just we've been playing into so much Haz, and we've scrimmed into like no Mauga, and we kind of had the same thing against OES, where they played the ball, and we just had no scrim like prep on it at all. So we just kind of didn't know what to do. And I think like with the Juno Brig stuff, we're kind of trying to hide some strats for later in the bracket. You know, we don't want to give teams data on Akiri, Lucio, and stuff, and you know, trying to just play some mind games a little bit there. But yeah, I think they just didn't understand like Mauga's our comp, Senna's just the Sombra Goat, the Demon Queen, and yeah, just we just gapped them in the Mauga mirror, and then they just fought. For some reason, they forced Dorado. I don't know why they forced Dorado. Like you know, they play dive map into when they can't play Haz comp. It's kind of troll, but it's okay.
Yeah, I was kind of scratching my head at that one because I was like, surely they go to like Havana to try and throw you guys off, or surely they go to like
Havana spawn camp. I thought they were gonna like Havana spawn camp, like Mayfarah, just like hold the doors.
Kindred's known for like her Rhine too. Like you could just come out with that, like. I was at least on the same wavelength as like the coaches, so I'm right a little bit, but it was actually Exo that chose wrong.
Yeah, I think Woods needs to get a little review on that one. I don't know.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about you know, earlier on in this tournament. You guys had a bit of a rough day on day 1, going up against Ayas and falling, courtesy of some internet problems. I believe Missin fell out. You know, you had to have Santix come in and you know, sub in for that flex DPS role, which is not necessarily something that's in Santix's wheelhouse, but you got to make do. How do you like bounce the team back from something like that? Because that's the kind of thing that can be really like mentally damaging.
Just got to sit them down. And like, because we were mad. We were really, really mad because we lost 2 maps to ping. We won the first map really easily when Chloe was on good ping, and then we put Kayla, like Santix, on flex DPS, and she's got a good Genji, she's got a good Tracer, like she plays it in ranked and stuff, but she's obviously never had like scrim time on it. So we got decent value out of it, pushed it map 5, but we're just really mad because we knew we lost our own mistakes on the Dorado. Like we lost by like 1.16 meters on Dorado or something, like something ridiculously small, and we just entered the fight that we needed to win and just kind of sit them down, make them reset, make sure everybody knows like, okay, because every single tourney we've gone out in the same round. We've gone out second round winners every single tourney. When we came third, we came second, and we made progress every tourney. We came second last time. There's only one, there's only one spot we can be in this tourney, in our opinion. And yeah, we just cracked on the mental. We just cracked on the mental, and it happens. But you just gotta lock in. You just gotta have the conversations, fix the problems, and then lock in.
There is potential for an Aw Yes rematch still in the cards. So if that happens, what happens to your team? Like, how does that play out?
3-0.
3-0, really?
All the shot 3-0 Aw Yes.
Nice.
I mean,
3-0.
if Senna gets to play Widowmaker, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, if we keep seeing performances like we have been from this team today, like especially after you guys started to play your own game at the tail end there, you kind of see the continued growth with that. And, that isn't to say that the matches ahead, this one was a difficult one that I'm sure you weren't quite expecting to have this early on. We're looking ahead where you'll be playing the winner of either Aw Yes or Fable. And then after that, you're looking into Valentine. I know you have very high expectations for this team, but is there a particular opponent that you're wanting to face that you're kind of looking out for going ahead?
Nightmare Grand Finals. Like, the overall map score between us and Nightmare is 4-4. We 2-0'd them in Swiss, they 4-2'd us in Grand Finals. In terms of like previous competition, we're dead neutral. We lost, again, Grand Finals last major, 3 maps. Chloe's internet was just unplayable. We lost 3 maps out of that. We dragged 2 back. Bun got tilted, subbed herself out. Peace came in, closed out the game. And we don't really have that luxury, we can't swap people in and out. Don't really have the bank balance for that, but yeah, I think we just want to face Nightmare. Chloe's back on good internet. We're playing really well right now. Senna's back. She's been playing kind of inconsistently over the past couple of days. But yeah, that game against Azza, she just kind of, as soon as the pressure's on, Senna always turns up. I have complete trust in her. So yeah, Nightmare in the Grand Finals, and I think it's going to be a sweep until then.
It sounds like if you guys do go up against Nightmare in the Grand Finals, let's even say that like Nightmare wins. There's this battle of like MVPs. I think it sounds like to you the MVP would actually be Chloe's ISP for playing for Nightmare.
Yeah,
like they've got the ISP on the payroll because every time it's these big games and it's like, hey, I'm on ping all of a sudden. Like,
yeah, I think if we have like Chloe on good internet for one tournament, I don't think we drop a map. It's just I think every single map we've dropped in Calling All Heroes has been Chloe on bad internet. So.
All right. Well, let's make sure that she's got like if you guys win this tournament, you could probably afford to get her some like fiber optic or something like get her back on like.
We'll get her at the team house. Let's go. Let's go. Queen's Gambit team house.
All right, I love it. That's what's on the docket for you guys. That is the goal, and I can't wait to see how you guys inch closer to that goal. Thank you very much for joining us for this interview. It's been lovely to have you. And anything else you want to say before we send you on your way?
Shout out EXO, shout out Queen's Gambit, shout out my teammates. Use code triangles at victory.gg on any EXO, Azathoth, or Hypnos jersey for 5% off your order. And yeah, see you in Grand Finals.
If this team keeps playing like that, I have no doubt that they will. They are the team that brings the boom. That's what they do.
And 5 of them at that. 5 out of 5 booms for that score. Which, hey, considering the comeback that it was during that game, you're going to need it. And you're going to need about 10 more to keep going all the way to get that rematch against Nightmare Eclipse that Boom is talking about here. Because there's a lot of traffic that's going to be getting in their way.
Have you ever, by the way, have you ever been to a Costco? Like, what's your favorite Costco menu item? Like, it's quite, like, if we're going to talk about, like, how many booms, like... Are you a double chocolate chunk cookie girl, or are you like the hot dog?
It's chocolate, CB. What kind of question is that?
All right, that tracks. You know what?
Chocolate.
Like, for me, it's the chicken bake. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, and you know what?
That's solid too.
I'd love to go ahead and get one, but I don't think I have that kind of time, unfortunately. We do also have to take a break, so we get a little bit of time. Not enough for me to get a chicken bake, which I'm really upset about. But we'll have our final series on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back once again, Calling All Heroes family. My name is CB. I am joined, of course, by the lovely Tiny Shiny, who I learned during the break does not know who the Costco guys are. So just completely missed that reference in the interview.
No, I'm not, as you said yourself, CB, so it doesn't sound like I'm insulting. I'm not as chronically online as you, so no, I did not get that reference. But I am enjoying it for good chocolate chip.
After the show, I'm going to send you a barrage of TikToks and just, like, alter your brain chemistry completely with just...
I need to be educated.
Yeah, educated is what we'll call it. Yeah, that's the word we can probably use. All right, maybe you don't know who the Costco guys are, but I do know that you know who these two teams are because we have another series on our hands. Let's have a quick look at where everything is on the bracket. We just watched Exo Azathoth dispatched by Queen's Gambit, and one of these two teams has a date with Queen's Gambit to make their way into that top 4 slot there, potentially make that run all the way to grand finals if they play their cards right. It's Yas versus Fable.
First of all, wonderful team name by Yas. They've been around forever, but every time I say it, like, I just get so excited. Like, oh yeah, let's go. Okay, that might be copyrighted. Anyways, you thought last game was interesting with off meta? Oh, people, just you wait. If you haven't met Yas yet, you're gonna get to know them even better in this matchup today, because formerly a very one-trick ball Torbjorn team has now decided to, well, all play Wrecking Ball for starters, but also venture a little bit further away from that. Maybe play some of that meta, and it's a big reason for them making it this far in that championship bracket.
I think the main reason, though, is that they understand the one core tenet of reality that everyone else has failed to grasp, and that is that ball is life. And they know ball. I'm not going to say Fable... Yeah, 100%. If there's any team that knows ball, it's this team right here. It's Yas. And they have quite the story throughout Calling All Heroes, but you can't talk about storied teams in Calling All Heroes without bringing up their opponents. Fable, headed up by Avery, their tank extraordinaire, and with Mickman and Minami as the DPS line. This team has surprised a couple of people. They've fallen a little bit to the lower ends of the bracket throughout some of these tournaments, but have always been a mainstay in these playoff situations, and they've made themselves a pretty respectable lower bracket run thus far.
Fable can hit very high highs, and we are well aware of those, hitting some third place finishes, making appearances in those lower finals, but they've also found themselves in a rather consistently middle position so far, finishing between 5th and 6th in every single Calling All Heroes event throughout this past year, except for one. So Fable this is their chance to get over that hoop. Right now, you go out here, you're once again be 5th and 6th. If you can take out Yas, they can beat that narrative that they've set through themselves throughout these last couple months.
And both of these teams, by the way, found themselves in the lower bracket courtesy of some of these upper tier teams that we've seen. This team, specifically Fable, was knocked down by Exo Azathoth. Yas was knocked down by Valentine, who are currently waiting in the lower finals for one of these two teams to potentially make their way through Queen's Gambit to play. We're going to kick things off over on Lijiang Tower as I continue to ramble on about these two teams, because Yas, I predicted that they would be really, really good in this meta, and I think they showed that despite, maybe a little bit of ISP-related interference in the Queen's Gambit matchup. Yas were still able to capitalize on that and still make some pretty solid plays. I feel like in this micro-heavy meta, a team that plays a chaotic style with like a Wrecking Ball and like an Ashe and a Tracer, like you can get away with a lot of stuff in this that you just couldn't get away with in the Mauga meta. That said, like how far is that really going to take them?
Because the big thing to note about Wrecking Ball comp, CB, is it causes chaos. And a big way to counter that is to not get lost in the sauce. And for teams that have been with each other for a long time, that they know their players in and out, you almost don't have to communicate to some point because you just trust that they're going to be there. There's very strong things pointing to Fable is one of those teams that, because they've been in Calling All Heroes for so long, with Avery kind of as that anchor player, Phone, Mickman, Yanmi, just going in and out based on who's been needed. Like, this is probably one of the rosters that's seen the least amount of changes as of late. Fable know how to play around each other, and it's never really a secret of what Yas are cooking. It's just a matter of, can you keep your own heads on while you're facing it?
Yeah, I mean, when they went up against Valentine, Yas kind of got read like the morning paper. So, if Fable is able to like kind of mirror that success and get the good read on them, then they might very well be up to the task. The thing, though, is that we're kicking things off on Lijiang Tower, and We didn't see Yas play the Wrecking Ball on this map, and I doubt we're going to. I mean, maybe they're still full of surprise. It's Yas. It's, you know, the child team of yeah, potentially one of the most EU teams of all time in terms of how silly they can get. Right now, all business. It's actually no. Avery is not going to stay on that. I don't trust that one bit.
Oh, but it would be funny. Okay, that's funnier. That's funnier. Avery should do that.
Oh, that's
instead.
yeah, that's comedy. All right.
Oh,
Avery, have you been taking improv classes? Cause that's funny.
that's funny. But let's get a little bit more serious about these things here. Fable will be swapping off of their strange set of heroes here. Back to that Hazard that we know and love. Fable on the meta, and yes, they're gonna meet them right along with it.
Yeah. Mikman, though, going to go back over onto that Pharah, which we have seen Fable come out with in the past, and I think this might put Yas a little bit, you know, behind the 8-ball. They haven't been the best at dealing with these kind of, like, offbeat compositions. In fact, even in the mirror, they've looked, like, competent, but not, like, you know, oppressive. So I feel like if Mikman gets into a good position nestled behind the point, Yas might struggle with this a fair bit. They have to try and keep control as best they can and not let Mikman do precisely that.
Well, Soul just took a dive, and not a fun one by the looks of it. Wonderful flank from the Pharah player of Fable, and I think that right there should be enough to get them the point. Amenity just opted to back off and kind of wait for Macy to regain. That is a great jagged wall, though, that kind of blocks Avery's path to escape, puts them in a bit of danger. You're now down another support, though. Yas should be running for the hills.
Yeah, they take down Adrenalinda, and Yas try to commit because they see how low Avery's health bar is, but they just can't ever confirm that kill, and yeah, Yas giving up the point. Now, this is where I feel like they're going to struggle because every single time they come through a choke, they're going to have to look up and try and find where Mikman's playing. Yas making a couple swaps, by the way. Sabatabi swapping over to the Tracer. I like her Tracer a lot more than I like her Genji. Shoal swapping over to the Ashe, I think, is a good pick to try and deal with the enemy Pharah because you don't have to charge up those rail shots, but you still have to get yourself in the angles. Right now, it's a good one, but if Mikman comes closer, it's not going to be. And yeah, without Amity there, like, you can just kind of fly wherever you want.
That's kind of the issue. Is Mikman, if you can get up close and personal like this, deny Shoal's sightlines, it's kind of like that situation with the Sojourn. You said that the slide is the most important cooldown. Ashe is even more vulnerable to that.
Yeah, like the coach gun just doesn't give you the same level of utility as the slide does. So like, you don't even really have to worry about baiting that out. You can kind of just go in and dunk on the enemy. Ashe is yeah, especially if she doesn't have any space to play. If there's no tank to try and negate you from taking that space. Yas kind of flipping the map here a little bit.
Ooh, I'd see that's the thing. Wait, the recovery from Shoal. Oh, it was too good to be true. Made it back on the ledge, but the enemy made sure that they were sent down under shortly after. Fable, though, they're just finding a way to make this far work out. Mikman hitting these rockets dead center. Amenity still thinks that it's winnable, and you get a race full of rockets as a response from Mikman.
Yeah, Sabatabi lingering a little bit late. Not going to be able to get the flip. There's a little bit too much pressure there. Dies kind of late, and that's your Tracer gone. Adrenalinda has to try and go in for the touch there, but I'm not too sure how easy of a task this is going to be. There's a lot standing in her way currently, not least of which is a downpour, which is going to root her straight to the ground. Amity does get the touch, though.
Amity's there, but for how long? Fiery, just popping the beat. A little bit of a victory song here to start us out. Fable, we knew that they'd be pretty strong going into this, especially Mikman, able to pull out this far that all you just haven't seemed to find a solution to.
Yeah, I even like when Yas is playing up to their greatest strengths, I still don't know that I give them the advantage on control, especially Lijiang Tower. I think even by their own admission, from what I've heard from Sabatabi, like, this isn't really where they want to be. They just kind of want to get this map done and over with so they can get to where they can really start to play their game and really start to catch Fable off guard. But like, so far, it's actually the Pharah that ends up catching Yas off guard. I like the swap over onto the Ashe, at least in theory, but it still relies on you ever getting a good angle. Like, I know a lot of players will have that kind of like low elo brain where they're like, just go hit scan and you can counter the Pharah. And it's like, okay, sure, but you have to be at a place where you can see the Pharah and shoot the Pharah and confirm the kill or pressure her down, get her out of the way. Mikman gonna go ahead and make that swap again. There's gonna be more open sightlines for Shoal here, but it's also gonna be, you know, just as difficult on Night Market to try and deal with this flyer.
Yeah. Like, this is arguably the best Pharah point in the entire game. If you think about it, you can just kind of hover around this little point, whether you're inside of it or on the outside. It's more so on Sabatabi to kind of harass these backliners and set up damage for Amenity, just like we saw there. Minimi is completely gone, and that just left some synergy of this tank and the Tracer. Angles like that need to be set, and hope that you can dodge the rockets on the way out. Not like that.
I mean, but that's still kind of an okay trade, and yes, like they're gonna, still get a bit of a positional advantage there. Avery's gonna jump right back in. Oh, Amity can go in and try and mirror that. As long as Mickman's like nestled inside this point here, though, it's gonna be so hard for Yas to get a shot on.
Yeah, you can't really go anywhere with the Pharah just on the point. I bet you can just kind of contest it, but not up close and personal like that. And Adrenalinda wanted to try her hand at it, got a little bit done, and at least Yas are back into the point. Yas just kind of ignored what the Pharah was doing altogether and took the fight to the remainder of Fable, and that's going to seem to be the best way for them to help stabilize. The fact that no one has capped this point and we're already seeing ultimates on the board is kind of crazy, but also relatively normal considering this objective.
Yeah, but like, if you're Fable, now you have to get this cap here. There's the downpour coming in. It's actually going to root down one, but I mean, Yas can't confirm the kill. I mean, like, both teams investing and no one's capped the point yet. I mean, here comes the bob from Shoal. Adrenalinda falls, though. This is looking like it's Fable's favor.
Okay, the beat should do it, surely. They actually get the eliminations. There we go. Couple in from Avery, but I'm not going to say anything until this point's fully capped, because there's also Shoal's Bob just vibing on the objective. CB, we've seen a total of, 8 ults so far, and the point is just now being capped.
Yeah, that was the first fight. So we're geared up for another one. We have a lot coming online for Fable, though. Like, they're going to have a Barrage, potentially an OC, and a Downpour coming up here soon. Versus Yas, who are only going to have both support ults. I think you maybe favor Yas if they can get in a good position to pop this Kitsune rush, but look at how much work Panther has done. Like, Z-Panther's already 65% to another Kitsune, so if you don't win with this one, you're cooked for the next fight, too.
The Jagged Wall, that completely negates the Kitsune rush. It doesn't go anywhere past that bridge, thanks to Avery's split-second reaction time. Yas, well, they're going to have to rely on that sound barrier more now, but Adrenalinda, no! You don't use the ult while you're in a barrage of rockets. Yes, the support ultimates, they are long gone, and so's Immunity along with it.
Sabotage gonna fall there as well, but that's only 40% for Fable, but they only use the Barrage there, though. Like, that is value, and yes, like, they've completely lost anything resembling an ult advantage, so now you're relying on one of these DPS to try and find a pick out of thin air. Otherwise, you're just walking right into a potential Kitsune rush from Z-Panther or a Downpour or anything else Fable really wants to do to you. They have full control right now.
Oh, but that Coach Gun's out. The wall plays behind Shoal. She's in a heap of trouble. Big dive into the back, and look at Mickman on the way out. The fact that these Kitsune rushes are up a lot faster are very helpful to Fable, but if you don't have your Kiriko to help Avery sustain in the long run of those fights, that's where we can start to see this orange team make their mark on this objective.
Yeah, Sabotage on the Tracer gets like the perfect pick, takes down Z-Panther after the Kitsune rush is popped, so, Fable still does get a fair bit of value on that, but they're so focused on trying to get all that value that no one's able to peel back and try and stop that kill from coming through, and then Sabotage gets another one there onto Avery to clean that one up, and now Yas are coming up on a respectable ult bank. They've got a Downpour of their own, gonna have a Pulse Bomb, the Bob and the Kitsune rush are maybe one fight off each. And if you can try and parlay this into more and more capture percentage, there is a real chance of Yas winning this point.
You're gonna have to take it slow, just because you're near one fight territory. If Fable were to get a cap back, I mean, you'll get a scramble touch, but even that, it's not gonna be great. So this Downpour from Immunity is really gonna have to hit its mark here. Instead, it will be Immunity, drawing the blade first. Straight out, DPS for DPS. Not having that black line harassment, and that's not very ideal, especially since Z-Panther and Fiery can live without too much fear. The trades are relatively even. They're playing it safe. That's the go button. Sound barrier on the way. Health bar shot straight up, and Shoal shot straight down thanks to Kunai to the dome. Fable going to start to regroup. They're taking their time with these picks, catching Macy out of position. Sabotage now is returned. It can help Yas stabilize.
That's kind of the problem, though, is like you said, they're taking their time with these picks. Adrenalinda actually almost gets another touch there. Sabatabi's also in position to go in with her. So, yes, despite conceding that point, Fable are not at full strength. Okay, no, you can't be losing Macy first in these fights. Panther with the pick of all time just put this into one fight territory. Yes cannot lose another person. They have to stay alive, and they have to try and get a pick.
They're fighting into the spawns. Adrenalinda already has no HP. The sound barrier from yes, that's going to be long forgotten. Manami is playing the touch the spawn door challenge, let alone who's actually getting towards that objective. Macy is there with Immunity, but how long is that going to last? The Suzu making sure the barrage will land, and Fable take away Lijiang Tower right alongside it.
So, okay, this is a little bit of like a mirage though, because I feel like Yas got away with a lot more in this exchange than they realistically should have. And even though Fable end up winning 2-0, I still kind of feel like Yas have stepped up from where they were yesterday against Valentine. Like I said, for them, they feel like control is kind of like a throwaway, especially Lijiang. They never really get a good opportunity to deal with Mickman's Pharah. That's okay. Now we just take it to maps where we don't have to worry so much about that, and we can start to play some of these other, like, offbeat styles that we're known for. Like, if they can get into a good, like, Wrecking Ball kind of angle, you know, couple that with, like, Sabotabi's Tracer, and suddenly we have an Yas that Fable really has to worry about. Unfortunately for Yas, though, Fable now has a map advantage because they just give up control.
It's really unfortunate when you just have to look at a map type and take it to the chin. With Yas being so comfortable on a very niche comp, it's hard to make work, especially when we're in a meta of a tank that's oppressive as Hazard is. Never really an answer for the Mickman Pharah, as we kind of said throughout this map as well. So Fable have been consistent, right? Nothing extremely extraordinary, but if they can continue to have performances like this where they're taking the initiative and kind of shutting down, not falling victim to whatever chaos Yas want to cause in the future, and then we can see them reach past those benchmarks that we're used to seeing.
Yeah, and you know, I talked to Sabotabi from Yas, and her takeaway from the Valentine match was that lights were on a little bit too bright. They had a couple of ping issues. They were feeling a little bit of like pressure from being on stream against such a tough opponent that they just weren't playing up to what they know they were capable of. To me, at least, some of these fights they took, especially on Gardens, look like at least Sabotabi's feeling herself a little bit more. And one of the key problems that I kept seeing in that Valentine matchup was Macy dying first just about every single fight. That hasn't been the case this time. What was the case last time, though, was Numbani is their first pick. They pick this because they know they can play ball on it and everybody hates it. No one's scrimming Numbani. So they're like, all right, we'll scrim it, we'll play it, and we're also going to play ball on it. Good luck, babe.
Literally, that's the message that Yas are sending to everybody is, this is our map. Good luck trying to do anything on it. Avery can easily play this Hazard here. They can play the Winston. You can, whatever you want Fable to do, you have a bit more flexibility on that regard. Are they ready for this ball? I feel like we kind of cheesed you, chat. Just saying, oh hey, it's gonna be fun, we're gonna get Wrecking Ball Tracer, it's gonna be great. You got none of that Lijiang Tower. We welcome you to Numbani, where we promise, we're not liars, we are delivering on that promise, or at least Yas should be.
I mean, like a double dupe from them, like, you know, gotcha, we're actually just gonna play the meta on Numbani. Aha, we've made fools of you. That'd be great if they're just trying to, like, prank the audience, but I think they actually, like, they have their sights set on getting a top 4 finish. Like, Sabotabi called that shot. She said, this is going to be a top 4 finish for Yas, and they are 1 win away from getting it. And if they are able to do so, then, like, here we go. This is the one. Why, like, I see no reason why they would throw it away. I fully expect Konata to come out and play the Wrecking Ball for the tank. Amity's going to go ahead and take it back over onto the bench, and we're probably going to see some weird hero picks. Again, probably Shull on the Ashe. Sabotabi hopefully going to also pick up the Tracer, and we'll see what becomes of that. Hopefully this time around the lights are not on too bright, or if they are, you know, Yas brought their shades.
Yeah, this is also kind of, if Yas can't win this map, or they can't make that strong performance, I do fear for their future in the rest of this series, because this is the Yas map. If you cannot win your own map on your own comp, what else do you have to kind of chuck at Fable and just hope that it sticks? Fable, again, queens of consistency from what we've seen previously, and if they can manage to not get caught off guard by this, then Yas will have to do some serious thinking going on ahead if you really want to be that much of a fortune teller. But for now, we're going to focus on the present. Yas Fable facing off on a map that nobody picks, and for good reason. And in this case, it works very well to our good old attackers' advantage.
I do want to answer one of your questions, though. Take it back to the future. First of all, chat, look, bugs. We love bugs. Sorry. I got a little bit distracted. It happens. So okay, so there's the Wrecking Ball, there's the Ashe, there's everything I projected coming out from Yas. One thing I do want to say though is that, like, if they lose this map, I think the entire Escort map pool also facilitates the Wrecking Ball really, really well. I will double down on my Havana prediction, by the way, if they lose this one and take us to Escort. Push and Clash though, I think are going to be kind of rough for them, so you know that's something they're also going to have to deal with, and that's going to be where it kind of plays to Fable's advantage. Fable is currently flashing the D.Va, which I have seen a fair bit of on Numbani. You you want those boosters to be able to quickly engage and disengage from the high grounds. But against this ball composition, we'll see. I kind of feel like, you know, Z Panther is going to have a tough time dealing with this.
It's not going to be the most fun, but at least you have Fiery on the brig to hopefully help just whip shot Kanata or Sabotabi away. It's just a lot of pressure from a lot of angles. And we know that Auyas will be very well coordinated when it comes to these pile drives and just playing off the overall disruption of Kanata. They didn't have time to scrim. Normally Auyas doesn't scrim before these tournaments, but they have this time, so you're even better prepared than usual. It's going to be kind of the slow burn of disruption. Kanata scouting out what's happening, and it's good old Mickman to get out, caught out first.
That's traded out for Shull, though, so there's a lot of that high ground pressure that's been taken off the field. That pick off there onto Fiery, though, is going to slow down Fable's push, I believe, unless they can trade that out for Macy. But, I mean, if you're Fable, like, you can't really engage without both your supports online.
Oh, Kanata, the Bio Nade almost did her in. They want to retreat to the Mega Health Pack. Kind of under the point there. Make sure they're alive, but can't say the same for Mianami. Kanata has so much uptime in these fights. That's how sustainable Wrecking Ball is. You're out 1 second, you're back in playing both lanes next.
Yeah, and like they get all of these picks that gives Shull enough time to get back up, and yeah, Konata just going in, just bullying these backliners, and it really doesn't matter like if she confirms the kill or not, right? Like it's literally just be annoying, buy time, and like frustrate the enemy team. And if you can keep like putting Fiery to the point where it's like, okay, I really need to be like glued at the hip to my Ana to try and keep Z Panther alive, like suddenly Fable is playing in this kind of like really scared way where they're just waiting for the next shell to drop.
Or in this case, they're waiting for the nano boost out of Z Panther. They did just build up and just full sending it onto the backline. The nade partnered up with this, and this will be a win fight off of Z Panther and the tank. Not sure about that Kitsune rush either. Avery cleaning a house right now. Fable knew that they had to buy their time, even if they were frustrated doing it. They're playing their win conditions well.
Yeah, but like that Kitsune rush and the damage that comes out from Konata, like you've got the minefield. You can actually go back in here for another contest. Like you give up 2 ticks, you can actually see her coming in from behind. She's gonna drop in from the high ground. Oh, okay, hits the wall and gets whip shot there.
Wall diff.
Yeah, so sometimes you just gotta watch out for the walls. Okay, so you're gonna get the Mega, and you're still kind of lodged deep in behind Fable, but never really got the chance to pop those mines. That will still be a problem going forward, though. Like, you might have to invest, like, the self-destruct, or, you know, use the Bionade early just to try and clear some of those mines, and that creates an opportunity for, like, Sabotabi to go in.
Well, a smaller window. Adrenalinda, the nano of her own here. That's that minefield we were talking about. Really just splits Avery off, which they have no problem flying over all of the little mines laid out underneath them. The bigger thing is the Tracer duel that we're watching happen. It now has the overhealth of Fiery's rally that's popped in a small room. Nada doing her darndest to help disrupt. They get stuck with a pulse bomb. And can take that like a champ, but can you actually finish off this Tracer? It's now your turn to start to run away. We're watching Bob fight a losing battle on the point. This is why we love Wrecking Ball comps. There's just so much chaos. It's so difficult to follow what is happening. Shout out to our Zerbers, honestly.
Yeah, well, there's a nano on Konata. The sleep dart does come through, but that angry hamster's gonna wake right back up. Adrenalinda somehow gets a melee kill on Minami. Avery trades that one out. Okay, sure, why not? Avery's actually taking down the entire backline of Auyas, so Fable should get a little bit more forward momentum going here. I doubt Auyas are going to completely disengage, but they are going to play at least a little bit more scared. They're going to swap to Zen's Brig.
Interesting. Okay, you're banking on the Discord for damage and praying Macy can stay alive long enough under the pressure of Mickman and Avery. I can see the vision, but it's gonna be difficult to work with. At least for Fable, that payload wasn't moving this whole time until right now.
Yeah, and they only got 2 bodies on it right now, so it's not moving even at full speed. And there we go, Konata's gonna come through and finds the kill on Minami.
We're not watching Overwatch. We're just watching bowling, but the ball fights back. So yeah, Auyas, they're finding their way around this composition. The Zenyatta is working out for now. They have plenty of plays to contest this payload, and this second point is going to be very difficult for Fable to crack, just because of the amount of space they have to clear before moving up.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to get really scary, right? Because like all of this high ground, all the space that you said they have to clear, every time they try to set foot in any of that space, there's like 50 different angles that a strike can come from. It's either like a 5 orb from Macy they gotta worry about, another slam from Konata. Sabatabi's got the pulse bomb. Even if Fable get their feet on the cart and get a good contest going, Shoal's gonna be coming up close to a Bob here really quickly, and that's gonna take some time to dispatch. More time for Konata to set up for another big slam. More time for, you know, Adrenalinza to try and make up some of that rally charge and really just grind things to a screeching halt.
Oh! Or you could just chop a couple shots at Macy. If there's one thing IS's comp is good at, it's sustain and forcing Fable to play slower. They have so much uptime. The players returning very quickly. Pulse bomb. It was a little bit wide there to Sabatabi, but is that Bob that you were talking about? Infinite stall for Alyas. Avery needs to turn their sights elsewhere and disregard the objective entirely. Does so with Mionami. Takes care of the players on the high ground who've been pesky so far. Now that the minefield is clear, you can start to push up and take more of that space away from the remainder of the supports. And the problem is they're just, your rest of your team's taking a beating. You can, that's the thing with D.Va. You have to gripe with taking the forward trade and trading out your backline or trying to keep your supports alive. And for now, Avery has been stuck with that dilemma too long and Mionami is down.
Oh, we're self-destructing here. I think Avery...
What, Kanata?
Oh, Avery gets the remake kill. And Nick gets the 2K pulse. Oh,
no!
and the Transcendence
Macy!
gets the whip shot. Oh, no. That could have gone so poorly for Fable, but it's actually Yas that ended up falling. And we're even going to get some stagger kills here. Fiery takes down Shoal, and Macy's going to be next up on the chopping block. Thanks for coming. Fable going to get some progress here.
The pasta's all over the floor. The Transcendence to touch, Kanata dying to the pulse or the self-destruct. Oh my goodness.
What a series of unfortunate events. That was
unlucky.
Really
Yas just went through the shredder.
I thought for sure, though, that, like, you don't use the self-destruct here because, like, there wasn't enough members of Fable still alive to even care about the remake. It would have just, like, wasted more time on the attack. You only have a minute and a half despite the cap. Maybe you do get a full cap here, but this rally's going to slow it down.
The Nano? Who's the Nano on to? It was actually on a Mickman, of all players. Goes for the Zen in the back, but no, Macy hangs on by the skin of her teeth. Adrenalinta there to cover, and goodbye. Mickman sent it to the next dimension, and this is not looking great for Fable right now. So little time, and their spawns are right there.
Yeah, and they're going to have a minefield. Sabatabi's going to have a pulse bomb, and, I mean, you don't really have the Transcendence or the Bob to really grind things to a screeching halt. You just kind of need to avoid getting picked off by Shoal or, you know, getting, like, sectioned off or caught off guard by Sabatabi, and you definitely can't be like losing anybody to the mines, but Konata wants to drop a carpet bomb right now.
Oh my gosh, Kanata going back in. She's just dominating these small rooms. The squishes of Fable are constantly have their heads on a swivel, feeling for the life, not only because Kanata, but Sabatabi drops a beautiful pulse bomb on a Z-Panther. The sustain is gone. Fable has to try to form some sort of regroup if they can get out through those rooms, but you don't have the speed. Yes will win this race every single day of the week, and Fable are hanging on for dear life, popping the rally. Fury knows how important it is for them to stay up.
Yeah, but, like, that's a rally just to, like, stabilize, like, right? Like, you're not gonna get any cart progress out of this. All you're doing is keeping people alive, which, like, sure, it means you take less time to regroup, but it also means that, like, all of the ults that Yas are coming up against, the Transcendence, the Bob, they can slow this down. You're gonna get this into OT, but are you gonna be able to make this one stick? Can you stick the landing, get the cart all the way?
That I know. Monami sees the Bob, got a little scared and dropped it almost instantly. This Bob on Cart of Thorn in the side and a killing one for Fiery. Yes, they have the upper hand here. That self-destruct not getting nearly as much value as it did last time. And Macy, disgusting volley. Go ahead and close this out. This is Yas's map and we know it.
That was a cowboy jump scare there. Macy was like, oh my god. Like, didn't even realize what she had done and, like, popped the Transcendence because she thought she was going to get flashed anyway. No, you did good. You did enough, Macy, all right? You confirmed the kill. And, yeah, they're going to stop the cap completely. But still a win condition for Fable. Like, this is where we see a lot of carts on Nimbani stall out. So it's still kind of fine. You would have liked to get the cart a little bit farther so, you know, you have a little bit more of a spawn advantage when it starts to get into that, like, midnight hour kind of thing. But this is like night and day from what we saw from Yas versus Fable yesterday, right? Like, this is the Yas that was promised. This is them utilizing their composition to disrupt, cause chaos, sow the seeds of discontent amongst the backline of Fable, and really, like, slow the pace down to where they can get away with all of this crazy nonsense, right? Like, the Zen Brig backline, the Wrecking Ball, Konata getting away with just about everything, forcing Avery to use self-destructs, and somehow it works out, sure, why not? It's Yas, like, you're casting an Yas game, you're gonna have a good time.
Oh my gosh, but if we stay on Kanata's POV for too much longer, honestly, like, I'm borderline getting motion sick watching this Wrecking Ball player just tear
Yo,
it
chat,
up
you got
right
your
now.
Dramamine
Oh
on
my
deck?
goodness.
Let's, if you got it,
Literally.
let's pop it right now.
We're gonna need it, unless we're playing Reinhardt, which, hey, I'm here for this too, but Kanata, we're being too silly. Too much of the silly. Bring back the hammy. There we go.
So I'm curious what we're gonna see Shoal swap over to. I know she played the Widow and tried to go for an opening pick and bonked her head on the head hitbox before. This time going under the sign and all right, a little bit of SMG shots onto the D.Va. I think she probably swaps over onto either the Ashe or potentially, yeah, there we go. There's the Ashe. So just gonna try and coach gun to the high ground and try and contest that. I think the problem though is they have to try and make sure that Avery's preoccupied before she can get into a good spot.
Fiery's in trouble. I mean, Avery's certainly preoccupied trying to keep the Brig alive for sure. Oh my goodness, the recall. Big Man 6 cents and just called to pull the trigger at that time, but Nanami straight shot on a Sabotabby. Less of a fear for the Tracer player who no longer has their get out of jail free card. Oh yes. Almost kind of completely caught Fable off guard there, but more respect and time to restabilize his key.
Minimi almost got caught off guard there by Shoal,
Yeah.
and like, so killing the Tracer there is enough to at least stop the push, but it's not enough to really slow Yas down, because Sabotabby's already back and going in on a dive with Konata onto this backline. They've at least scared the Fable backline off for now, and you can see Mickman like on the chase, but we already have like this comp back at full strength, and whoop, Konata's got the angle to get back out to the team.
Oh, but you lose Minami like that. Not a great thing for Fable. You would ideally want to try to regroup or a further connection. If Avery can stay in mech, I'd say there's a chance, even without the support. Yeah, no supports though. Okay, this is looking like Yas should just get this point here and now.
Yeah, and like with Konata so deep, okay, it looks like she's gonna come back and like help with the cap, but like she honestly could have stayed deep and tried to find like more stagger picks or try and force the members of Fable back even further. So Fable do have an opportunity to come up and play at this corner and try and shut this down. The problem though is like Yas don't really care about corners all that much because they can just whiz right past them, as you see in real time.
Dude, Mickman is having the fight of their life right now. They're just like, let me live. This is the first point spawns. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we're fighting in the attacker spawn, and Konata is going to get that kill. Fortunately, because that was the old attacker spawn, that actually pushes Mickman back up. But what do you know? Like, Konata is right there.
Fable are very discombobulated right now. The Nano and Avery was an attempt to just ward off some of this rolling in, but at some point you just gotta sacrifice your backline to the wolves and try to trade it out. Surely, problem is you don't have your Tracer. Avery doesn't have that damage follow-up, and the staggers are only gonna continue to pour in as one crack in the armor, and suddenly everything is getting flooded away from Fable.
Yeah, and there was also a nano boost invested by Z Panther, whose life is currently in an iron lung right now. Okay, that kill's not going to come through. Yes, thankfully for Fable, don't confirm that one, but that's a nano boost used in a lost fight. Mickman's pulse bomb doesn't really find much of anything. Like, Fable don't even have their feet beneath them to be able to stop this cart, much less make use of their ult economy.
No, like, what can you really find a way out of it? Winning the Tracer 1v1 certainly helps. Mickman and Avery have to be on the same page about getting this left backline and hoping Fiery and Z Panther can live long enough to see the day that they do so successfully. Fights like this are one of the few ways that Fable can manage to outsmart Yas.
Yeah, and like, okay, now that they've managed to like stop the push, they just need to try and play this high ground and not allow any members of Yas to dislodge them from there and constantly put out pressure to where Macy and Adrenalinda can't play far enough up to really support the deep dives that Konata and Sabotabby want to be going for. So that Harmony Orb is going to keep falling off of them if they go too deep, so like that Zen will have diminishing returns if you can't play aggressively.
People are just bunkered down into the small room like, Konata, stay away, get out, no rodents allowed. Uh-oh, dangerous situation for Minami though. Pulls out this Deadeye, but yeah, he just fit the trade for the bomb. Not the end of the world, considering that ultimate is certainly subpar. I'm more scared for Z Panther, and this tech that Kanata is pulling off gets back to the safety of Fiery just in time. But the Nano Boost, it's onto the Cassidy, not the D.Va, forces the Transcendence out, which ends up saving Macy, sure, but she almost did that just for flash. Yas are putting a lot of their, if not every single ultimate, into this fight, but they don't have a way in. They're kind of resetting and waiting for health to come back.
I mean, I like that moment where it's like Z Panther versus Konata, and Z Panther just looks like mildly perturbed that Konata stole the Mega. It's like, hey, I was gonna eat that. Like, you just stole my lunch from right out in front of me. Fable still have a good position here. Mickman, though, playing on the cart, lurking to try and find a good pulse bomb. But
oh, the
Konata
nade!
That was a big nade, but it doesn't remount anything. There's no one who can actually capitalize on it.
Pikmin ended up holding onto the pulse bomb there, which is quite surprising, seeing that opportunity, and you just kind of lose Avery. Fable sat around for too long and let All Yes get into the positions, the setup they wanted, and you're facing the music because of it. All Yes moving all the way through the second point. Minami likely swapping off after that last bit of ultimate. You got 3 minutes to defend the third point.
And Avery's gonna make the swap over onto the Hazard, which, okay, that stagger on the Z Panther might mean that Hazard swap doesn't really make anything. Look where the box of victory is, by the way. Not even fully around the corner, right? So Fable's spawn advantage, it's still there, but it's not nearly as overwhelming as you want it to be, especially when you have 2 minutes and 50 seconds for Aw Yas to even get like one pick that can crack this defense wide open.
No, Kanata bursts out first spot early. We'll have a minefield online. She's kind of scouting around just to see where everyone's positioned. And guys have all the information that they need to push on up and kind of burn down Avery. Avery can kind of exist on the payload, which is why they swapped over to this Hazard, and it also prevents Adrenalinda and Macy pushing up and getting the sightlines onto these dive heroes. Minefield, though, more of a problem. Don't exactly want to touch that. Rally from Fiery using the extra shield health to break through and guarantee a touch still happens, and getting out of the way just before Kanata's second roll through.
I mean, so I do kind of like the idea of this composition, though, right now. Bob's gonna come out, though. The fight is not over. Konata's still going in for the slam. Nano goes out onto Minimi. We got another Electric Cowboy. It's gonna find Sabotabi.
And you needed these shots to land, but that's the only one that has hit so far. Fable looking worse for wear right now. No tank to really help stall this payload out. It's more so on Mikman to get there, but if Macy keeps slinging these orbs like she is, this is looking like All Yes are very much in this series, CB.
So, like I was trying to say is, like, I kind of like the idea of Fable's composition because you can just kind of put the Nano onto the Hazard and catch the backline out, because that is, like, one of the best Nano targets in the game right now. You just don't play the Ana because she is so diveable, and we see that in real time because, like, Konata and Sabotabi just keep going after Z Panther over and over again, and it's so hard to ever keep that Ana alive, but, like, she's one of the only flex supports that has the CC to be able to deal. You know, you have the Sleep Dart, but the problem is, you only got one of them, and there's always two people who are trying to kill you. They want you dead, and there's nothing you can do about it when that cooldown is off, especially, you know, if you also use the Bionade, which we saw some big Bionades that came out from Z Panther, but no one's ever in position to capitalize on them because no one's really in any position. No one knows where anyone's playing because Aw Yas are playing their composition, they're sowing chaos, and that's what they want.
Yeah, no, this was the chaos that Ayas wanted to cause, and my goodness, did they do it well? This comp is almost like a mental assault to a point, just because you're just pulling at every strand of sanity your opponent has with wave after wave of attack where they can't confirm any eliminations, and eventually they're out of resources, they can't get all of their cooldowns back up, and you run right through them. So even if it's a slow burn sort of process, it's one that threatens Fable's mentality and their ability to stay coordinated, which is where we kind of saw them collapse under these last couple of points.
Yeah, like it's all over the place. Like even that Deadeye that came out from Minami, like that was just desperation. Like what were you even going for there? Like you're being harassed by a Tracer and a Wrecking Ball. Like maybe you get the shot off onto the Tracer and try and alleviate some of the pressure there, but you ain't getting out of that alive, homie. Like you're done. Like you're so cooked at that point in time, and it's so rough. I mean, it's going to be Fable's map pick, so they can at least kind of dictate the pace and maybe take us back to a place where they can play the Hazard Mirror. But the problem with that is, like, you know, it needs to be like Clash or Push. You can't take us to Escort here. Because, again, all of the Escort maps facilitate a really strong Wrecking Ball play that I don't know that Fable are really well equipped to deal with. Although I will say, Havana is a good Sigma map still, and Avery still does have a strong Sigma in their pocket, but I don't know if you really want to play like Sigma double sniper against something like this. Like that kind of feels like bad juju all around.
Yeah, you gotta find a way to force this Hazard Mirror. I don't think trying to match the dive or play on a composition that you haven't necessarily practiced is going to be the answer for Fable. So a push, maybe even a Flashpoint or Clash are likely the direction we're going to see them going.
By the way, I do actually have it on good authority that like if it is push and if it's Esperanza specifically, Yas will still play the Wrecking Ball there. Like, so the real only options for Fable that they can completely avoid that altogether are either Caliseo or Hanaoka. Oh,
and
no!
They picked the ball map. Well,
we
got baited! Our producer baited us. I don't know if this is much better.
That's worse! That's
worse! Wait! We got baited. We got Esperanza up. Our producer said, sorry, I baited you. And then put up an even worse map to have to play against a Wrecking Ball. What is happening?
Yeah, that's, okay. So the Wrecking Ball is still very much so going to come out on this one. If you're Fable and you've picked this, either you lack the critical information, which it's yes, alright? They don't do subtlety very well, so you should know what's coming. Or you feel confident enough in your dive play to be able to counter dive with either the Hazard or maybe you bring Avery out on a Winston. But like, I don't know. I don't actually know what they're cooking here. Only time will tell.
If we're looking back at last map, like, it almost seemed, again, Avery had that dilemma of whether, am I gonna play to keep our backline alive and let everyone else on August set up? Or am I gonna try to counter dive and pray that my support line could stay up, right? There was too much of that indecisiveness that I think set Fable back pretty far. And it's not an impossible thing to fix. You just need to make that decision as a team of you're just gonna use your supports as bait and they're not gonna have a fun time, and have confidence in your DPS and tank to output that amount of damage and get those eliminations that are wired. Avery does have a strong D.Va and a Winston. You could still play the Hazard here if you really wanted to, but I think it needs to come down to that decision of what you're going to have your tank do to actually give Fable a fighting chance at this.
That is the classic dive dilemma, and it's one that, like, I think a lot of teams are out of practice on, because it's been a while since we had a proper dive meta in Overwatch. Like, you think, like, before this, it was Mauga, before that it was Orisa, before that it was a Mauga again. I lost all memory because it's been so much rush meta over and over again that it's all kind of blurring together, but I think there was Ramattra in there somewhere. Who's to say? There was definitely a lot of Mauga and Orisa, like, trading positions now. But now that you're in a position where it's like, okay, Hazard's kind of divey, and we're back in, like, we have to have the better micro, and yes, we're like, oh, we can eat with this one. We can just play the Wrecking Ball dive, and no one else is going to be prepared for it. Or sure, why not? Play Mauga. Yeah, okay. Attack response, I guess. Maybe they don't come out with that. It's Konata. I doubt you try to take the Mauga mirror here. But, like, no one's really used to having to make that call of, like, do I continue to commit to this and take down the enemy backline, or do I peel back from my own backline? That's also not one that you really have to make in the Hazard dive as well, because you're playing Kiriko Lucio. They should be able to live just fine on their own. They should have, like, you know, sojourns on off angles or traces that they can teleport to safety to. Like, you shouldn't have to worry about that at all, but, you know, against the Wrecking Ball, you kind of do.
Yeah, and that's why you're playing the on a break backline, is you need to hold space, and you gotta make sure that they can keep each other alive. Like, Avery realistically should not be able to peel this much for them. It's gonna be a little bit harder for yes to get the start. Like, Shoal's just not allowed. Keep touching the cactus for some reason. You're not supposed to do that, but eventually we'll get out to take those couple of shots, and now that they know what Fable is cooking, yes can figure out how they can get on this backline.
Yeah, so the question is, like, where is Z Panther? And that is what yes are currently asking themselves. I think Konata might have that intel. It's gonna be kind of hard for her to access, though, because Fiery on that Brig is gonna be, you know, hopefully Gianni on the spot with those whip shots to try and keep Konata out. The question, though, is when will Sabotabi be there to try and set up that pincer attack? And will Shoal click ahead? Nope, gets a shield, but close enough.
It would have hit the head if the shield wasn't there, so yeah, you got it partially, but that's a head on the other hand. Goodbye, Minami. Shoal looking for another. Can't be peeking those. You paid for it with the Bionade into the backline, which Macy and Adrenalinda, they're so mobile. Even if Avery wanted to dive, if they were still alive, who are you jumping on?
Yeah, okay. Maybe you do need to jump on Shoal. Oh, wow, the French hit scan extraordinaire for this team. Monchari, you are crushing it right now on the Widow. Nearly has the sights online, and this is another reason why Yas's backline have to play scared. Like, they're gonna peel back just to try and stay alive from the barrage of Konata, but that gives Shoal the space to hit those big shots.
Ooh, you don't have a race or either. Mickman went in just a little bit too soon, and Avery doesn't see any other option. They just gotta send it onto this choke, help the rest of the team get sight lines onto them, but Shoal's just uncontested on this high ground. You lose Mickman that early, and the rest of the point sure to follow. 5 minutes for yes going forward, CB.
Yeah, and, like, you get that parting shot onto Adrenalinda, but yes don't even care. Like, that's a Lucio. Like, that's not, like, a non-factor in this composition. We'll carry on. We'll remember you as you were. We're just gonna go ahead and take the high ground here. Konata's still threatening to drop a minefield somewhere, just waiting for Fable to get set up, but also not letting them get set up anywhere, and Sabotage just kills Fiery.
Fable haven't been able to take a full regroup at all so far. And this is a problem. At some point, you just need to decide, are we just going to sit and spawn and wait for everyone to get back? That may need to be the decision, but for now, Z Panther sees this invest into Avery, this Nano, after the backline has already been torn to bits by Sabotabi.
That is oh no, that's Avery going in with a Nano, can't even kill a Widowmaker and pays for it with their life. This is all falling apart for Fable. Like, 4 minutes for all Yas, and they're already halfway through Streets phase. I expect this is going to be a full cap. Like, Fable's backline's making some swaps. They're swapping over to the Kiriko Lucio, and I think you really need to have that backline that has that level of survivability. But, like, even still, you have to worry about Shoal having these angles because she is hitting right now, and even a Nano Hazard couldn't dislodge her. Minimi, though, up to the task.
Yeah, you needed to have something to stop the hit scan, which Shoal may swap over to the Ashe and be a little bit more survivable, but for now, Fable made the swaps they need to. We still can't keep the Tracers alive, though, which is kind of an existing problem. Fable are now fighting with one fight left to give on this objective. Losing out on the support is enough for AES to take a softer reset, while Kanata just harasses.
And one thing I do kind of want to highlight right there is we saw Macy, translocate out back to safety. Again, one of the biggest things that I saw that was going wrong for all Yas against Valentine was that Macy was dead first every fight, and it's so hard to sustain these pushes without a Kiriko. Macy is doing a phenomenal job of staying alive and also being a threat. Like, Nickman can't ever feel safe just diving her for free anymore.
No, and here's the thing, CB. All that we're seeing, besides that pulse bomb, is Fable are surviving. They're not taking the fights, they're just fighting to stay alive right now. It's only at this point where Minami swaps over to the Genji. There's more dive presence to go with this Hazard, a hero that we've seen being very impactful throughout the days today, and all Yas are struggling to figure out how to keep their supports up because of it.
Yeah, it's a little rough when you have to worry about 2 flankers and a Hazard. Like, that's a lot of damage coming out all at once. Konata, though, still has the minefield. Can maybe try and drop this on the back line. See if maybe you can take down Fiery. Hey, Shoal, how you doing? There's another cactus for your troubles. No sight lines for you. Gonna go ahead and SMG that one down. Ooh, Fiery's dead. That's the beat down. It's you go in now.
Yeah, I mean, Adrenaline could use this for free, if she even wants to, but Kanata's gonna start us off slow with the minefield. There's the sound barrier. Surely you try to be more aggressive now and get something done, but the downpour goes wide. If Fable, things are going wrong, and it's only about to get worse. Fiery's beat is back. Sure, you can get Sabotabi. Maybe there's something to still scrounge up after this point, and this dust settles. All Yas have been struggling to move ahead. The stability of this Hazard on the payload has been working out for now.
Yeah, and I think maybe it might be time for Shoal to swap off of the Widowmaker, because where the cart is where the fights are going to be happening, and you're never going to get a really good sight line on the objective. And I think, yeah, she realizes that, going to go back, and this is probably going to be the Ashe swap. So she can actually play a little bit more aggressive now with the use of the coach gun, maybe even take a high ground position on top of the saloon if Konata can clear it for her. And there we go. Let me get rid of these Fox girls up here. All clear. No. You're good.
All clear. Time to enter. Sabotabi, they didn't clear Foley. Z Panther has returned because the Fox girl can't climb. All Yas are once again down another player. They're kind of in this situation where they're just trying to get a full set of 5 players in, but Fable have been setting up well enough where that hasn't been the case.
The nature of all Yas's comp, though, is that all of their players are expendable, but there's only so many expendable losses you can take. Avery's gonna fall. Blade's gonna take down Shoal, though. I mean, that's a fair trade, though. If you're all Yas, you can definitely go off this.
You take a dead Hazard over a dead Ashe any day of the week, and that big issue of not being able to contest that payload well has suddenly been solved. Nickman popping out the pole, and Kanata lives on a sliver of HP. No tank to protect you now, all Yas.
Konata's still gonna get out, though. Still able to live. All Yas have some ults here. Like, you know, they have lost a lot of their time bank, but if they can bait Fable into a low ground fight and then pop Macy's Kitsune Rush, there is a good chance that Sabotabi can put in some good work with this Pulse Bomb. Also just with the Pulse Pistols, but you need to find a pick, and you need to find it now before Panther can mirror.
Another minefield of Kanata. They're churning these out so quickly, but you have to get these eliminations. And Sabotabi, off to a good start for all Yes. We'll have to take that trade and run with it, because you're not going to have that Pulse Bomb for a minute since the Kitsune Rush. Blue lane laid out. Fable If all the cooldown sustainability that's needed and all, yes, they don't have the damage. It has to be some big burst. And so far, Nace's kunai to the dome of Mikmin is a great way to work through that. The sound barrier, mistimed, fiery, at little to no value other than an approach onto Shoal. Fable getting closer to this downpour. If that gets up, yes, are looking pretty rough. I don't know if we can call that a full C9 CB, but it's looking pretty close to being one.
That was, I mean, that was pretty close. I think there was still, like, the potential to contest. Sabatabi's recall got forced out, so she wasn't able to get back in time. Had there been a touch, though, Adrenalinda had the beat. You could have kept that one going and maybe even capped it outright for all yes, because the coffers for Fable were completely bled dry with that fight, though. I mean, Fable, they're able to scratch and claw and just keep themselves in the fight, and they've set themselves up for a pretty decent win condition. I kind of like their chances now. Like,
yeah.
If unless they get full held, like, I kind of expect that this might be Fable actually taking the advantage in this series. Just barely, though, because that was a razor's edge kind of fight where, again, like, a nanosecond of touch coming out from Yas could have been the difference between Adrenalinda popping that beat and keeping the fight going and things going the way they actually did.
It wasn't pretty at all, but Fable made it work, and a big turning point for them was Minami swapping to that Genji. You're no longer a massive dive target. You can output more consistent damage and help Avery dive. You're not just sitting there waiting for Ayas to come to you. You're going to them and preventing that setup ahead of time. And that change of pace really helped Fable kind of get their boots together for that 5-minute hold.
Slick moves, Avery. Gonna swap back over to, swap it over to the Hazard. So, okay, so Minami on the Hanzo is just going to try and scan these train cars to make sure there's no spawn hold. I wouldn't put it past them to, or wouldn't put it past Ayas to try and play for a spawn hold here. The question, though, is like, okay, Fable understands that this dive composition has worked out for them, but from what angles is Konata going to be coming in and attacking from? It looks like directly above them, at least to start off with.
Vertically. The challenge of does my team look up? The Suzu's already forced, but Minami, big burst of damage that she was not expecting whatsoever. Fable, I'd be able to work with that for now, but no, they're just going to kind of opt to wait and see. Mikmin is barely alive. What am I watching right now?
That was, okay, Fiery is lucky to be alive right now. That boot from Konata, I thought nearly sent the Lucio careening off the cliff, but the wall ride comes through clutch. Fable are still at full strength, but not making a whole lot of progress right now, and playing at least a little bit scared.
It's like watching Konata swing around. It's like I'm being hypnotized just to watch, like, ooh, where are we going next? We're gonna go this way. Oh, I have 500 health. And yeah, there's just so much sustainability around this first point. If people can get the payload a little bit past this gas station, I'd say there's a much better shot of moving up, because you can contest the high ground like that. Adrenalinda is down. Not the end of the world for Ayas, probably the least important component of your composition for the time being, and you have plenty of room to stabilize out.
Yeah, you know, again, a lot of these members of the Yas roster are expendable, but too many expendable losses and suddenly it becomes a problem. That's a great TP there from Macy, once again, able to stay alive, but Fable are knocking on the door of this first point cap. Yas have to go back in.
Yeah, they'll have to, but they're going to be met with the Kitsune Rush. Z Panther built one up very early to support ultimates for Fable. I don't know if that's communicated super well using both at the same time, but you take what you can get and can overwhelm the sustainability of Yas as a result. No Macy, no healing realistically for the defending team as of now. Avery happy to throw up a wall behind the back of Shoal and help clear these mines out of the way. The only thing that's really stopping this full capture.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a capture, though, but, like, it's not clean. Konata's still around. There's not enough damage to really get River. There we go. There's a nice jagged wall, and there's the follow-up. There's the sauce. Sabatabi coming in for a late touch there, but you stacked both support ultimates from the side of Fable, and then, you know, you still lose Minami halfway through that fight, and it takes you so long without that extra damage to clean up the other attackers. Oh, Shoal! Oh, Shoal! Welcome to Hazard meta.
I see, that's what we're saying. You use your slide to get into the fight. You are a free pick for Avery. Has got his next meal right there. I mean, Fable, they're so set up with this positioning. Look at that.
Yeah, like, Yas are playing, like, literally at the checkpoint door there. There's Macy dead again, and that's the problem that I keep highlighting from Yas. When they start to go down, when they start to lose this Kiriko over and over again, especially when she's holding on to the Kitsune Rush, it like, completely guts the composition, right? Because, like, you can't really be playing on these off angles. Adrenalinda ends up being kind of alone. Shoal's also kind of alone. You don't have the Suzu to bail her out, so everything kind of falls apart if Macy keeps dying.
Macy, up and healthy for now. 4 ultimates on the board. It should not be the end of the map unless something were to go extremely wrong. Shoal flanking around to the back line. not going to shoot the deflecting Genji, which we do appreciate, but it was even further back. Avery is done with this Sojourn, but Nami even plops the Blade, yet somehow Shola's still alive, mostly thanks to Adrenalinda popping that Dragon Blade, and they spent so much on just trying to get the one Sojourn who escaped their grasp and is now taking them out from behind.
It was also a Suzu that came up from Macy to stop the downforce from actually rooting Shul, but as that's all been happening, Avery's been pushing the cart, and I mean, the cart is right there at the golden box. All Yas are getting the better of this fight, sure, but they got a couple more that they got to prep for.
Ooh, yeah, this is going to be a rough hold if all Yas are going to move all the way through. Like, that was literally 5 ults that they just had to pull.
Yeah, and they have none for this next fight. There's only a sound barrier on the other side, so if they can force a suboptimal sound barrier from Fiery or find a kill onto that Lucio to stop the ult from coming out altogether. Oh, Sabotabi's dead. Okay, I think Fire is completely safe. So if you're all Yas, you have to just weather the storm now.
Yo, don't send Disruptor shot. Like, they don't even need the sound barrier. If Avery is gonna keep finding pickoffs like that, their hazard is extremely strong, and if all Yas are not respecting that distance, then it's not gonna take much to just make this team crumble beneath them. Fable, we doubted them in this map pick, CB, but they proved us wrong, moving up to match point.
And I think it's a gambit that actually pays off twofold because they're so confident in being able to beat this team with the hazard composition, and they've also taken Escort off of the potential map picks for all Yas. So, I mean, if you're all Yas, their next map pick is almost definitely going to be Esperanza. I don't see a world where they try and take it to Caliseo or Hanaoka, but like, you've now run out of options where there's like any good maps where you can play the ball composition because you can't pick your you know, Blizzard World anymore. That's another one they like to play it on. You can't pick any of the hybrid maps. You can't pick, you know, Havana. Like, you can't try and play any of these, like, weird off-brand strategies. So, like, great play from Fable to just completely shut that one down.
And that's what you're going to need to continue to do, right? And another big revelation, Hazard can now play into this Wrecking Ball. Even if Ayas were able to pull this out again, Fable found a way to really make sure that Macy was not playing the game or just getting a random pickoff onto Sabotabi here and there. If they can continue to do that, that's where Ayas have kind of crumbled before. If they can't keep their Kiriko online, then there's just no chance of them taking a full fight.
Like, Macy is doing a better job of surviving than she was against Valentine, but like, that is still kind of like an Achilles heel of this comp and always will be. And again, like, you know, you use the Suzu. If that's used for any reason, that is Avery just being like, I got you, all right? I know exactly where you are. I know exactly where you want to play, and I know exactly what I'm going to do about it. And again, with the rest of the Escort table just like completely knocked off the table now, Fable have like full control. Even though it's Yas's map pick, like, there's only one real option for them that like is even a little bit good. And even still, I'm not sure that it's like the best option.
Esperanza, like, it's doable, right? But to what degree? If you can't keep your team alive, and if Avery continues to play the hazard as well as they have so far, I don't feel safe if I'm Ayas heading into that map.
Chat. Yeah, we're gonna have to try and find a map pick because Echo is like begging me to like open the door for her. Yeah, you can see the cat here. She's been like all over my I've got the door closed and she's like, please let me out. All right, but like, I think we know the decision that Ayas is going to be making in terms of their map pick. There's only one really good option unless they hit us with a curveball, but we'll give them an opportunity to come up with that. We're gonna throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere, chat. We've got map 4 of this series coming at you on the other side. Welcome back, chat. I've now let the cat out, and it's just me in here, alongside Tiny Shiny. Of course, we are back with two teams who both have their sights set on at least a top 4 finish, and one of them will get it. Unfortunately, the other will be sent off to the abyss. Yas called their shot and said that they were going to get it. This, though, is not the shot that I expected them to take. Colosseo.
I mean, I guess I just want casters to be wrong today, or, you know, you can throw a curveball to the curveball and it makes a full circle and maybe something cool happens.
I've been wrong so many times. I will be confidently wrong, and it's totally nothing new to me. You can't hurt me.
But surely you don't play ball on this map, do you?
You probably could. I mean, Esperanza would have been a lot better for that, but like it's not out of the question on Colosseo. I think there are still a lot of questions, like, you know, maybe they do try and take the hazard mirror. They shouldn't have to worry about like the Pharah in the hazard mirror here if they want to go that route, but I don't expect that, like, I don't know if I really fully expect the ball here.
No, it's been done, but it's not clean. Like, you're purposely making your own lives harder on this map. We'll get a clear sign of that, of whether Kanata is subbed out for a mini or not in just a moment, but this is great for Fable, honestly. They can keep playing that hazard composition. They can sub out whether they're putting Minami on that Sojourn or Genji, depending on what Ayas have been doing, and it's a lot easier to get to this backline on this particular map as well. So I think this is a good spot for Fable to be in. I'm just really trying to put myself in the shoes of Yas. Like, where's the plan? What are you trying to cook on this map? Because I don't see the vision yet.
Well, only they really know what the vision is. I don't see it either. I think, like, any tank that like Avery is known for being comfortable on, you're totally fine playing that on Colosseo, right? Like, again, like, if the other team, like, if Ayas come out with a ball, I don't think you go for a Sigma, but like Sigma historically has been pretty good on Colosseo. That's something that I know Avery still could reach for at any given moment. Probably won't, but we have seen teams play the Sigma here on Colosseo in this very tournament. Hasn't gone well, but we've seen it. You know, Fable could just continue on with the hazard mirror where they feel like they probably do have the upper hand. Let's see as we jump into the map. Konata is still in. So they probably are going to try and play the Wrecking Ball here, which, again, like, if that's the route they were going to go, I fear that Colosseo might not be the better pick between that and Esperanza, unless something changed in scrims recently for this team.
There was actually a team in the LCQ that did this exact same thing, CB. Granted, Boss Genesis also pulled out a Pharmercy Zen, so...
Yeah, I wouldn't take any, like, usable data from that particular game, to be honest with you. Like, that was very much like one team trolling, so whereas, like, although it doesn't look like it, for yes, this is serious business, all right? There is no trolling going on right now. This is their life or death in this tournament. And okay, I think the reason that they want to play Colosseo is for the Zenyatta sightlines. They want to go with the Zen Brig backline rather than trying to rely on the Kiriko Lucio like they were before.
This makes a lot more sense. I think that having that Kiriko out just was more of a tipping point with the cooldowns. If Macy can just play good positioning and close to Adrenalinda, there's a chance. But Brig also can kind of get ground stopped by Hazard if you're out too far or use your bash/whip shot too soon. Ayas are going to have a hard time maintaining space. That's for certain, and Fable plan to use that to their advantage. Just because of the nature of push, just every little meter is going to count.
Yeah, and like Ayas is playing really far back, but like that's totally fine for them because they're just waiting for Fable to be like baited in. Minimi's gonna go in deep and try and take down Shul. Yeah, but like the Harmony Orb is there and they can't actually confirm the kill, so like now we're just kind of stuck. Yeah, Minimi gonna fall courtesy of Macy, and that pick should mean Ayas gets some momentum under themselves. If they can find just maybe one more to fully dislodge Fable, like they are cooking.
It seemed like Minami was almost waiting for Avery to jump back into the fight, but got preoccupied by Konata's Wrecking Ball rolling in and could never actually get to the Genji player after we saw that wall come up. So this is an even trade as of now. Ayas will be regrouping a slight bit later because Zenyatta is pretty slow in comparison to every other hero on the lineup. But this is also where Ayas wanted to fight, where they can put Shul on this bridge.
Yeah, and like when Macy comes back, like she's gonna be up on the high ground, which is where you want your Zen anyway. There's a kill onto Mickman, so I mean, like Macy's still gonna be like, you know, have to worry about Avery going in for a dive, but without Mickman there, like you don't have to worry about like the lob, just the drill. You do kind of have to worry about this flanking Genji. And there we go. There's Avery. Yeah, Minimi a little bit late to the party.
I'm going to be a little bit late, but the objective has already been claimed anyway, so it's a-okay for now. Fable just looks so secure. They look calm, cool, and collected, and that's the best look that you can give in the face of a hamster.
I mean, at least a little bit calm, cool, and collected. I mean, Z-Panther almost falls there. Minimi might actually fall. The deflect is gone. There's a... Oh, okay, that's a Tracer, not a Genji, but we still slammed the flanker. And, you know, despite Fable seemingly winning the fight, they haven't got all that much bot progress over the last, like, 3 minutes or so.
Oh, but I'll get the downpour. Avery pays for it with their life, and that is far from ideal if you are a Fable. After not having the sound barrier to recover either, it's just best if let them get the bot back a little bit, and Fable can regroup more in this Coliseum where this comp will fight better.
Minimi is, like, really deep still. Okay.
Heck?
Taken care of, but like that buys Fable a fair bit of time because like no one was contesting the bot. It hasn't even gotten back to the center there, and Fable is essentially entirely back at full strength. So I doubt Yas is gonna get all that much bot progress here. They're gonna need to go for like an aggressive play to try and boop some of the members of Fable off the high ground and catch them off guard with a minefield.
Yeah, but this is also, like, Fable don't benefit all that much from having the high ground. It's more so on the side of the Coliseum. If you can get these angles, Mikman already finding that pulse bomb stick onto Shoal. And granted, replaced by the life of a Bob temporarily, not a problem to kite out. This Dragon Blade, on the other hand, more of a concern. This is where Macy gets the first actual useful Transcendence so far, not just to survive a self-destruct. And Fable can kind of use that as a re-engage. They're tempering their ultimates very well. It's just a sign of a team that knows how to play around this Tracer and around these longer fights. Mikman and Avery are back at the cleanup once the cooldowns have returned, and Mikman is dominating on this Tracer.
Yeah, but like this fight, like the aggression, Fable can only sustain it for so long. Z-Panther died early on in that fight, still isn't back. Avery just kind of locked in a closet right now, and okay, now we've actually got our supports. We got Fiery back and trying to heal up this Hazard very slowly, but you can't maintain any sort of forward presence here, and even once you do, Yas is once again set up on this high ground, and this is where they want to be. This is where the Discord orbs and all the orbs of destruction from Macy are gonna find pay dirt. Shull has a firing range, and you're just waiting for Fable to make a good dive,
Whoa.
but Avery falls trying to make it happen.
Yeah, that's more of a problem. I don't see coordinated dives from Avery and Minami, and we haven't really gotten any between those two players. Mikman is a bit more on the same page, but it's not enough. Like in instances like this, Yas are looking for those errors for someone to be out on their own island and have done a great job of punishing Fable for it.
I mean, Mikman gonna die as well on the bot, so that is gonna slow things down again. Yas probably won't get too much bot progress, but they did bleed out the ult bank for Fable. They're coming up on a Kitsune rush, and Konata's in really deep. Still being annoying, still buying a fair bit of time, forcing Fable to like kind of reassess here. Bot's still moving, but like again, like Fable has a high ground advantage, and Konata wants to say, no, I'll be taking that.
Boop already out, and the Suzu, that's a massive set of cooldowns bought out for just one pile drive. Yas will take that any day of the week. Once again, though, the biggest threat for this Wrecking Ball team so far has been Mikman shutting down Sabotabi at basically every turn, and these pulse bombs are yet to miss. An absolute terror for sure, but struggling to find the way in, more so focused on can they keep the supports up.
The pulse bomb from Mikman goes in, but like you can even see they're trying so hard to make that happen, but they can't actually sustain any sort of aggression. Yeah, there's the Suzu, it misses. The Dynamite kills Fiery. Konata's sowing so much chaos in the backline right now. Fable can't commit to this attack.
No, they can't, and Z-Panther's gonna fall shortly after. No healing for Fable, the rally, and maybe not needed, but it should get Yas the lead at a bare minimum.
All right, once we get rid of Mikman, who was maybe playing prop hunt, I'm not convinced Mikman might not have just been a bush there for a good second, but this should be Yas taking the lead. Can they get it under the bridge, though? Because that's where it's really going to start to favor Yas. Because Fable won't have the high ground anymore, and Konata can continue to punish them if they even try to take it. That's a downpour just to stop the minefield? Okay. Don't know about that one, Avery. Might want that one back.
I felt personal. Like, Avery told Konata, you put me through so much today. Eat this. Completely whipped. Is like, well, I guess GG's go next fight, because Minami and Z-Panther aren't having a ton of fun. Z-Panther found those mines that Konata placed down a while ago. If this checkpoint gets capped, CB, they will know that it's going to be a huge heap of trouble. Look how quickly Avery exploded through that sound barrier health. Not a chance against Yas.
And, like, even if we don't cap the checkpoint here, which it looks like we inevitably will for Yas, like, we got it under the bridge, and that was kind of all Yas needed out of this push. The fact that they get the checkpoint and the butt scratch and progress means that they're getting way more for their money, and it was literally just the minefields from Konata that set all of that up. Maybe Fable's swapping over Avery onto the Winston now, just trying to be like a minesweeper, maybe?
Yeah, perhaps. Maps leading more into this dive, and which I think is necessary, but Minami way oversteps her own bounds, and this is getting to be more of an issue. This robot's not moving until right now, so Fable will have to fight all gas again at this midpoint. If Avery lives.
Yeah, Avery gets the cover, but
Nah.
Konata cares not for your cover, goes in for another slam. The heals are still coming through, and Avery is still alive, but this means still haven't been completely dislodged from this bot. Fable still cannot make any forward progress. And they lose Fiery just trying to push up. Like, yeah, no, if you're like, you go in on that.
This is so messy right now out of Fable. I mean, they're making work with what they can. Sacrifice the backline and go for all yeses. They'll manage a successful trade on both Adrenalinda and Macy. All yes didn't quite have the setup in time to make something out of it. It's not like Fable's going to be in a great shape to get much progress, though, because how do you stop that? Like, genuinely.
Avery's like, okay, I don't want to set into the spin cycle right now, all right? It's like a whirlpool. No, thank you. That'll just suck me right in. I'll never get out.
Like, if your DPS are dead, there's no way to dislodge Kanata off this payload. Like, how did Fable move the bot at all?
Like, they need to rely on, like, Minami to get these hacks, but, like, are like, okay, you're on the Sombra. You think no one's tried this before? Like, okay, they get the kill into Sabotabi. That's something.
Okay,
Primal Rage forced out also.
And this is a much more workable situation. You'll trade a Primal Rage if they get you anywhere close towards this checkpoint.
I'll trade a Primal Rage for a team kill. Yeah, absolutely.
That's fine. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, but like, it's still kind of rough. Like, I don't know if Fable are going to get the lead off this. They might get the checkpoint, but there is still the matter of the butt scratch. And like, Konata can go back in for another touch here before we even get to the checkpoint. There's the contest coming out, and like, the other members of just like, there we go. Bob right on top of the bot.
Well, that will make sure Fable are sent back more towards this middle fountain. And they're just going to have to fight in the Coliseum. And I don't hate this. They want to deny Shoal sightlines altogether.
Okay, not able to get the hack there. Konata just like rolls through. I mean, this EMP could be a big fight winner for Fable if they're able to build up to it, but the problem is, like, you're going for these plays, you're going for these assassination plays. Sombra isn't as good as these assassinations anymore. Like, she's really, like, get in, get out. Now everyone knows where she is.
Minami really can't be going for things like that. At least you get the Transcendence, so once this EMP comes out, Alias don't really have an answer to it. That's on the bull support. Sea Panther in the kill feed, cleaning up, and that's the checkpoint hacked. At least it should be, if you can deal with this one last player. Team kill number 2, and this is mere meters separating the tournament life.
Yeah, but it's like, we got 30 seconds, so we got the butt scratch. Konata should be able to get a contest here. Not only did you burn the EMP and the sound barrier, but also the Kitsune rush to get there. That hack is going to deny the touch, and that might give Fable the lead here.
Ooh, nope, Kanata's still gonna get there enough to lay down the minefield. Sabotabi pulls bomb. Mikmen is dealt with the DPS line. There's no way that Kanata dies now. It's simply impossible unless she somehow does herself in. The robot moving away from Fable, but it's only Avery and Z Panther remaining. Are fighting for that spot, that tournament life that they wanted so bad. And they're gonna get one more contest. Overtime Wick is burning, but there's no sustain. There's no option until the team regroups. Avery throws themselves into the masses, praying that Mikmen can get the touch. Pulse bomb doesn't stick where you need it the most, and Fable once again are fighting a losing battle against this timer. There's no damage to take care of the Wrecking Ball. There's no way to get a full dive onto an enemy team, and they have time plus some.
All Fable have to do is live, though, but they can't do that. Shoal has now found both the DPS, and now it's Fiery trying to go in for the touch there. Konata with a big slam right on top of Sea Panther. Avery is back just in time, but the party is all over, buddy. Red solo cups all over the floor. Hey, you can have the cleanup duty.
Oh yes, this team, they're throwing a party themselves with this Wrecking Ball. Kanata, we just keep doubting teams on maps and like, oh, this doesn't work. It did. It very well did. Oh yes, they wanted to get that top 4 finish, and just like that, it's only one map between these two teams.
And like, it's so close, right? Like, look at the score at the tail end. It's like, what, 79 to 76 meters at the very end? Like, again, I thought the hack onto Konata was going to be enough to stop the touch from coming out, but Konata's still able to get there at, like, the last possible second. Sabotabi hits a pulse bomb onto Mikmen, the enemy tracer. That's not something that's just supposed to happen, but really good tracers like Sabotabi can make that kind of thing happen, especially in these duels. And it all just kind of falls apart bit by bit from Fable. There's not enough time to take a regroup. They have to stay on the bot for the rest of the map, and they just can't. It just all falls apart bit by bit. There's that moment where they get the contest at the last minute. all they have to do is try and stay alive and keep the contest going, but every time they go back in, like, they're paying a little bit of a tax. They're taking a little bit more damage, and it's just waiting for Avery to come back. Maybe they build up that Primal Rage, but it just never happens. Shoal finds Minimi, finds Mickman, and there's never that opportunity to really make that happen, to really get that Primal out. Dig your heels in and contest the bot truly once more.
I don't think that this road is necessarily over, though, for Awyas. Like, they barely were able to squeak this one out, and it's honestly because Fable made these swaps relatively late. They didn't really have an answer for these ultimates, not expecting Kanata to get that final touch. And we look ahead, CB, it will be a Fable map, right? And now the map pool is completely reset, if I'm not mistaken. Other than the maps we've already played, anything is up for grabs, and it leaves Fable with their most important decision of the entire tournament.
Yeah, it's anyone's guess what it could actually be. I kind of feel like maybe you just, like, I want to say you take it back to control, because, like, it feels like that's where you have the most leverage. But even still, like, with Lijiang now off the table, like, do you really feel like you have the better on, like, Samoa or Nepal? Nepal, probably not. Like, I feel like Nepal might be a trap. Like, I don't think you go for that. Maybe you go for Samoa, and yeah, it's kind of a rough decision. Like, you know that, like, any push map at this point, because again, Esperanza, that's a ball map. Hanaoka, maybe, if you could pick Clash, if you're willing to die on that sword, but I don't know. Like, this is kind of rough.
Yeah, I'm not going to be shocked if Fable sit on this one for a while either. Like, this is kind of their entire tournament series, and this team has struggled to make it past this 5th, 6th place finishes for the vast majority of our major and minor events in 2024 and 2025, and where you have a team like Yes, which really is a true Cinderella story if you think about it. Like, they didn't even qualify for the playoffs in Major 3, CB. Like, this is a complete turnaround of a team who has inconsistently made it to top 8 and then usually goes out in 7th and 8th place to now have a shot at top 4 and leave your opponent really sweating that out is ridiculous considering where they started.
And it's the meta, right? Like, it is not just them, like, leveling their game up, which they absolutely have, but it's also the meta. The fact that they can get away with this kind of wacky composition that no one else in the field is bringing to the table, and it works because we're no longer in, like, Mauga hell like we were, like, a tournament ago. It feels like years, like, that we've had, oh, wow. It feels like it's been so long. It's actually going to be Suravasa, Flashpoint. This one's a head scratcher. Because this could either be really good or really bad, and I honestly don't know which what it's gonna be. Like, this is, ooh.
I don't even feel like we could say anything because we were wrong about Route 66 being bad for Fable. We were wrong about Colosseo being bad for Yes. Like, who's to say what's to happen on Suravasa?
There's not a lot of high ground to play from like there was on Colosseo or Route 66, so you're kind of not as worried about the Wrecking Ball, but there's still a lot of different flank angles that a Wrecking Ball can attack from, a lot of different angles that a Tracer can attack from. But what we've seen on this map for the most part has been the Hazard Mirror, and I think that, like, it might favor Fable just a little bit more. I'm still not fully convinced. Like, there's still a couple of sub points too, like Palace, where maybe the Wrecking Ball actually does kind of favor a little bit more because you do have, like, those little bits of high ground. It's gonna be tough. I legitimately do not know what is going to happen on this map. All my analysis in the world, all my years of being entrenched in this game cannot prepare me for this particular moment.
That's the best kind of Overwatch, though. It might be a little bit terrifying for us as casters, but at the same time, it's so intriguing to not know what is going to happen next. We'll have a bit of idea just because of the subs, if that will happen. The hard part for Awyas is if they're going to keep Kanata in, you're kind of locked into that Wrecking Ball. You're going to bring Immunity, you're not going back to this composition that's won you the past couple of maps. So it's a very challenging decision now for Awyas to make. While this isn't a traditional ball map, if you're that good at it, if you think that you've been that much of an issue to Fable that it can continue to work on this type of architecture, then what's really to stop you? But at the same time, Colosseo, 3 meters was the difference between these teams. We saw one fight go differently, then we wouldn't necessarily be at a map 5.
You also do have the sticky matter of momentum on the side of Yes. It's like one of Newton's laws or something. Like, once a ball keeps rolling, it rolls on forever or something. I don't remember. I didn't pay attention to physics class, but it feels like this ball composition for Yes, like, They just won Colosseo by the skin of their teeth. If you're Fable, like, are you rattled by that at all? And if you're Yas, are you feeling yourself? Like, are you like, we got this in the bag. We are going to take this one home. And let me actually check, by the way. Ooh, okay. So, Suravasa was not signaled to me, by the way, from Sabotabi as one of the maps that they like to play the Wrecking Ball on, but we're keeping Konata in, so they will be playing the Wrecking Ball for the side of Yas. And if you're Fable, like, I don't want to ask the stupidest question in the world, do you think Yas are going to come out on the Wrecking Ball? But, like, are they predicting this? Because it feels like they shouldn't be able to get away with it.
Yeah, I think with Kanata still being in, you have to think that, and also Minami rolling out on the Genji instead of that Sojourn that we've been seeing more from her lately, it kind of signals that this is what you're expecting Yas to do. Playing the Zen big, though, on this map, you have to play so far back and hope that Kanata and Shoal and Sabotabi can more live by themselves, because the supports are just bait at this point.
Yeah, and you can see, like, Macy and Adrenalinda playing at the hip alongside Shoal. Where is Avery? Where are they jumping in from? Ooh, looked like either a coach gun or a whip shot. Avery wasn't actually able to get a good jump there. I didn't even get a boot from Konata. Honestly, there's so much CC on the side of Yas. Could have been anything. Could have been a breeze.
Could have been the slight wind just blowing past her. Just a sigh of frustration from this Tracer player who has to deal with Minami on the Genji. Fable will get that first capture. That's kind of the advantage of having this hazard. It's easy to get that cap. Not necessarily to maintain it, though. That's finally that gap closed. Minami into the backline. Little slice and dice action, and Fable straight back into this thing.
There we go, and then slam from Konata, and that ball should be staggered outright. Only 30% given up to Fable thus far. If you're Yas, you have maybe one good fight left with like how long these fights have actually been and how quickly it ticks up on Flashpoint. And you didn't really get a whole lot of work done in terms of ult economy, so you do kind of have to worry about the Kitsune and the downpour coming in on this next fight. So, like, you really need to get a pick onto Z Panther. If you can get that kill, I think you have a way forward. Otherwise, like, this might just be cooked and you go for the next point.
You're not really close to anything else. Like, Yas hasn't had those engages off the pile drives that we're used to seeing. And it's mainly because Macy and Adrenalinda are paranoid about where Avery could be flying down from any second. The thing is, you think he's Z Panther in time. That's a Kitsune rush laid out. Deny a little bit of space, but Macy was right in the thick of things, which you really can't be doing as a Zenyatta this round. Just as good as cooked if you're an Yas fan. Fable looking good to start closing it out. Moving on to Z Panther may make it take a little bit longer, and Avery doesn't have a ton of HP. This is actually a lot more ults that Fable will have to commit into this.
Yeah, Konata gonna go back in, gonna get another touch, and like, yeah, Fable are committing pretty heavily into this. Yeah, there's the pulse bomb, but now the Bob is out. Fiery is 1 HP, can't peek out. Avery can't be topped up. There's the kill. Yas have done it, and again, it's all off of that pick onto Z Panther.
You gotta find the Kiriko. Like, that is the breaking point for Fable's comp right now.
And it's the same problem that Yas were having on the Wrecking Ball. Like, trying to have Macy on that Kiriko. If she dies, that's the whole fight dead. They understand that now. They just have to try and find Z Panther wherever that Kiriko might be lurking. And if they can get that kill, suddenly the fight, even when it doesn't feel like it should be cracked wide open, is. And Yas are going to have a Transcendence now to count out Minami's Blade. I mean, like, if you're Fable, you have to build up to a real ult bank here, or force the trans out, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, it'll be slippery territory there. Yas are alive, but not for long. Minami has anything to say about it. Looks for Shoal, but the dash burned before the coach gun. And speaking of burning, somebody help Minami, because she's on fire. All right.
Konata says, I'll put it out. I got you.
Put it out. Boom. Knocks him over. All right, yeah, Fable don't have necessarily the damage output to deal with Hamster. That's kind of the same issue we've been seeing. You gotta just ignore Kanata to the best of your ability, which is really hard with the amount of presence that she has. Forces the Swift Step out of Z Panther, doesn't quite have the same coverage. No healing. Adrenalinda is down, making Macy a lot more vulnerable through this. This final fight territory, though, so Z Panther lays out the second Kitsune rush of the round, but your bodyguard has gone, and so has another Kanata, putting in overtime.
Oh no, this, like, if you're Fable, this feels so bad because this should not have gone Yas's way. There's so many points in time where this could have been flipped back over to Fable. Like, you force the Transcendence out of Macy and you pop the Dragon Blade. There's this moment of panic from Yas where they're like, we have to find a kill before that blade comes out. Then they just kind of kite because they knew they couldn't do it. But then Minami goes for Shoal instead of trying to commit on top of the supports. Gets hit with a coach gun, the dynamite, gets knocked over by Konata. And, like, Fable, even though they invest the Kitsune rush, there's no one really left to make good use of it, so it's all for naught.
I mean, something has to go right for Fable, and Pulse Bomb Stick on for Macy, great. That's something that you can start to work off of. But what we've seen is that if All Yes can make this fight go long, and if they don't like let these staggered picks keep coming, or rather prevent staggered picks from happening, then they can win the fight. Fable know they have to get these kills fast, which is exactly what happens to start Ruins.
And like Fable are also kind of relying on their ult economy a fair bit as well to try and counteract like this Zenyatta on the other side, because like whenever Macy has that Transcendence, that is like, you know, not a fight win, but like a fight stopper. Like it can completely prevent Fable from winning one of their fights that they want to win. And now that she's got that, it's something that they're going to have to constantly be worrying about. You can only really mitigate that by building up to picks or trying to force that out by putting a fair bit of pressure onto the backline here. And if you're, oh yes, like there we go, there's a pulse bomb onto Mini-Me, you can just go off of that.
Yeah, I mean, the sound barrier's out, and like, people think that they can outrun All Yes, which simply won't happen. Downpour's wide, Transcendence Force, so I guess you can get that sort of trade out of it. And All Yes are just going to be on this point and not even concerned about Sabatabi dying.
Yeah, like that's totally fine. And Mini-Me only 50% to the blade. Like, if you're Macy, you've got a fair bit to make up before you can use that to counter the blade again, but you've got time because Mini-Me died early on in that fight. And if you get a kill here as well to stagger this out and make it so that Mini-Me can't even pop it when they do get it, then like, you're totally fine with this.
No, All Yes have all the stall in the world. Minefield will certainly help with that. Makes the Kitsune Rush rather useless for Fable unless they wish to explode. Now, I mean, Sabatabi certainly do. Bob on the point, Shoal too. I mean, Fable can't even get the swap over if they want to, so they're going to prioritize taking this back fight just right off those couple of percentage points and come back once these minefields are dipped first.
Yeah, they still have to dispatch Konata, but once this hamster is dealt with, which is happening now, maybe? There we go. Okay, finally the dispatch, but 75% for All Yes. Like, they want these fights to all be so chaotic that they take forever to play out, and it works out in All Yas's favor because now they're in one-fight territory. That kill, though, onto Sabatabi, though, means it's going to be difficult for them to touch. They're only going to have one more opportunity to regroup. Both teams in one-fight territory, and Minime's coming up on that blade. All Yas need a pick. We're fighting nowhere near the point. What are we doing?
Fable are taking space. They're denying All Yes that full fight touch. But the thing is, if you're playing Wrecking Ball, you don't need that. You just have a bajillion health on your own that your entire team could be crumbling around you unless Fable is focus firing just the tank. Kanata will live, which she'll do, but not with the point.
Yeah, she gets out and able to live, get back with the team, but like the fact that Fable took that fight so far up means that they didn't have to use any ultimates to close that point out. So we're going over to this next flashpoint, and they have nearly everything except for a Genji, because Konata has taken one down. That's going to give All Yes an opportunity to build up this Transcendence before the blade comes out, but you still have an overwhelming ult economy from Fable. So maybe you use the Transcendence to get rid of either the Downpour or the blade, but then you got to worry about what comes next, and it's probably going to be like either a Sound Barrier or a Kitsune Rush, or worse, both.
Fable have to play their hand perfectly. Even when they were in this situation before CB, they're not always able to convert on these ultimate advantages. McMahon starting us off in a similar way. Pulse Bomb onto Adrenalinda. All Yes. We'll see a ball rolling in here momentarily, halting that push. Sound Barrier is out, really just to say, hey, get away, hamster. We will kill you if you stay around. And honestly, if that gets you to the point, do what you gotta do.
Yeah, Konata sees that Sound Barrier drops and just goes like, okay, you know what? Nope, I don't think I will, as a matter of fact. But that's a pretty big ultimate to bleed out of Fable, essentially, for free. Because, like, Fable already had that Pulse Bomb kill onto Adrenalinda. I don't know that they really needed the Sound Barrier. I think they expected that All Yes was going to stick around a little bit longer. This angle from Zeep Panther. There's a Kitsune Rush.
Oh, they're looking, and that just forces the Transcendence. Objectively, great. Fable, that's one less major ultimate that you have to worry about. Sabatabi Pulse Bomb. There you go. Oh, yes. Now finding a ton to work with, and how low Kanata is actually ends up going down first. A rare sight to see from this last point, but Navi pulling the blade here, not great, because it's very likely Kanata can get a second touch.
Yeah, Macy's getting staggered out, though.
Great.
Takes down Fiery. That's going to be... Okay, so you're going to have to go in without your Zen. Like you said, Konata can get another touch there, though, but again, this is a situation where, like, you get the touch, you stagger it out, use the mines to try and buy yourself some time, then Sabatabi has to kill Zeep Panther.
Oh, the down... We just can't be downpouring on the Wrecking Ball. I don't think a single one of those have landed on Kanata so far. I think you'll get her eventually, but at the cost of a major ultimate. All Yes, denying the bomb to Jagged Wall. Completely just shoved him off the map. Wonderful play from Avery. Gets Fabled 1 point away from moving on this bracket.
Yeah, and oh yes, they understand now. Like it's go time. Like we have to all go for a reset. We can't be staggering. We can't take fights off of the point this time. We have to try and get there first and take a fight on our terms. And in the last 2 sub points, they just haven't really been able to. You can even see Konata going in super deep there, just like knocking the backline around and then getting right back out to her backline. I mean, like the saving grace for Yas is that you only really have to worry about the pulse bomb from Hickman at this point in time, which kills 2.
I'm
So maybe.
Those worries just got a whole lot more real right there. 2 blown to bits, and yeah, this is just... Oh yes, they have to get a full regroup on. It seems like they're starting to panic, knowing how close this is to being thrown away.
Well, so now you can pop the rally from Adrenalinda, and you don't have to worry about, you know, it getting hit with the pulse bomb, but you're going against 2 support ults on the side of Fable, and that's a lot to overcome, and it's going to put a lot of pressure onto Sabotabi to try and match that, you know? Like, she has to try and bait out a Suzu, or, you know, wait for Konata to do that, and then stick Z-Panther with a pulse bomb.
I don't think you get that chance. Avery's already in the back line. Kitsune Rush and Sound Barrier at their back. That tank isn't dying anytime soon, but can't say the same for your support. Adrenalinda, the rally has gotten nowhere at all. Fable need one more fight to come away with this.
Yeah, but Avery falls, and Konata's Wrecking Ball, so of course you're going to get your tank back in the fight a lot quicker. That kill onto Sabotabi is big, and the stagger onto Shoal. All right, so like, Yas can still get themselves out of the spawn. Fable can't overstay their welcome here, but the fight that's going to happen on the point isn't going to be on Fable's terms either, so this really, really stings for Yas. They're making backline swaps, but look at that ult charge from Macy and Adrenalinda. Because they make those swaps, they have nothing. It's just going to be Konata's minefield that's going to have to take Yas the rest of the way.
And Fable are so close to their damage and tank ults. If this fight goes long, it's not looking pretty for Yas in the long run. Minefield put Avery in the timeout corner. Thankfully, can just bolt up to another ledge, so they'll be fine. And he buys space. Maybe Yas can get the flip, and they do. That's a lot of peace of mind for now, but how peaceful is it really? Shoal dealt with immediately after. Mickman, another pulse bomb, has not missed on any of these so far in Surabasa, and you know that they're hunting for their next target.
There was also a moment where Z-Panther nearly dies, but get the swift step out, so you still have your Kiriko alive. You've lost Minimi, and this is going to be another one of these really long, drawn-out, chaotic fights. There we go. Z-Panther is dead. If you're Avery, you need to get out. You can't give up too much more percentage to Yas. This isn't worth it. We're going to use the downpour.
I mean, they get Macy and Adrenalinda. I can see the point of wanting to do it, but I mean, Shoal has a bomb that she's not even going to need.
Yeah, and like Sabotabi can just get passively healed with the, you know, the universal healing passive. So now you've got both DPS ults on either side, both support ults coming up for Fable. Avery gonna swap over onto the D.Va. I think you kind of need to have Z-Panther beat Macy to the punch with this Kitsune Rush, and Shoal needs to die. But Konata lurking up here on the rooftops, getting all the intel, gonna slam down here. Oh, Macy! Oh, Macy!
Macy will live. TP out. Sabotabi though, single HP. The Bob actually covers her retreat. It's that blade. Haven't had success on it so far, but it's Minami finding her way into the backline. Slices one in half, and Macy is dead. The Achilles heel of Yas has been struck yet again, and Fable have all of the tools in the world to be able to pull from. It's Kanata fighting a one rodent battle on this objective. There's 4 players all looking at her. She just needs to stall long enough for someone on Yas to make a return and tag her out of the stall. For now, it's Macy. TP's in, pulse bombs out. Minami deals with her swiftly as she appeared. Kanata still has some health, but with that going down, the stall potential of Yas drastically diminishes. Shoal, Sabotabi keeping this fight alive. Z-Panther is down. Fable, they don't have the healing either. It's an absolute dogfight for this final point, but it's one that Fable will come out on win. Their story is not over yet.
Oh, and it just comes down to Avery getting back there on the D.Va. Sure, Fable didn't have the healing, but they did have the health bars to be able to withstand all of the stagger kills. Props to Sabotabi and Shoal for finding those picks in the midnight hour when they had no business, but it just wasn't enough. You know, Konata stalls for so long. Macy tries so hard to heal her back up. I mean, Yas called their shot. They thought they were going to be able to make it to the top 4, and there were a couple of moments in time in this series where that was a very real possibility, but it is unfortunately not the reality that we live in. We live in one where Fable has etched another chapter in their story, and they steal that top 4 finish away from Yas, and they will continue on in this lower bracket. They live to see another day in this tournament, and what a series to end it on. If you're Yas, I know you're going to be disappointed not making top 4, but I mean, you really played your heart out here. I don't know that you can really be too disappointed with a performance like this.
No, especially against a team such as Fable, who's been so consistent when it's come to these hazard type of compositions and really giving them a run for their money. This last fight, an absolute dogfight, as I said, and there was just close. Map after map, Alyas found a way. Even after basically throwing away the very first map of Control, like, think if we didn't have to play Control at all, CB, what result would we have gotten today?
And like, unironically too, like, I still don't know if this map pick actually favored Fable at the end of the day, because like, yeah, still were able to get their way back into it. And it's the same as like that Route 66 pick that we saw earlier, where it's like, I don't know if that really favored them, but they were still able to win it out regardless. Like, Fable are the perennial underdogs of Calling All Heroes. They have always been like the ones playing behind the 8 ball and always trying to, you know, overcome the adversity. And on this day, they actually do. And that going up against the Cinderella story of yes, it's like we have 2 underdogs going head to head, but only one of them can stay alive in this tournament. It always hurts to say goodbye, and unfortunately, yes are the ones that we will be saying goodbye to today.
It was a fun story to follow while it lasted, and I'm very glad that Alyas did get to make that appearance after some inconsistencies during our regular season of events. But for Fable, it's just another mark on the record, another match for the day. They've broken that 5th, 6th place finish curse, and now can move on even further. Now, ZB, it's coming up for one of our favorite times, is when we actually get to hear from the players themselves. I hear we got an interview on the way.
Yeah, we're gonna head on over to the other side of this break, and we will have an interview with one of the players from Fable. We'll see how many booms they give that series, and yeah, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. The story of Fable, fortunately for them, still does have a few more chapters yet to write, as they got out of a pretty rough one just a little bit ago against Yas, a very game Yas, an Yas that was playing into a meta that very heavily favored them, but it was Fable that end up winning out the day and living to see another one.
Yeah, Fable have broken their mid-tier finishes and will have a shot at a top 4 contention facing off against Queen's Gambit tomorrow. And we really didn't know what to expect heading into this series, CB. Knowing Yas is always just a curveball. Wherever you see them in a Calling All Heroes tournament, they can either be your best friend because they're playing a chaotic comp that you know how to handle, or they pull out something that you're not expecting. And we really questioned, once we saw Numbani here, how Fable would be able to recover, as it just seemed they got pulled to the limits.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great showing from Yas. I mean, you're talking about how, like, this chaotic composition can be your best friend. I think after a while it gets pretty annoying and they become your worst enemy, but, like, it really speaks to the composure of some of these teams, right? Like, in a series like this, where you're in a 5-mapper against a Wrecking Ball team that's playing this chaotic composition that no one is scrimming, to be able to stay, like, sane, for one thing, but also to have the mental fortitude to just, like, keep on your game and continue to scratch and claw your way to a W and to claim it at the end of the day. I mean, you gotta feel like you're on top of the world coming out with a win like that.
You're not exactly scrimming against Yas as comp at all. Heck, Yas don't scrim themselves very much. It was only for this tournament that they got to do it a little bit, and perhaps a shout out to their long run that they had within this bracket. But for now, we gotta focus on Fable and what they were able to accomplish by making it this far. And CB, I think it's only fair that we talk to who's kind of just been the anchor of Fable for as long as this team has existed. We're going to get Avery on here for our interview today. And Avery, I just got to start us out by asking, how are we feeling? 5-map banger, you go into Suravasa, like, how does it feel to come out on top and get a chance at top 4 in championships?
Yeah, I mean, I feel ecstatic, and it's just like every range of emotion I feel like I'm going through right now. There's nothing better than winning in map 5, and the way we won, it just feels super. It just feels amazing. So
it's got to feel like you just, like, escaped a war zone, right? Like like a map 5 against a Wrecking Ball team that, like, Yas, like, come on.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wish you guys could have heard my comms when we won that. It was pretty explosive.
Explosive or explicit? Like,
maybe a little bit of both.
Because I know what the comms are like when I'm playing against the Wrecking Ball team, and it's a lot of 4-letter words that I can't say on a broadcast, so... all right, well, so with having escaped, escape with your lives intact, you have now guaranteed yourself a top 4 finish in this tournament, which, it feels like Fable is usually on the lower end of some of these brackets, but to finish top 4, like, how does that feel for you?
It's super important, and it was like my goal was to try to push a lot further in champs. I feel like last tournament I was very disappointed in my own play, and I feel like I let the team down because I was very, like, burnt out after a long season of collegiate and scrimming Ka and all that. And so coming into this, I really wanted to put my nose to the grindstone and prove that we can break the 8th and the 6th curse or whatever, and just really take it to some better teams. And I feel like all my teammates really reciprocated that same effort, and it really paid off. So I couldn't be happier.
We could see the hard work that was put in through the gameplay today, but Avery, I think you had the hardest job of them all in learning a new tank hero, kind of coming into this whole tournament. Like, what has it been like for you, like, learning how to play Hazard? Have you liked playing him so far? Is it difficult to do into a Wrecking Ball? Talk to us.
Oh, I love Hazard. That character is just Thanos. Like, I can just be lobby admin half the time in ranked, and it means I don't have to play Malga. So, like, I was very happy. I was like, please do not nerf Hazard, like, into the ground the day before Ka. I want to play it so bad. I don't want to play Malga. And so they listened, I guess. They were looking out for me.
I've been on the same wavelength, by the way. Like, everyone on Twitter is always just like, Hazard's so oppressive. I'm like, yeah, but shut up, because I don't want to go back to Mauga either. Like,
Yeah, exactly.
You're right,
exactly.
but can you be quieter, please, so the devs don't like nerf this potentially very fun meta? Speaking of, potentially very fun metas, I can imagine that's probably what you're going to be stuck playing for the rest of the tournament, because it ain't getting any easier from here on out. You are in the top 4. You're in the big league. So what exactly is your game plan going forward into some of these teams that you said you're in your own words, some of these better teams?
Yeah, I mean, we played. I believe we play Queen's Gambit next, and we've played them earlier in the bracket, and played them decently close. I think we took a map, and I think we definitely could have won Lijiang, and if that series goes map 5, I don't know. It might end up a different way. So I'm definitely confident. They play a little bit different of a style than we were used to scrimming, so it's going to take the adaptation that I know my team is capable of, just adapting our play style and trying our best, having some fun. It's the last tournament of the year, so we just want to come in and just have a good time for the most part.
I gotta ask this just because I'm curious. Did you have a good time playing against a Wrecking Ball comp all day? Did you kind of want to go back to the Hazard mirrors that you're going to be having the rest of the weekend? Was this kind of a breath of fresh air?
I mean, I like the Hazard mirror. The Wrecking Ball is definitely it's a curveball, and that's I think what Alyas kind of banks on. They bank on you not knowing how to play against it, and I think at first we had like theory crafted ways to beat it, like with the Diva comp, and it ended up just feeling like we just need to take the tempo back and we need to play our game. So we kind of went back to the Hazard with the Lucio, and Persona just pulls out a Genji because for some reason she's just the goat at Genji, just for no reason. And so it was definitely a satisfying win to try to kind of like work through the issues that comp was giving us in real time. And we even, after both of our map losses, I demanded that everyone join my stream, and we did breathing exercises, and we just calmed down a little bit. And I said, you're going to focus on your own role and your own job, and we're going to win. And so what
were the breathing exercises like? Like, what were those like?
I just pulled up a YouTube
like box
video,
breathing,
just like the 4 seconds in, 8 seconds out thing. Like that, I do it on my own between almost every map. And so I'm like, if I feel the nerves are getting a little bit nervy, I think that's a great thing to bring it down. And I think it honestly like allowed us to win the game. Like we didn't overheat because of that.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine, because, like, again, I know what it's like playing against a Wrecking Ball. As a flex support player, I know what it's like playing against a Wrecking Ball. All right, it sucks. And that's the most delicate way that I could put it. But I can imagine that, like, things are only going to get more stressful and more difficult with some of these other teams. So maybe keep those box breathing videos on deck for the rest of the series. Another question, though, how do you rate your Hazard play up against the rest of the field that remains, against Santana, Hitori, and against Mari?
I mean, I think the Hazard versus Hazard like matchup, it's kind of hard to tell who's like better, or it's like, at least when I'm playing, I don't feel like, wow, their Hazard is just so much better than me, because I'm focusing on doing my own thing. But I think I'm one of the better Hazards for sure, and I know like Molly is definitely very good at it, and we've scrimmed them before. But I'm not gonna like say, I am definitively the best Hazard, but I'm more than confident on it.
I think you can definitively say that you are at least the 4th best. I think that's fair. Oh, the Hazard of Ka. Okay,
I'm one of the Hazards of all time.
That's okay. Also true. You got me there.
That's fair. That's fair. Oh my goodness. Well, Avery, I'm sure that you have a lot of box breathing to do just to come down from the high that was that 5-map match and kind of take a breather with the rest of the team. But before we send you out here from this interview, do you have any final thoughts, any shout-outs you'd like to make here while you're on the interview?
Yeah, I mean, Fable started with me. The only other person that's been there the whole time is Panther, but we've gone through so many iterations, and I just believe that this roster we ended up with for this tournament is the most passionate. They put their trust into me, and I put my trust into them, and it's just I feel so supported by them, and everyone wants to win so badly. So I just every individual person, like Ray, Panther, everyone else that has played with Fable throughout the year, I can't thank them enough, and we wouldn't be here without everyone putting their blood, sweat, and tears into this game. So
That is awesome to hear. It's like, it does sound like you guys really do want it, and that trust and how badly you want it, I suspect, will take you very far. It's already taken you this far, and I think, like Molly said, you can kind of have a little bit of that box breathing, bring yourself back down, and just enjoy this moment, because it's only going to get more stressful tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us, Avery. We're going to go ahead and send you on your way. We got a show to wrap up here. Thank you once again, and I forgot to ask Avery how many booms they gave that series. That's on me. My bad.
CB, you failed the people.
That's what sorry, I forgot my core tenets as a hard-hitting journalism that, like, I need to get to the heart of what people want to know. How many, chat, tell me how many, in the chat, tell me how many booms you would give that series. It was a 5-mapper. I think that's a 5-boom series, right?
That's
like,
one for each map, easily. You can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, Suravasa was definitely a boom. I'd probably also give one to Colosseo as well. Colosseo gets like 3, actually, because push is great.
Okay, so we're at 8 booms out of 5 now.
We've broken the scale. We've completely broken the boom scale with this one. I mean, and the action's only going to ramp up from here. Let's have a quick little bracket overview to see where we have landed after the chaos that unfolded today. We kicked off the day with some upper bracket action. Nightmare Eclipse and Valentine. Nightmare Eclipse kind of just pounding Valentine, sending them straight down into the lower bracket. And then from there, we also saw some elimination matches that went quite the distance.
Yeah, from getting that utter beatdown that we saw earlier today, it kind of been in the back of every team's mind. How far above is Nightmare Eclipse from their last? And when we look at our lower bracket here, there's a lot of contenders. We have our 4 teams that currently remain down on this end of things, and it will be Queen's Gambit and Fable to start off our day tomorrow after they took out their respective things. But if one of these teams are to make it all the way to Grand Finals, like they have the confidence to do so, CB, they still have Valentine standing in the path.
Yeah, and Valentine is quite the formidable foe, and unfortunately, like, you know, Queen's Gambit, I think, might very well be up to the task. Fable as well, if they continue to play the way they played today against Yas, and if they are able to get their deep box breathing and keep their heads on straight, they might also have a chance. But, like, for my money, I think the top 3 still is, like, Nightmare, Queen's Gambit, Valentine, potentially in that order, depending on what iteration of Queen's Gambit shows up. And I also do want to give another shout out to both Exo Azathoth and Yas, who put up a hell of a fight today, but unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to the both of you on the broadcast. Moss Genesis and Who is Nato Kato also bowing out. A lot of stiff competition falling in the lower brackets. Such is the nature of these things, and we have a little bit more lower bracket action, and then a grand finals tomorrow to bring you.
You know what's even more exciting about tomorrow is it's not just one best of 7 CB, it's 2. Our lower and grand finals are going to be both best of 7 series. So it's going to be a long, exciting day of Overwatch. Like, everyone, bring your booms, get ready for a show, because you are going to need them.
You're gonna need all of those booms that you possibly can. Those also, by the way, if you type boom in the chat or meow in the chat, your drop meter will actually increase by 10%, so you can get those drops a little bit quicker. Not that you'd want to, because obviously you want to be here to catch all of the action, right? And we can't proceed with all of this action without thanking our sponsors, Blacklight, really quick. Thank you once again for sponsoring this event. Also, shout out the giveaway that they're doing. You know, they're giving away 5 really sick gaming chairs to members of the community, both on Twitter and in the Calling All Heroes Discord. Make sure you try and get your hands on one of those. And you know, if you lose the giveaway, maybe just go buy one anyway, because chairs are cool. Everyone needs to sit down.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm almost 20 now. Like, I need a better support on my back, you know? We gotta make sure. But hey, Blacklight chairs, they look great. I'm very excited. You gotta make sure that you can get your hands on them as well during this giveaway. You'll have even more opportunities to do so tomorrow. Because, CB, that's gonna do it for the both of us today.
Not for today, but we will be back tomorrow, and we will be taking you through all of the action. And I can't wait, because it has already been an insane tournament bracket, and there's only one way that we can close it out, and that's with some more booms. We will see you on the other side. Thank you guys all for tuning in today, and catch you tomorrow.